the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाएं मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the. Put your back down on your knees, would you kiss the ring? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. Let's go. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just fate. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back.
Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of Game Changers Southeast Asia Stage 1 Playoff. I'm your host Jen Lee, and joining me today will be the almighty Zach, who's going to carry me throughout the day. So hello Zach, and are you ready for day 2?
Hello, it's nice to have the Pacific squad here bit by bit, and I'm really excited to be here. Jen, we had a really fantastic day 1, going by some of the matches that we saw on the stream, on both the streams I suppose, with yesterday. So I'm really excited for day number 2, especially since today we've got that lower bracket coming in, if I'm not wrong, and it's an elimination day, so those days are always very sad, but they're also very spicy.
I know, I was checking out the matches yesterday, and a lot of unexpected stuff, for me at least, being so new into the Game Changers. A lot of crazy stuff happened, but we got to see 8 teams perform, so I just want to get your general impression of how the scene is kind of developing, and of how impressed you were with the ladies performing yesterday.
Well, maybe I'm just a easy person to impress, at least when it comes to Game Changers, but historically, at least I think that these teams have always been pretty good. There has been a lot of shake-up and shake-around that has come through in terms of like the teams that are happening. Like, of course, you have the arguably 2 best cores from last year still in functioning squads, with one being Zipto and of course the other being Money First, who I do think will be playing today. But then you also have a new super team formed. Like, I remember when last year SMG was formed, there was like all of this hype about, you know, how these are the best players from their regions put together in a team, and we have something similar coming together in the form of Boba. So 3 really strong teams that I'm pretty excited about, but also a lot of new players that have come up and made it to this Elites to qualifier, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, having mentioned that, I feel like stage 1 is going to be packed with beautiful Valorant. But before we dive into the action, here's everything you need to know about the format.
This is the Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit gamechangers.fsl.gg for more information for Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024.
All right, and here is the roadmap, kind of to remind ourselves why we're all here, a general blueprint of what's going on with Game Changers Southeast Asia 2024. But I feel like everything is going to happen very fast and very quickly, Zach. But the important thing is, at the end of stage 2 playoffs, we're going to get 3 teams to go to Game Changers Pacific.
Yeah, and I mean, like we were talking about yesterday, the format has changed for Game Changers in Pacific over like the last compared to like the last couple of years. You're no longer gonna have those 3 opens, the elite, and then have one winner crown. Instead, you have Pacific coming in, which is pretty interesting because you've never really seen these teams face off on a regional level. Like you have Game Changers Korea, you have Japan last year as well, but until that final East Asia qualifier, you never really saw them take that confrontation. So I'm super excited for what is gonna be going down in Pacific. But you know, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, Jen. We still have to talk about the teams in stage 1, so let's take a look at the qualified teams because I do think that we have we were talking about this before we headed into the roadmap for the year, and I mean I think arguably the strongest team here that hasn't fallen in that group stage, as well as, you know, just a team that we know very well from last year, SMG's core. They're gonna be there in Zipto Esports, so I think they are at least statistically the strongest contender right now, looking at the group stage videos and stuff.
I just honestly don't think there's gonna be like a solid competitor for them. Maybe Boba a little bit. We're going to have to see later on. But I just feel. Do you feel like there's a huge gap to be filled between the top 4 and the bottom 4, though?
I mean, historically speaking, I think that's always kind of been the case in Game Changers sometimes. Like, you have, like, these top 2 or 3 teams that are always, like, going up against each other, you know, consistently making grand final. Like, throughout 2023, it was Pulse and Sapphire, as well as SMG in that role. And before that, it was also Regal Celeste and, again, Sapphire. So it's nice to see that you always do have, like, at least one team consistently being on top there. But I think this time around, there is definitely a lot more flux in terms of the rankings. I think, like, yes, you do have a clear top seed or a clear favorite, but I also do think that there can be variation, and because there's so much time between like this first playoff and the second stage, I am hoping that there is a lot more improvement. But to answer your question right now, I think that I would agree with you. My top 2 are Boba, and I keep saying I just have to stop myself from saying SMG because I already owe Dax a lot of money and I don't want to give him more money. SMG's for George. Yeah, I have to think every second like, oh, it's Zipto. Oh, it's Zipto. Oh, it's Zipto.
For me, that's not a problem being new in the scene. But speaking of which, you know, having new teams and having teams innovate themselves, we had some crazy stuff going on yesterday. So here's a video of day 1 of our playoffs. And, you know, like ISO, Deadlock, Triple Sentinels, a lot of, you know, new meta coming in.
Yeah, I you know, at least. Look, I'm just an ISO hater if you ask my co-caster from yesterday, but I
You know what? I'm with you on that, yeah.
He's pretty bad, man. I'm sorry. There's not much that you can really do with him, aside from like a certain niche situation, and you really saw the struggle coming out of the team that was running him yesterday, especially on that attacking side. Like, yes, you did have, I believe it was Macchiato, the race player, satcheling in, but there was nobody to play that second entry or really follow up on that space being taken. So I feel like that was a major struggle in terms of team comps. But then also, you have teams like Zipto who, you know, they don't really. They're a team that it doesn't seem like it matters what team comp they run. They just seem to be able to mow them down. So you have both ends of the spectrum here. You have team comps making a huge difference, and then you have team comps that are low-key troll if any other team was running them, but because they make it work, it doesn't seem as troll. That's the best way I can say it.
I was like, you know, Triple Sentinels, how's that gonna work? But somehow they made it work, and impressed, to say the least. But we are going to get some new maps from these teams, though, so I don't really know what to expect in terms of comps and the craziness and the frenzy with day 2. So yeah, I think we have a lot of surprises in store for us today.
I do.
One of the
Oh, sorry. You brought up the map beta, so I do hope that we see that new map come up. I don't think we've really seen Sunset yet between these teams on stream. I don't know if it went out of the sub stream yesterday, but on the main stream at least it was just the usual suspect map pick. So I'm hoping that we do see some Sunset because I would like to see what team comps these teams will be running on that particular one since it's kind of new.
Will you be hating ISO on Sunset?
I think I'll hate ISO no matter where I see him. I think that's just me being a hater. I would rather see a Yoru or a Gecko or like even just a Sage, you know? I feel like there's just more value for the team.
Yeah, true. But one of the things that I've noticed, even watching this highlight from yesterday, is that there are teams with super mechanics. It's just like superhuman aim, and then there are teams that are kind of trying to run their executes, but because they're being out aimed, they kind of crumble. So I don't know how that's gonna work between the 4 teams that are going to play today.
I mean, I think that's a really great point to make. You often do see it, especially when you see these top 2 teams go up against you see teams go up against the top 2 teams. My bad. So especially yesterday, like in the game against Zipto, you could kind of see that being the case here with multiple players from Zipto just going in for these open fights. They're like, yeah, we don't even need utility to set it up. We can just go for its peaks. So I think the aim thing is definitely a case there. But at least in today's matches, because this is that lower bracket, the teams are a little bit more closely seated together. I'm thinking that we're gonna be getting a little bit more in terms of competition and in terms of the general team synergy as well. I think that we're not having any more anomalies like Zipto, so as to speak, really caving their way through the bracket.
So it's not going to be as fast as yesterday is what you're saying, but let's take a look at the bracket first. As you mentioned, we have the lower bracket round 2 going on. Super important for 2 teams that took away the win yesterday to carry the momentum forward. For other 2 teams, winning today will be crucial, but actually for all 4 teams, winning is a must.
Yeah, it is that lower bracket, so no second chances here for whoever does lose today, unfortunately. And I mean, it's a really long road if you think about it, because not only do they have to win today, they have to go up against the person on the other. They have to win one more game in this lower bracket, and then face off against the loser of Zipto and Boba, and then have another rematch with the winner of them if they do make it through that game. So there's a long road ahead in this lower bracket for these teams, and it starts today. I mean,
it does.
First game, Aura versus MKS.
Do you feel like there's a clear favorite? I know we've been talking about this for a while, ever since we started streaming today, but I do feel like there's gonna be upsets happening too.
I mean, I think for this matchup, there isn't really a clear favorite. I mean, yes, Mommy's Kittens did start off in that upper bracket, so they did have a little bit of an advantage in terms of seeding, I guess, but right now they're in the same game, and every single game yesterday was a 2-0, and that was a really great point that you brought up about the momentum, because right now, at least in terms of momentum, Aura is feeling it. They have that clean 2-0 win yesterday, and for their opponents, they're just coming off after a loss, so I think that kind of morale, it could definitely make a huge difference in how the gameplay does progress today.
Yeah, I feel like for Mommy's Little Kittens, it's crucial, especially to redeem themselves and pick themselves up again. For me, I don't see a world where they would crumble or choke, at least for today. But that was a brutal loss, but I don't really think that they treat it as a loss that seriously, but definitely today will be the opportunity for them to get back into the group. Yeah, we just need to see a lot of firepower from Kittens.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of firepower, both of these teams do have a bit to work with. Like if you look at the team lineup for Mommy's Kittens, for example, of course, Starriban gonna be coming. Mommy's Kittens first. Yes, my bad. Envious and Samphire, of course, they have that experience playing together from MLT during that last year. And while there are a couple of new faces, I do think Alfie in particular was a player that really excited me yesterday. You don't really see a player being able to pick up that role of the Chamber or that Reina and consistently frag out, especially against the upper echelon of teams. But I think Alfie did a really great job yesterday in their game against Zipto.
Sawamura and Grams, for me, the 2 duelists yesterday really just popped off. So I'm really just excited to see what they can do against Mommy's Kitten as well. But it's just, I don't know what to expect.
Honestly speaking, I think this game is going to be pretty even-sided, because just in terms of stats, you have both teams with newer players coming in, like Grahams is pretty new to the scene. Tess was a substitute last year, if I'm not wrong. Of course, Pigruda and Elfie, Rin, all of these players as well. They're not like they haven't been a mainstay of the Game Changers scene as much as some of the others, like for example Sawamura, who used to play under the No More Capricious last year. So there's definitely experience. It's a mix of experience and I would say newer players coming into the field here. And in terms of the head-to-head here, I think this is just a Jet mains head-to-head that we're looking at here between Sawamura and Envious. I think that Sawamura in particular is a player who has been very consistent over the last couple of years. In 2023, kind of jumping around between teams, but hopefully this will be the one that sticks for them.
I know we're going players head to head, but I just feel like our differentials, when I look at their stats from the Open especially, they lost, even with a huge lead, they lost out massively in first bloods. And I don't think that might work against Mommy's Little Kitten. So, it's important for Sawamura especially not to be out-aimed. But they, in general, just need to be very smart and picky with the fights they take, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that was a major problem that Sawamura did face last year, if I remember their gameplay correctly. There was, especially when they were on that jet, it was very difficult for them to really find those entries. Like, yeah, they were able to dash in, take a little bit of space, and the team followed. Great, they got the site, but at the end of it, like you said, it was super difficult to have that impact as a solo player. So hopefully, in terms of setup, I do hope that Sawamura's team can put a little bit more to push her forward and enable her to get those kills. But I mean, on the opposite side, right, you have going up against this team, you have Aura Differential, newer roster here, newer players as well. And I mean, if you think about it, it's really interesting because APAC Pacific Game Changers in general has like a very aggressive, fluid playstyle, and the IGL for this team is coming from NA. And I'm not gonna talk smack about NA. I think that they also have some really good teams and stuff. What really annoys me is that they're so slow. So I'm gonna be interested to see how that kind of slow, methodical approach mindset from an IGL really plays out in APAC Valorant, because it's a combination that you don't see too often. You saw it with Aaron and Global Esports last year. It wasn't like a resounding success, as much as I hate to say it. So hopefully, let's see if Starryburn can pull it together a little bit better.
Right, and we have our map vetoes. No Icebox, I'm actually surprised, but we're getting Lotus, Sunset, and Breeze. What do you think?
Personally, I am really happy to see Sunset. I think it was one of the maps that we were hoping to see coming into this, so thank you for picking it, Mommy's Kittens. Much appreciated. That said, though, Lotus, Sunset, and Breeze. Pretty standard map veto in terms of, apart from the Sunset, of course, which is always pleasant to see because most teams tend to ban it. It is going to be like a pretty, I would say, nice map select for both of these teams. I think that the pickup of Lotus for Aura makes complete sense because it is like a comfort pick for this team, I would say. So they have found success on it in the past, so I think they can kind of rely on that being the map they need to get the momentum under their belt. Because like you mentioned, right, in terms of the seeding, I think that Aura Differential, they are low-key the underdog. I say low-key because I really don't think they are, but at least in terms of seeding, they are. But Sunset, I really don't know how this could go. I feel like it could swing either way, and if it goes to the map 3, this series, I really don't think there are clear favorites, at least in my opinion. Like, yes, you have a couple of players on either side who are like individually talented, but as a team, because they're so new together, I don't know which team has more synergy.
Right, but let's talk about Lotus. Right, our first map, especially with Mommy's Little Kittens. They lost to Zipto, of course, yesterday, 13-4. Are there any problems that can be fixed from yesterday in just such a short amount of time? And are there any improvements that you saw maybe, might be good for them to make?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not gonna talk too much smack about them because they were up against Zipto, and I think that on Icebox in particular, I felt like even though it was Mommy's Kittens map pick, it just didn't seem like their map pick because of how much in control throughout that map it seemed like Zipto were. I mean, they had this very interesting double duelist comp, and that's kind of a hint at what they want to do. Even in that second map where they looked a little bit more comfortable, they got a couple more rounds. I think that in particular, Elfie on the chamber was something that stood out to me. I think that in terms of impact, in terms of taking those first duels and walking out alive, I think that Elfie was a pretty consistent player. It was the rest of the team that seemed to kind of struggle to put the pieces together. So I hope that that's a problem that they have fixed today, because especially when you have that Lotus coming in again, you want to be sure that you take it under your belt. So yeah, it looks a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out Chamber, because for me, it felt like they were relying maybe too much on the Chamber, and even with the Sentinels on the extremities, just able to stall time and hold on to that site. It was the rest of the teammates. I felt like they really needed to do more to actually make the best out of what the Sentinels were doing. So let's see if we see those adjustments. Yeah, and I feel like for Mommy's Little Kittens, they don't run the Fade on this map, right? They didn't. So, you know, getting those opening kills probably would be crucial for them as well. I don't know what aura differential runs on Lotus. So, any ideas?
I mean, I think that aura differential, I don't even know if they've played Lotus, because if I remember it correctly, they played it like once or twice during the group stage. I don't think they really brought it onto that big stage yet. And I think they run like a pretty standard team comp. They have like a Killjoy, double initiator, or a single initiator. They swap around between the Gecko and the Sky. They run the double controller, the Viper Omen, so they're probably focusing more on that map control, I would presume. So no, I wouldn't say it's one of their strongest maps, but that said, I mean, it's a pretty meta team comp, and they did find a pretty convincing victory, 13-3 against Swan in that lower bracket. This is a very funny coincidence maybe, but they also lost with the same scoreline to Zipto on Lotus, so maybe it's like a little moments of commiseration these two teams can share for a second. But what really worries me, Jen, is that map 3, because we saw aura differential on stream on Breeze yesterday, and if I'm not wrong, it was like a 13-3 or 13-4. It was pretty dominant. So that map 3 is definitely looking, if it goes to map 3, it looks a little bit more favored or weighted in the favor of aura differential.
True, because from what I remember, it was aura differential on Breeze that was Jet Reyna's show, and they were just popping off. So for Mommy's Little Kittens, I just keep saying this, but it's important for them to have that confidence and pop some heads, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a team that historically as well has struggled with being able to keep their footing and keep that confidence going, because I mean, last year, the year before that, the one where they found that major upset to go to the championship, this core, I mean, nobody said they could do it, but towards that elite grand final, they were able to put it together, win it on map 5, and cause arguably the greatest upset that APAC Game Changers Valorant has known. Last year, of course, they weren't able to find that confidence, and with how strong SMG were, I think they were never able to really overcome that barrier. And this is the same core of players, it's the same Trinity. Like, yes, they're under different names, very delicious coffee sounding names, yes, but aside from that, it's the same experience roster. So I'm hoping that they can overcome their speed bumps, especially against a team like Aura, which doesn't have the same caliber of experience or international experience, especially with Ginny there.
I just, imagined Mommy's Little Kittens kind of losing to Aura and what that's gonna do to their confidence or ego even. So we'll have to see though, but all right, Lotus.
What would you like to see? Not what we expect to see, but what would you like to see, Jen?
On Lotus? Deadlock.
I mean, honestly, I could see that work.
In B,
We saw Deadlock work yesterday on a map that it had no business working in, so I'm sure it can work today. But
I want to do Deadlock with Neon. That's the thing.
Neon's great. Neon's great on Lotus. Like, it's actually really incredible in terms of taking control of a lot of areas, because the stuns are just so powerful. I would like to see Neon too. I agree with Jen.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we're gonna get Neon. I believe we are going to get our agent select soon.
But before that, I think we have a bit of a anticipation breaker. So everyone, go get your snacks, go get your popcorn. Anything else I missed, Jen?
Nope.
Yeah, so we'll see you on the other side.
Back. And welcome back. We just had our map vetoes in for match 1. It was Lotus, Sunset Breeze, and I was thinking during the break, those are 3 biggest maps you can ever get. I believe in Valorant. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Especially Sunset. You know, you got that wide open mid. I'm hoping we see some outlaw action, people firing them off. You know, it makes me a bit sad that we haven't really seen the outlaw picked up as much. I do think that Zipto had like a double outlaw yesterday, their anti-eco, and then whoosh, we never saw it again after that. So I think Ayumi bought it as well in a couple of rounds. So, but aside from that, I really do wish that gun had a little bit more love. But you know, what are your thoughts about that outlaw, Jen?
I don't really mind because, you know, no outlaw, more sheriffs, and more people making those crisp super plays. But we will be looking at our agent select for Lotus. Ooh. Let's see if we get any changes. But, you know, here's a little... All right, there you go.
No
aura
changes.
differential.
Yeah, I mean, we for Aura Differential, at least we were talking about their double controller. They haven't really opted to change anything from it. Sawamura, of course, gonna be sticking to the Raze as that primary duelist of choice. It's the same for Mommy's Kittens. They had that double sentinel yesterday, and even if they weren't able to make it work in the greatest way, they're gonna opt to stick to it, which I really like. Like, stick to your guns. I respect that.
Huh. I still don't know, you know, how I feel about Mommy's Kittens comp though.
I think it's
yeah.
It's supposed to make you question things like, can this work? Is, you know, in a meta where teams are steadily trying to throw the Sentinel role entirely into the dustbin, is it worth investing in 2 Sentinels? So I think the way that Elfie plays it, at least it makes sense. Like, okay, you're just gonna go peek with your sheriff, tap some heads, come back. So I can see Elfie playing it more as that secondary duelist slot, but that said, I am also sometimes... I look at this agent comp and I'm just like, why does this look like my rank games? Why?
Yeah. It's just, for me, it takes some time to process this, because, like, you know, in VCT, the meta is like no duelists. I mean, no sentinels.
Yeah, exactly.
Get rid of sentinels. Everyone hates sentinels, and game changers, it's definitely a breath of fresh air for me. But with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions.
What have we said? Actually,
Do we have the barracks for predictions?
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah.
we're both average Mommy's Kittens.
We're
enjoyers
matching.
here. Yeah, we're matching. Let's go.
What can you say? I love cats.
Dude, side note,
love
completely
animals.
unrelated. Do you have a cat? Though?
Yeah. I have 2 dogs, actually. Do you have a cat?
I do, but I haven't seen her in like a year. But long sad story. That's a separate story we talk about later. But yes, I do have a cat and a dog actually, in separate places because they would probably kill each other if they met IRL. But yes. My cat is not very friendly. My cat is not very friendly.
All right, I was gonna ask you what the scoreline prediction is going to be, but we're running out of time, so let's go ahead and see how this plays out. I'm gonna send it over to our casters, Pilsky and Tash.
Thank you very much, hosts and also analysts. You guys are awesome. Love to hear your breakdown. And today is really exciting. It is still elimination day. So the question is, while these 2 teams are playing here, we have a team that came from the lower brackets and a team that has been knocked down here. Mommy's Kittens, I am very concerned because they went down by a landslide yesterday. It's very, very scary. And Aura Differential winning an intense match yesterday. What do you think, Bilski?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like 2 different trajectories in the playoffs. Looking at the format overall, I think coming through from the Swiss, it seems like there's really not much separating a lot of these teams. I'm not exactly sure how they got seeded because, you know, you're talking about like teams going like 4-2 or a bunch of teams going 5-1, and some of them go into the lower bracket, some of them go into the upper bracket. It might be the difference of like 1 head-to-head or plus 10 rounds or something like that. So I think, you know, some of these teams may have been a bit hard done by, and some of them may have been a bit fortunate coming into the upper bracket. But, you know, teams do play differently when the pressure's on. And so far, Aura Differential have shown that when they're on the brink of elimination, they're able to step up to it. We'll see if Mummy's Kittens are able to do the same.
I mean, to be fair, Mommy's Kitten went up against Zipto yesterday, and
sure.
Zipto, yeah, it is definitely one of the strongest teams out there. 4th place
Yeah.
last year for the core, at least during Game Changers Championship. So let's see how this is going to go, because ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into the first map, first game of the day, and it is going to be super exciting. We saw the predictions for the desk, but Pilski, what's your prediction?
I don't know. I'm just going to go with the team that I saw yesterday, which was Aura Differential. I liked what I
This
saw
bias
from
is
them.
insane, man.
Yeah,
This bias is insane.
I'm bringing in the B stream bias. I haven't even seen Mummy's Kittens play, but I would
Right.
agree with you. You know, they've had a good run outside of the fact that they've had to play Zipto a bunch, which is you getting handed a lot of learning lessons and having to
yeah.
make adjustments. So let's see if those adjustments will help them here on Lotus. In fact, they did play this map in particular against Zipto twice, both in Swiss and in the game yesterday, I believe.
Yes.
So we'll see if they're going to be able to make some adjustments against an Aura Differential. Let's play it a little bit. In fact, one of their games didn't even finish, which was their game against their opponent yesterday, I believe. So both teams with a couple of reps in the Swiss and the playoffs on this map. We'll see how it all interacts at the end of the day. It's going to be a 1-4 here for Aura Differential, having a little bit of a creep out over to A Rubble behind the Viper Orb, and they're going to be making some moves over towards that A site.
Taking their time. No contact quite yet. As we see the initiation comes through, Util dumps out. Sawamura already on the side. A quick right flick to the face. Pigruto fallen. As Sawamura, this player had a big impact yesterday. One of the highest impact players in terms of first contact.
Yeah.
Spike goes down. Already players playing turret 3. Sawamura all alone on site though, going in for that heal from Grahams, and it's actually quite insane how big the agent pool from Grahams is. Waterfall all the way from heaven, and Sawamura another right click to the head. That makes 2 this particular game. Sawamura, the shots going quick 5 from the other side, trades her out. A quick crossfire to come through, and that's pistols for Aura.
Yeah, beautiful. Just a simple kind of round there, Tash. Taking that A Rubble control up behind the Viper Orb. That is the strength of the Viper on this map. A lot of your start rounds look pretty similar. You know, you put the wall up, you deny the info to the defense. They don't really know whether you're creeping up behind it or whether you're elsewhere. And you can use that as a bit of a launching pad to take some space on A and then kick off and execute. So just simple stuff done very well by Aura Differential. Nice entry by Sawamura, who I'd agree with you was pretty insane in their series yesterday and seems to be continuing in strong form early on here. 2K in the pistol. Now, this is something, looking at the lineup here of Mummy's Kittens, they do not play the Viper, but the Chamber on defense in particular is going to have to be something that you are playing around, that you're giving some respect, because the Chamber can definitely take some opening duels. Here comes the A execute though. It's a free sight for Aura Differential outside of just the shorty inside a tree
Wait.
here, Tash.
That is insane. He tried to do the same thing Jesse Bash did from Team Secret and Pacific. Didn't quite work out this time. Aura was very prepared for that. 5 on one end, making sure no one is playing near drop. Sawamura just really sharp with that Guardian. Despite the flash to the face, to keep going for that. Letes from the other end, giving a lot of support. Staribun, all eyes on Samfire right now. The drop to come through. A quick, flawless,
Beautiful.
beautiful
Lovely
round
anti-eco.
actually.
Yeah. 5 players surviving. They even just kept a couple of pistols into that round. So we'll see what they want to do on the bonus here. Could get a couple of upgrades, make this a little bit more of a dangerous buy. And so far, already conditioning Mummy's Kittens to fear this A wall up into the A execute. It's been what they've been doing the opening couple of rounds. So it's going to be something, you know, bouncing around in the minds of Mummy's Kittens. And they're going to actually, in this opening gun round, really try to dominate this A control. And that's exactly when you see Aura Differential just going to leave the Viper on A, probably put the wall or the orb up and go and take control of C mount here straight away. So
This is good.
yeah.
This is massive actually. Just taking control of that A Rubble, but this
Straight
time
in.
around, they weren't going toward A Rubble. They were going straight into C. Another free entry to the site, and Sawamura, just so undeterred by all this utility, takes out the turret and just beelines it straight to Waterfall. Gets a tap onto Elfie. Oh, barely gets away with her life. Envious. One player that we've seen come back in the end of the year, making a big splash in MLT. This time around in a different team. Playing head-to-head with Rin. Now, on Mount, just playing in for that post plants. Good protocols come through as well. Good areas to hold and crossfire. Graham's unworried at all with that swing. Just gonna spray through the smoke, and they are actually sticking there. They spray there, they get to that, they go for the distance. What is happening? I'm so sorry about that. I was so confused by the teleport and the defuse.
Yeah.
And they still managed it. Well, barely did actually.
I mean, loving how Aura Differential's playing at the moment. See, man control straight into the Exy. They are playing assertively. They're playing with confidence right now, just kicking off those site Exys, not respecting the KJ util, and things get messy. Look, even if Aura Differential don't close out that round, that's still going to be a lot of damage on the bonus regardless.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless, though, they do win the bonus. They break the money here of Mummy's Kittens, and it's about the best possible start you could have to Lotus here for Aura Differential.
You know, in my casting career, I never thought I would ever say "Mommy's Kittens" during
I was
an official
hoping
match.
that I would one day, you know, because I've been a really, you know, look, we'll hold that thought. Gonna get
Yeah.
another A execute right off the bat. We'll see if they pivot or whether they're gonna
that's
commit
awesome.
with the showstopper.
Yep, showstopper straight from Sawamura. She has had some insane entries. This util not doing her any value. Going up, Samfire blown to smithereens. She's slow, doesn't go down. Tess with the support on their side. Starban gets one as well. Sawamura, despite being so low, you really gotta give it to her. The courage she has of still playing as aggressively. Elfie! 2 massive taps with that headhunter. Going huge. Big Gorcho on the other end. Just gonna try and go for that double swing, playing in very close. Elfie only has a Bucky in hand. Trying to see if she can get a bit more closer. Does mark the area of tree. Swings out together. Taps 1, taps 2. Elfie with a 4. Goes down. Graham's. Can she actually come out with this? Here we go. A good hold to one side. No ace to be seen as Graham's. A hero play to come through. And we've seen it yesterday. And we see it again today.
4K for Graham's and the bonus win. And then being able to clutch out the one-on-one. That definitely got a little bit dicey there. Very sharp. On the chamber is Elfie, I believe. Yeah, 4K in this round does a lot of economic damage here to Aura Differential on the half-buy, so it's going to make it a little easier here for Mummy's Kittens to come back into the game, and they're going to take a timeout. I think it's a good time for a timeout as well. They really need to start adjusting to this up-tempo gameplay that Aura Differential is bringing into this game of Lotus so far. We're ending up in a lot of map control straight into site exit kind of situations, which means they really need to be less greedy with their util. They need to respect the fact that Aura Differential are willing to pick up the pace and be able to play around that a little bit better. Because right now it just feels like they're getting rolled over by these executes and the retakes are not looking good enough for them right now. So I think this round got the 2 of the force out for Elfie. You'd love to just maybe post her up on C mount, something like that. Put the KJ setup on A and have the rest of them as a pack going elsewhere. Need to kind of decide if they want to tackle these executes head on or whether they do want to try to set up the chamber and try to play for picks some places on the map. As for Aura Differential, though, they're front running, so they need to decide if they want to just keep sticking to what's working for them, Tash, or whether they do want to try to maybe fake an execute, pull some rotates, and try to, you know, call the audible somewhere else.
Yeah, and it feels like there's a lot of util dumps, honestly, and Aura Differential just so okay with waiting this out. Immediately off the bat, door broken. Ellie. Whoa, timing not on her side though. You see that, Phil.
Recalling my bot.
Yeah, you want to have the progression smoke out of the Omen here, maybe. Full A main control taken by Mummy's Kittens, and Aura Differential have to respect that for the time being. Maybe they'll go back in the mid round with the dog or something like that to re-clear. There's mount control taken by Aura Differential though. I think they're going to kick off the exit again, just straight into the site here.
Yeah, Sawamura. Just waiting out the nano swarms. And they are so patient if you think about it. But this time around, I don't think I spotted one player playing behind box quite yet. Haven't moved. And immediately, free sight once again. These retakes, as you mentioned earlier, has been very, very difficult for Mommy's Kittens. And it's just a situation where they've used so much utility in the beginning of the round. They run out of the utility quite quick. And now it's all about that wait. Making sure they can play as a 5. Smokes come through. Graham's not afraid to just creep back onto the site based on the information given by Starybun as well. A very slow creep, but time. Quickly just running out here to tap Starybun. Elfie finds one. Sawamura as well. Samfire good for that trade, but so is Rin. Already on the site. 5 from Waterfall. Playing is real good. Look at the crossfires from 3 different areas of the site. Clean round, 5 in a row.
Yeah, they're playing it so well at the moment. The site top box crossfire, very popular at the moment on Lotus, getting the double nanos on the spike, and they've had the late flank through from the Viper every single time they get into a C after plant. So having that flank from Waterfall, you can see it on the replay here, already set up in combination with how good this site crossfire was. Mummy's Kittens just do not seem to have an answer right now on Lotus, or are doing absolutely everything that they want on the attacking side so far, and they go into another anti-eco here. Elfie with the hero Vandal, she was able to save some extra cash thanks to going with the Tour de Force, and this is where Aura, they've been going AC a lot. Let's go into the B site, get into a quick after plant. You can see that it's not even being played by Mummy's Kittens here. I really love the calling from Aura Differential right now. They really are just staying one step ahead.
Look at that call. They already called the site. She just goes in and immediately her teammate is there. Taomura just waits for Elfie to swing straight into her crosshair. Fi on this lurk. Good for one. Could she be good for two? Samfire hasn't moved quite yet. Fi keeps so quiet. The flash to come through. It does tell her that there's someone holding over to the side. Smokes come out. An immediate plan has come through. Samfire finally realizing that it's just a look that she has to be working about. Starry Bun holding so far back alongside her teammate Envious from stairs. Graham's caught off guard. That's one massive pick already. And finally, it looks so good for them, but surprise, surprise, Saomura pushed out so far away from that plant site. B, the only one there is Fi. Pigruto waiting on the top side. They're trying to flush her out, but Pigruto, I think she just wants to go down to the spike. Here comes a pain shell. It's not enough to take her down, and that will be it. 6. Despite that timeout, MKS hasn't at all figured out how to stop this aggression play.
Yeah, the retakes aren't working for them. At least now they have Showstopper and the Thrash up. I mean, that blind from Starry Bun was so good. Being able to predict the chamber movement from Waterfall side. I don't know if she was just trying to blind the close left corner, but I really do think that they tried intentionally to blind Waterfall, which is honestly a really good read on the rotation timing and sending your Rays in there and the foresight to have the blind already ready to go after you've scaled into the site is something you'd see from pretty high level teams, to be honest. Like, I'm really loving the way they're playing Lotus right now. Guiding Light scanning on C Mount here. And once again, Elfie's been posted up with the operator, but just has really not even had a chance so far this game to even fire a shot so far.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit frustrating for MKS. We know that some of their players have gone really far, especially in the previous years. Elfie, unmoved quite yet at all from the utility. Does get spotted out by that boom bot. Has to move back. Paranoia in return. So a little bit of HP and a trade for the Paranoia. I don't know if that was a good trade or not.
I mean, she's still on the info line. Aura Differential, though, just going to go back to A. Walk up straight behind the orb. Mummy's Kitten's giving them full respect. There's a smoke towards A to try to disrupt this execute. They've got great ults for the retake, honestly, here. The Showstopper could be very difficult to deal with here for Aura Differential. Going to break open that door, make them worried about the B split. In goes the Trailblazer here, though, Tash.
Yep. The Nate does move Rin away. She does take a little bit of damage from that as well, Saomura. Just something happened. 30 seconds left. Immediately, Pigruto finds her Rin as well with that beautiful Showstopper. Tess and Starbun answer back at least. So it's still very, very much equal. Plant.
Seekers up.
Already on the site. There's Seekers. We see the Seekers. We hear the trash come through. All this information gathering stuff. Tess moving out of the way. The spray's on the top side of the site. Time not on Cutton's favor. And Aura is doing such a great job of stalling this Elfie. It's just holding down the sights with this op. One peek is all she needs, but no one is just showing them a good hold on this crossfire. Both trading out one by one. Test to go down. Starry Mutton in this 1v2. Not happening. A good hold, very patient, with loads of time to spare for that diffuse.
Yeah, good retake, but it took absolutely everything from Mummy's Kittens. That has bled the ult economy dry. You've had to burn the Showstopper and the Thrash to be able to put that round together for Mummy's Kittens. And still, it was quite winnable, has to be said, for Aura Differential. So now that they burn through their ults, they really need to be able to find some other ways to deal with these executes, because, you know, only keeping 2 guns up and burning through all of your ults is not going to be a sustainable way to win rounds on defense here. It's a
I
good
agree.
one to get. We got 2 off the lockdown. That could be another great ult on the retake. Tess has almost got her lockdown here. And it looks like we're going to get C mount control yet again here for Aura Differential.
But this time around, you do have that up from Elfie. You hear the flash to come through as well, and immediately it's already given them enough information to not peek this. That one way as well will be deterring them. Elfie, once again, aggressive on this, pushing out. But no util will be used this time. That flash coming in was already enough information for them, so they don't have to burn through many of the utils so early.
We might see them smoke C Link here and clear through door. It's another pretty popular way of tackling the mount control. They are just trailblazing front B here, putting a little bit of pressure. Maybe they're trying to pull a rotate back across on waterfall side. Here's the reaggression over on the A side of the map. Fi every single time has been lurking out there, and this time punished.
Took some time, but they did finally figure out the pattern set down by Aura Differential. Rin, huge for Starrybot. That's 2 members of Aura Differential out. That one way finally working in Envious's favor. Takes out Tess. Graham's holding all far back. Gets a tap. Beautifully and clean. A flash to come through, but quickly they give away that space. Immediately, Elfie misses that shot, and Saomara was quick with that. And spotted out, picking up that up, and we've seen Sawamura do a lot of damage with that. Changes her mind here, actually. Holds waterfall sight. Graham's
Showstopper.
Yeah, one off Showstopper as well. Could be massive. Might not need it as well. Spray. Busy as well from one end. Rin coming out forward. Beautifully done. A quick reposition. And finally, 2 in a row. Mommy's Kittens, perhaps this could be the momentum they need.
Yeah, it's a good adaptation. Caught the Viper lurking outside of A, denied that control of C. This is where Aura Differential, you need to see them adapt to the op. They need to do like an Omen progression smoke and flash out of it with the boom bot or something. That's kind of the most popular way to tackle that mount control. Either that or, like I said, they need to kind of smoke C Link, contact up B and open the door. That's another way you can kind of tackle it. So they do have options available to them, but it doesn't really seem like they understand how to push the Chamber and the Omen off of this mount control. Need to be a little cleverer and just use their util to be able to tackle those kind of setups. They do have Showstopper. That's another great way to deal with it as well. You could just have a set play where you just Showstopper at the Chamber and force them out.
Or that nade as well. Also really good. But Elfie, oh, she challenges that. And she gets a massive pick. Sawamura to go down first. But a Trailblazer used. Envious on one end. And Tess will be using the lockdown. And in this situation, they're just trying to flush them out of the site. But there is still that tiny little pocket. All the way in CT if they want to use it. But I think they know better than to play as aggressive as that. They do got in sight. Will be slowed. And
5
the
on
plan to
4,
come through.
they can just chill here. They got the lockdown as well. Player advantage. They can just dump the lockdown on the retake. They're already kind of contacting in though, ahead of it.
Okay, Envious moves away. Time on that on their side. Graham's barely gets shocked with that. A good spray from Fi and Graham's. And now the Seekers are out once again. Fi buying more time with the snake bite. Regardless, Tess with the spray over on one end. Graham's finds her. And Piguruto alone. Good for 1. Is she going to be good for 2? Needs to isolate these fights, but it's going to be so hard when they have a crossfire over on Bend. Finally, Aura Differential take back the round.
Yeah, you needed to see the lockdown on Waterfall side. In response to the opposing lockdown, your KJ was set up B as well. That was a really nice pick from Elfie, like peeking into the nade. That's exactly what you want to be seeing from your Chamber, playing pretty fearless, just abusing that TP. But the way that they approached that retake, you know, just contacting up on pillar side into a crossfire without any real util to assist them to help kind of smoothly facilitate the success of that execute. It's really not what you wanted to see, and Aura Differential are going to punish them for that. That's a reset round. Now Mummy's Kitten's back on the save, and they've once again pretty heavily stacked up A here. That's a nice shot from Fee though.
Yeah, Fi was massive with that. They haven't checked the back of this block. So Samfire, let's see if she gets away with that. Yes, she does. Not too sure if they're gonna actually check it. They need the flash to come through. Showstopper Sawamura once again spots out Samfire. Actually does get a pick. He's gonna fire with the pick actually. Sawamura for 1 more. A clean execute onto the site, and it was just so quick.
Yeah, this is just how they need to keep playing. Like Aura Differential, the only times that these rounds have broken down for them is when they get disrupted, is when they second guess themselves. But, you know, at least from watching this game so far, Mummy's Kittens just can't hold the execute. It doesn't matter if you've got 4 players on 8. It doesn't matter how many players you have on the site. Aura Differential, their executes are way too good right now.
It is good. And it's very clean as well. Once they've managed to figure out and pinpoint where every single member was or are, it's almost sharp for them. They know how exactly to play around it. Staribun will be deafened, blinded, but still good for one. Rin eliminated. No control of Rubble for Mommy's Kittens this time around. And now they already know that the other members of Mommy's Kittens have pivoted straight onto B. They're not sure they spotted one. Samfire onto one side will be traded out once again. And V is good for 3. A good spray to come through. They pick up a gun. Graham's moves out of the way. Staribun, at least, still manages to pick off Envious. And now they're just so separated. 2-on-2. At the very least, cut the noise. Door, still giving at least a little bit of info. At least to give an understanding that they might be playing toward tree sites. Already on the site. Making sure to check every nook and cranny. Little bro, or rather wingman, to clear out the area of Rubble first. And the lockdown, at least to clear out the entirety of A site. They haven't planted quite yet. They have to move quickly, but immediately Big Ruto unfortunately whiffs that. One does get detained, but Staribun is still very much okay. Samfire all alone on B side here. The question is whether or not she wants to go and try and fight this. Timing might be on her side here. I don't know if they know that she's done this really long wrap route, a quick spray to come through, and Graham, very aware, peeks out and Samfire wins out the end. A very messy, scrappy round, but Mommy's Kittens make it work.
I mean, that's how they need to play, I think. I think when it comes down to just standard side holds, you know, standard executes, Aura differential is too hard for them to deal with right now. Look, I think in the messier kind of rounds, Mommy's Kittens able to put something together. They clearly have some players who can multi-frag, who can be difference makers. I think Aura differential, after taking that opening pick, just needed to chill a little bit, maybe freeze and get themselves organized. I felt like when they saw Mommy's Kittens kind of fighting from B door side in the little pocket there, they just kind of peek in front of that dark cover and give up multiple duels to Envious, who takes full advantage. A Rubble control taken this time from Mommy's Kittens though. Double Santi set up on C. And C mount control has been taken pretty early on here by Aura Differential. Showstopper and Thrash online for the retake. It's going to be a difficult post plant to hold for Aura Differential.
Elfie still hasn't moved. All that util dump. Clearing those corners, and Aura Differential finally realizing that they don't have enough information to play to get onto the site. Big Ruto, the turret, does find a pick onto Graham's. Fi finds Envious. So at least there's a bit of a trade here. But the members of Aura Differential, especially Fi, is just so low. One member
Wally,
left. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Wally is throwing hands today. He's sick of picking up trash.
I love Mollies. They do so much work. It's the best way to get picks, no?
No, Wally, you know? Have you ever seen the Pixar movie?
Oh, Wally. I call it Timmy the Turret. What do you mean?
Timmy the Turret. Okay, Timmy the Turret. We can go with that.
Yeah.
It's like they're going to re-execute C into Timmy the Turret, and he has been looking dangerous today. I don't know if that's a
And yes,
play.
he does. So does Sawamura. Elfie trades out. So, at the very least, Tess does here to teleport to their end. Holding, Tess, swing out. But Elfie, very, very good on that hold. On the top side, Elfie playing it very safe. 6 bullets for Staribun. Catch actually makes a value. No value. No. Elfie good for 3. Clean one. Mommy's Kittens take 4-8. Round number 12. I think it's a very acceptable half.
They definitely brought it back. They were kind of getting pummeled at the start. So, look, we'll see what the panel thought about that as, you know, we head into the halftime break here.
One enemy remains. Spike down, C. Watch here.
All right, 8-4 halftime is what we're staring at. And I feel like we can explain that first half with 2 things. Out-aimed and out-read, especially with that chamber on C. It's just, you know, Aura Differential just knew that chamber's there with the operator by himself and tried to kind of, you know, catch where he is and kind of push him outside of the site with the utils. And we didn't see any adjustments coming in from Mommy's Little Kitten, I feel like.
Yeah, it looked it looked very awkward, especially that was a great point you brought up about the chamber. So many times you could just see Sawamura satcheling in, getting that free pick, even dropping a gun to the teammate, especially in that bonus round. So I think that it was a very, very strong start for Aura Differential. The thing is that Lotus, it does tend to be a very attacker-heavy map, so I think that 4-8 isn't necessarily the end of the world for Mommy's Kittens. I think that if they can pull together a strong attacking half, it's going to be huge. I think yesterday, their Duelist wasn't able to do as much as their Chamber was, and today I think they're having a little bit of a better time in the game. So I think if Elfie can continue to pop off the way that she's been doing throughout this entire game, and have that raise pop off in addition to that, it is a way back into this game. But right now, at least, Jed, I think Aura momentum is firmly in their favor.
All right, we're gonna have to see if 4 was enough for Mommy's Little Kittens, but we'll send it over to our casters to take us through the second half.
Wow, 8 and 4. Honestly, it looked really, really rough for Mommy's Kittens in the first part of the first half, but they still managed to come back. 4, not the worst thing in the world, but hopefully, since this is Aura Differentials map, I wonder if Mommy's Kittens has a plan for their attacking side.
Yeah, especially, look, we'll see. 4-8 isn't bad. You get yourself the attacking pistol. You can definitely get things rolling. Things like Mommy's Kittens already getting themselves ready for some A control. Issue is with their comp, you're pretty limited in terms of reclear. It's going to have to be a lot of contact with the chamber, right? You don't have the Viper denying information, the wall to be able to just threaten A all of the time and have that passive map control. And you're not running a Fade or a Sky. So you've basically got Dizzy Wingman to like clear angles. It's really going to have to be a lot of dry contact walking onto lines. And that's definitely something Aura Differential can punish. They're not doing so in this round, though. There is the smoke up on towards stairs side. Viper wall put up in response. And Ray seeing nothing over towards C side prompts a big rotation to this A site.
Yeah, they already heard the footsteps, so based on that info, they're just playing a 4-1 split, leaving only Raze or Sawamura onto C side. Jump peek to come forward. Not too sure if Tess actually spots anyone out quite yet. Already hear the door opened, and they're slowly just gonna flood straight onto the side. They already have an orb there, so at the very least they have to wait it out. And immediately, the Trailblazer spots every single person over on that side. They already see that their chamber has to move back because of the util now. Rin chunked down, 10 HP left, and Viz moving all the way to the backside. Good for 1, but that's all she can get. Tess for 1 more, and so does Graham's. This 2-man hold is a little bit much. Very strong. Samfire left all alone on B side. Does get spotted out by Timmy the Turret. Timmy the Turret doing a lot of work today, giving enough information, and look at the discipline coming in from Aura. Just holding down that spike. Samfire, like Irat, she has to make something happen here. Either she has to go down, or at least get some picks for that economy. A good hold, good for 1, Test for 3.
You're not getting anywhere through all full KJ setup, 4-player rotation into A. It's really not happening. And look, to pile on top of that, your Gecko's on the lurk instead of like KJ or Chamber. That's literally the
Gecko
only
on the
initiator
lurk.
you have. Like, I don't know how you're execing a site without any initiator util, and the answer is you're not, especially not into that setup. So, all right. Big defense round to continue the streak for them. Will force Mommy's Kittens on the eco and potentially go up to double digits here.
Potentially, but we've seen some insane thrifty rounds coming in from yesterday. But we're not seeing any Sheriff buys as well from Mommy's Kittens to just try and see if they get some picks at the very least. One player, Rin, already eating up a lot of damage from this particular round. The marks come true. Sawamura just waiting to play off contact. Once again, they're just gonna go a little bit more aggressive. Not too sure what happened with that flash there. Regardless, I mean, what the bird doing?
They thought they were executing, but there wasn't. I don't know. I didn't see a single piece of util out of Mommy's Kittens. I think they thought the B exec was on, and then it just wasn't. Timmy, no!
Oh no,
God,
Timmy's
so
gone.
young.
Yeah, it was a bit too soon. For round number 14, regardless, they're gonna clear out Bend with the nano swarms. Just cleared out, but not enough. Immediately gonna be pivoting toward B. It seems like Mommy's Kitten can't really figure out where exactly they want to go here, C or B. Just so hard to break into these defenses. Sawamura this time around will be playing on top of the B side. Rin, not too sure what happened there. And now it's a massacre onto the side. Samfire's enough for 1, but that's it. Rin, a lot of questions will be asked, but we'll close our eyes.
I didn't see anything.
No,
I thought
neither
they
did
played
I.
that perfectly. And,
That was beautiful.
I can't wait to see their go round.
I wish I could hear their comms.
I mean,
Yeah, the player
look,
reactions would be great.
To be honest, they got in there and they broke some armor and they got a kill with classics. This buy on the bonus here for Aura Differential. Looking all right. You know, we got a couple different weaponries. Starry Bun's going to even force up. Looks like it's going to be A main control. KJ and Viper left on C to hold things down. Big fight over Rubble to start things off here, and it's dominated early on by Aura Differential. You can see Mummy's Kittens, they're just going to call the pivot, but it's difficult to force things into this C site, into a KJ and a Viper.
Oh man, sprays come through. 5. Chunk down the 80 HP. Ooh, they do break the util, but don't know if they are aware if Tess is that side. Oh! Very smart judge play, hiding behind TV the turret. That is disgusting. Tess, good on you for playing that round like that. And that means a cut of noise now for at least the members of Mommy's Kittens.
Yep. Couldn't bust past the orb, past the judge setup. Very difficult. You got to hit the perfect timing and bait out a lot of util to be able to actually break through a Viper KJ setup. So didn't quite approach that the way that they would have wanted. Now a 2-player disadvantage. If they pivot back over onto Rubble's side, Starry is up on this line. There'll be util pressure here from Sapphire. But the other 2 players walking back to A here.
30 seconds
Just
left.
trying to buy some time, get some noise, but it's only one
that's
person
big.
holding. That's huge. Starbun out. No more smokes at the very least unless you can't buy for that. Now, Sapphire, good spray onto 1, but Graves will answer back. Quickly going to be rotating over to the A site. Plant, no problem come through, but it is a 3 versus 2. Still very, very doable for them. Elfie quickly repositioning themselves. Setups, put down. They're just trying to really figure out where exactly their executes are going to be. They're going to play 3 towards stairs. And the turret just fight things through. They are aware that it's going to be coming towards stairs. Roomba, there's one out. Elfie, still holding. Beautifully played, finds 5. Numbers dwindling. And equalized as well. They do break the utility. The tap to come out. A quick spray, swing. 1 goes down. Sawamura and Graham's 1 each. A nice retake. 3 versus 2. A clean round. And now 11-4.
Yeah, almost threw that one in the bin after going up 5-on-3. Starry Bun just caught in the open with the smoke in hand. I think she knows that she done goofed that round, but they're still able to put the pieces back together. And that's Aura Differential, a dominant attacking side half, and then winning the bonus as well. They are on track to dominate Lotus here. Unless Mummy's
Not so smart though. Look at that play by Tess, like putting the turret there and hiding behind it. Like they checked and they're like, oh, it's just a turret, but they didn't know Tess was there with the judge. That was genius.
It was, but they did leave my boy Timmy high and dry, which is pretty.
Sacrifices have to be made, dude.
Okay. 1-4. Looks like Mummy's Kitten straight into C here, Tash.
Yeah, straight on to C this time. You can see that they're still holding on. There is one judge buy onto Rin. She's able to get that perfect satchel inside. This could be massive. Regardless, this is a very pivotal round. They need to try and get at least a win here. They want to get a match point to our differential. Nades cleared already. Sawamura holding a good tap. And then 1 goes down. 5 answering back finds Elfie as well. Now, it's only Envious there. Beautifully done. ADS play. There's a bend 1 more time. 5 despite being only 30 HP. She's done a lot of work holding down this A side.
Yeah, they were trying to hit the lurk timing from the chamber, and 5 shuts that down. Trying to throw the lurk smoke onto C, create a lot of pressure to pull the rotations across. Now Mummy's Kittens, they've been given the A site for free, but in a 5-on-2, I don't think you're winning this post plan unless someone goes absolutely massive.
Hero plays. I mean, that's been a lot of the theme on the substream yesterday, especially for Aura Differential.
30 seconds left.
Do get the plant. Rin, now granted an upgrade from that judge, so it does allow her to play a little bit more of those long-range fights. Needs to come out as well, Piguto on the backside. Now they're doing a 3-1 split. It's gonna be very, very tough to go up against this 5-man area. Clears out, drop. 5 eating up a little bit of damage to do pop both of the utility. Now it's gonna be a lot harder to play a little bit more safe. Double swing to come through, straight into the smokes. The defuse come out of taps as well. Straight into the crosshairs. But what can you do when 3 people are peeking you? Match point, gonna go toward Aura.
Yeah, it's playing it perfectly, even smoking the bomb instead of tree and fighting in front of it. You know, you smoke tree, you give the post-plant defense a chance to actually play
Match
in
point.
tree and spam on some angles, but if you smoke the bomb, play in front of it. definitely a little harder to close that post plant. I'm loving everything that Aura Differential is doing right now. They're looking like a much better team here on Lotus. I don't know. I think for Mummy's Kittens, you know, this map is already kind of going by the wayside. I think it's a case of trying to get themselves warmed up for Sunset and show us a little bit of something on that map, because this map is definitely not going the way they would have wanted. So really, I think it's about trying to regain some momentum. It takes some A control early on. DC thrown out towards Rubble side. There's the smoke. Just to be able to give them access to a main and a door. Will they kick off this A exit though? That's the question. Yeah, they will. Thresh goes in.
Here we go, the satchel come through. Rin moving very quickly with the Thresh. I don't think they even saw a single person quite yet. Needs to clear out the backside. A jump peek from Graves as well. Here's a Trailblazer. Spots Rin out. The room about to clear out. Flash to come through as well. So at least now a quick reposition as well. Higuruto all decayed all the way down. Sawamura okay, giving a lot of respect to the members of Kittens. Now, holding down the line. Paranoia to come through. A reposition as well. Sawamura spots one out quick to find Rin. No value quite yet. They've already lost one. Higuruto's way too low. At least they do get the plants onto the B side. Elfie, quick clear onto one, Starbun for two. Beautiful spray transfer come up. Higuruto still holding with that Bulldog 3 rounds in a row. Does get granted with a beautiful rifle at the very least. Sawamura takes out in the end. And now, I think that will be it. 13-4 in the favor of Aura Differential and Mommy's Kittens, unable to find the answer to these very aggressive Aura babes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the attacking side was fantastic from Aura Differential, and then straight onto defense. They had great reads. They were playing the comp very well. Felt like Mummy's Kittens, with the comp that they were bringing, I mean, didn't really get a lot of value out of the initiating util on the Gecko. Felt like they were trying to pressure and force their way into some of these sites and then late rotate without even really very much, you know, space on the lurk timing. Didn't really feel like we got a lot out of their attacking side of Lotus, but maybe that's just not a map that they've had a lot of chances to get comfortable on, and hopefully they're going to show us a better look over on Sunset, because obviously they are the team that came through from that upper bracket and got knocked down here. So let's see what they've got.
Oh, I guess you're not going.
Well, hello and hello. Map 1 is wrapped. 13-4 went the way of Aura Differential, and I just think they came in so well prepared. They kind of knew the weaknesses of Mommy's Kittens comp, and they really kind of worked their way into it, and they exploited their comps to the fullest.
Yeah, I mean, both ways, right? Aura Differential, they looked really comfortable with their own team comp, and they clearly had a battle plan. Like on that attacking side, you know, we talked about how dominant they looked and how they were constantly putting pressure on that chamber, because the chamber was always like that isolated pick they could find. But also on this defensive side, you could really continue, you could continue seeing their level of planning. Like Tash pointed out that round where they made that little microplay with the judge that found so much value to convert that bonus, or just in terms of positioning and rotations, right? They always seem to be one step ahead of their opponents, and I think that MKS, they really struggled, like Pilsky said, to make their agent comp work for them. Like I heard Pilsky losing his mind in the middle about a Gecko lurking, and honestly, Pilsky, I feel the same.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scores a little bit and talk a little bit more. I don't think we can blame Rin for, you know, at least the game on the Lotus though, because in their comp, there's, you know, no one to set her up for success. And as you mentioned, it was just Aura Differential taking better angles and, you know, staying a step ahead to make sure that they shut Rin down.
Yeah, but I think they were really good at doing that, exactly, like shutting Rin down. I think that Rin, in terms of taking space, just wasn't able to do too much. And also, like, the way they were playing or on that defensive side, they were very retake focused and very heavy on that. So they were happy to sacrifice a little bit of that side control and opt to just find positioning instead and go in for that united retake. And you could see that it really worked for them, because so many times these flood retakes or those kind of plays, it just completely took MKS off guard, like in a lot of those rounds.
And especially just overall on this second half, I just feel like, with Chamber and the Killjoy, they really have to push out, be more proactive, especially with the Gecko as the solo initiator. And I think just our differential did a great job at punishing those as well. And now we take a look at how the econs were. Mommy's Kittens lost all the pistols, I see, and things weren't really looking great for them at all.
Yeah, I mean, throughout you can see like that rough economic cycle, like eco save, save buy. So not really very easy to come back from that. And of course, Aura on the other side, very, very comfortable. They build up that initial lead, they keep it forward, they lose a couple of rounds in the middle, yes, but you can see that they never really struggled in terms of money in this game. They always just seem to have another buy in their pocket, and even that bonus round, right? They had a pretty substantial bonus. They had like a couple of Guardians, they had that Judge in particular. So I think Aura were very good at not only managing in a lot of factors. They were able to find those first opening kills crucially. They were able to maintain that map control. And if you look at a lot of these kills, you can see that the fights, they're usually during that retake on that site. They were very, very heavy. There was a very heavy focus towards both A and C site in particular. And I think that for Aura, that really worked out because that was where their opponents were going as well. So they just completely stalled the push.
Good point over there. I just don't know how MK will be feeling right now. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it definitely sucks to lose this bad. Like, 13-4 is not a very pretty scoreline, no matter how you want to spin it. But the one consoling factor that they have is that this wasn't their map pick. This was their opponent's pick. A map that historically they've done well on as well, despite their loss to Zinto yesterday. So I think that they can, if they can reset before that sunset, head into it with a bit of a fresh mind, try to really make the strategies that they put together work in their favor. I think it'll be a little bit better for them to reset, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to do that because they struggled yesterday to do that.
Yeah, true. But Sawamura, on the other hand, with Groms, still crisp. I'm just awed at watching them aim, though.
Yeah, I mean, Sawamura has always been like this very precise aimer. I think last year they were mostly playing on that Jet, so it's nice to see the race come out a little bit more, and they definitely got back to the grinding, man. Like, I think Sawamura, you've seen some of the Guardian shots that she's been hitting in both this matchup as well as I think throughout this qualifier, her stats have been pretty consistent. So I'm happy that this is the year that Sawamura is able to make their resurgence to come in, and if they can continue putting up these kind of numbers, getting like these opening picks, it's gonna be huge for our differential for sure.
And we have our MVP for the first map. It's Groms, of course, putting up huge numbers as well.
43,
look at that headshot percentage.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I was like, 43? Excuse me? What kind of aim lab routines do you have, girl? You gotta drop it in the chat. But like, seriously, 43 headshot percentage, almost to 300 ACS, and this is on the Sky. You know, they usually you expect to see this coming out of like that Chamber or your race player or the Jet, but no, it's just the Sky. Graham's casually playing like, yeah, I might be playing Sky, but you know, I'm definitely entering or doing everything else I gotta do. Almost a 5 KDA. What?
I have never seen that number in my ranked record, to be honest. But yeah, a lot of firepower coming from our differential as well. They're pretty warmed up going into our second map, which will be Sunset. As you said, though, MK really need to kind of rearrange their mentality a little bit. Hopefully they can do that there. But for now, we have to take a little break, right?
I think
tiny
so.
break.
Just
A
a bit.
tiny break. So we're gonna head into break, but we'll see you soon. back, everybody. Jen Lee here with Zach, with our differential taking the first map 13-4. Now, Mommy's Kittens map pick coming up next, which is Sunset, something you are super excited to see. So, what are you expecting from this map, Zach?
Honestly, I expect a lot out of Mommy's Kittens if they expect to stay in this particular bracket here, because that first map, it was a banger, but mainly for our differential. I think Mommy's Kitten, we pointed out like why they were struggling and the aspects into which they were struggling, and they're gonna have to fix a lot of these problems before we head over to that Sunset. They have played this map once before. They have won it in a pretty convincing fashion, 13-5 in that group stage, and unfortunately no Neon here, but they do have a pretty interesting team comp with them running a KO and a Gecko together. Usually, you know, you do see teams going in for that double initiator or the double controller, but I think in particular, I do hope that they keep that Gecko away from the lurk and more in a team play position, because I think that they really struggle with that on Lotus.
Especially, we're going to see a lot of flashes, and that Gecko will be, you know, he's going to be needed to throw those flashes with the rest of the teammates. But I don't know, like, speaking of the lurk, I just kind of wonder what their game plan was.
I mean,
theory crafting for 30 seconds, yeah.
I was trying to think worlds where you would have a Gecko lurk for some reason, and I mean, maybe in terms of positioning, like, okay, they were already hanging around there, you want to default a little bit, cool, and everybody just died. But outside of that, I don't know about it. Okay, maybe I don't have the capacity to read the strats here, but I don't know, Gecko lurking just doesn't seem to be a good idea. But, you know, enough of me griping about the Gecko. I think that for Sunset, like we did mention that this is their map pick. This is Mommy's Kittens map pick. We talked a little bit about the comp that they like to run, and I was pulling up the figures for Aura as well on the opposite side. This is a map that they've played as well during that group stage, and I think that they also like to favor Raze as their solo duelist and Cypher as a solo sentinel, which you tend to see traditionally on this map. But there's a little bit more variance in their comp, because again, this is a team that likes to favor that double controller, in particular that Viper and that Omen. So I'm gonna be curious if they're gonna be repeating that. They also have a little bit of change up in terms of their initiators. Sometimes they use a Sova, sometimes they use a Gecko. And personally, I really like the Sova pick, because I know he's a niche pick for this map, but just having those shock darts available to take care of those pesky tripwires on that B side, it's free entry after that point.
And I feel like there's going to be a lot of things you can do with the Sova ult, or maybe with the skill combos on our differential side. We're going to have to see in the agent select if that's going to be the case. Do you think it's going to be 3 maps today?
If Mommy's
That's my
Kittens,
question.
I can confirm this after we see the first half, but I think if Mommy's Kittens don't get their stuff together, I think we are likely seeing another 2-0, like similar to yesterday's games. I think that momentum is definitely a factor that cannot be understated enough, and Aura, not only are they coming after a blistering 2-0 win, they're also coming off of a very dominant map 1 win. And Sunset is a map where that momentum pretty most of the time tends to translate, especially if you are on that attacking side, because there's just so many rounds that you can string together. And I think Aura in particular is a team that seems to thrive on that momentum. So I think Mommy's Kittens, they're gonna have to start out strong. They're gonna have to start out with a very good lead, because I think otherwise Aura, there's a risk of it being the same fate as map number 1. But what do you think, Jen? What do you think Sunset has the potential to bring to the table? Or what would you like to see? Correction.
I would like to see MK kind of building economy and kind of keeping it in check. I think that might be important, because we saw what Elfie can do on the operator, and maybe having that on Sunset consistently would be, you know, it's going to be a big leg up for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it made me really sad that we weren't able to like really see Elfie pull out that operator too much, because when you are running that double sentinel, right, with one of them being a chamber, you expect that to be the case here. But unfortunately, like you said, the economy cycle, we could see it in that map as well. It was just a very slippery slope throughout for MKS, and I think that especially when so many of these rounds turn into like a war of attrition, with even when you win you have like 1 player left standing, it's just not gonna help you much in the long run. And I think that was a major factor as well in the previous map.
I just feel like maybe if they're more coordinated, and maybe if they're meticulous about which fights they take, and, you know, try to read their opponents, figure them out before making a move, it's going to help them a lot on Sunset. But we'll have to see. I just keep
Yeah.
saying that because I truly, just genuinely do not know what to expect for Sunset.
Yeah, I mean it's always a map that's exciting to watch because there's so many like innovation around it in terms of like the duelist people use. Like I've seen Yorus, I've seen Neons. Still haven't seen an ISO. I don't think people have sunk to that level of creative
Maybe.
desperation
Yeah.
yet. Yet. I said yet. So you know
Yet?
you might
Okay.
see it someday, and somebody might prove me wrong and maybe like prove that ISO is actually a relevant pick in today's meta. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That's a day that's very unlikely, very far away in the future. I'm not gonna think about it and freak myself out right now. But you know, we talked about the Asian comps a little bit. I think that for Sunset in particular, Cypher is that mainstay. I'm gonna be excited
Yeah.
to see what initiators these teams will be picking up and if Aura continues to go for that double controller. But you know, looking over from that last map, one thing that really I liked was the positioning that Staribun was holding a lot of times. Not as an anchor, like I think as an anchor she was caught out of position a few times, but I think in terms of on attack, like in terms of the map control, in terms of the lurks that timings that she was able to consistently find, I really like what we were seeing out of Aura, and I hope that we can continue to see that coming out on map number 2 here. But moment of truth, let's see if all of our Asian comp speculations prove to come to fruition. And Mommy's Kitten have already said, no, Zach, you're wrong. We have double initiators, one of them being a breach. I like that.
Yeah, me too. On our differential side, double duelist, of course. Samura on that raise again, and Grom's on the raise with Cypher on both teams. So maybe they took your advice.
I mean,
little
Cypher
bit.
is expected, I guess, just because of how strong his tripwire is on that B side. Like that thing is almost impossible to break unless you have unless you're gonna be investing like your pain shells inside, which is why I like to see that solo pick on a lot of teams. But I think yeah, Cypher kind of a mainstay on this map. Omen expected, lets you play around with the elevation. If you're feeling spicy like Paper X and you have a Sage, you can even get one of those Grim Walls up and cause PTSD to your opponents for the rest of their life while they play this map. But that's it. I mean, our differential double duelist pick, Graham's was great that map, and if there's ever a player you want on that raid, that's probably somebody who can put up a 400 ACS on Sky.
Yes. And for me, Samfire on the breach, that's kind of exciting for me. What about you?
I mean, I like the breach personally. I don't think he's found as much of a niche on Sunset. You do see some teams running it, and I think that he can be really good to set up your race player in particular. So I'm hoping that it's gonna be a little bit of additional I would say utility that you really need to find value early on here. And Samfire does have experience playing the race before. I'm just hoping that they can find some kind of coordination between this Gecko and this breach put together, because I think on last map that was the biggest problem. They really couldn't find that synergy between the initiator and the duelist. So hopefully on Sunset, their map pick, they look a little bit more at home.
Right, so we'll have to see how it all shakes out. I'm gonna toss it over to our casters to take us through Sunset.
Thank you very much, hosts and analysts. Now, this is going to be very interesting. I was told by Tess, this is a very, very interesting thing. Number one, today, who's calling is not Fi, but instead, it's Staribun doing the calling today. And number two, for this comp in Sunset, Tess has just mentioned to me that this is a very last-minute made comp. They literally just made it up during Agent Select. What's your thoughts?
Both of the teams are doing that because they both played a completely different comp 6 days ago. So this game's going to be spaghetti, which is fine. You know, these things happen. It's really going to come down to a lot more how the teams can be adaptable, and that's really the beauty of a game like Valorant, right? And I know this all too well. I can watch 3 VODs of a team playing a map, and then we load into Agent Select, and I can throw all of that prep in the bin. So that's how it goes.
So that's your experience as a coach, right? Like you can figure out all these things just by a glance at everything.
No, I'm saying you can watch as many VODs as you want, but sometimes you hit the agent select screen. You pick your agents, and then you go getting everyone hyped up. You're saying, "Hey guys, this is what they do. This is what we're expecting." You give them a little prep. And then you load into the loading screen, and the other team has a completely different
I get what you're
comp,
saying.
and you can light all of your research, all of your prep on fire, and that's where you have to be adaptable, and you have to be able to, when you go into the game, come up with creative solutions and really rely on the calling and the players to be able to figure things out.
Honestly, if they do well, if this is a last minute comp that they've done and they do well, it really shows the adaptability of the team. and also how much trust they have on each other to be able to do this so last minute. Now, what do you think of Mommy's Kittens, comp with
I
with
think
the Breach?
I mean, I like their comp better. Breach is something that used to be a lot more popular. I think it's really going to come down, at least in this half, for Aura Differential. Their duelists have got to take duels and space to Reina as well. It's going to be a quick mid to B split to kick things off, though. It looks like Sawamura just going to dive towards backside, and they're going to try to hold on there until the rotates come in here, Tash.
That's right, and immediately just trying to break all that utility, but Sawamura is a little bit faster. No trips broken, but only hits popped. And Envious does find one for herself, but she can't do more than that. Only losing one. Aura Differential playing this map very strong.
Yeah, really, really nice hold there. Cypher just tucking into backside, something that's very popular at the moment, and having someone there with the Cypher to help her, and then the rotate coming in from the rest of the team. Really good supportive smokes from the Omen, the Raise nade as well, and just flooding before the plant even goes down. Really, really nice protocols there from Aura Differential. And it's going to be up to Mummy's Kittens now to just go onto the eco into the first gun round and see what they're going to be able to put together. I think for their game plan, it's going to be a lot more about set util and trying to shut down these duelists from taking duels in the early to mid round. Use the Breach and Gecko util to bully those duelists off the info lines and then go from there.
I think it's great because Sawamura and Graham's have been so massive when it comes to this first contact sort of plays. They like to peak early and they have so much escape. Graham's with the dismiss, Sawamura with the satchels.
Yeah.
But this time around, they haven't been moving at all so very early and immediately initiate straight into the area of market. A flash to come through, but no movement quite yet as they wait for the rest of the teams to reconvene. Sawamura making sure no one coming in from flank quite yet. They do get this plant for round number 2, but they do have the better guns. Sawamura with a tap, Samfire out of the game. Now, clear out the smokes. The paint shell will come through. Let us manage to find one more. Envious. A quick reposition with the satchel. And Pigruto, last one standing, rushes for her life. Does not want to give her life for an alt orb.
Yeah, don't want to survive after time either, though. Death's going to be given that one, and it's a very clean anti-eco for Aura Differential. I think Mummy's Kittens not too unhappy with that. They obviously do get the plant, which will help with their money as well, building up the alt economy. So, pretty happy from both teams. And we'll head into the first gun round now. See what Mummy's Kittens have got for us. This is obviously their map pick, but they haven't really had a lot of reps in officials. They've only played this one in the Swiss stage. Actually, Aura Differential, I think, has played this map a little more. I'll double check, fact check that. Yeah, they played it twice, and one of those was to get Sipto, so that's a pretty big test as well.
Yeah. It does come down to what you manage to learn from these losses. You do immediately close the door.
Oh, she's
want to let a
trapped.
crossfire come through, but I'm not sure if that was intentional or not.
She wanted out. She said
She
no,
wanted
no,
out?
no.
Oh man, she was probably yelling, no, no, no! But looks like she's gonna be on alert for the other end. Immediately the cage, to give them a little bit of space to get inside. Flash to come out. Graham's chunked out on one end, but it is gonna be a trade from Starbuns with that Stinger. Stinger doing a lot of work in this particular round. Samfire as well as a teammate now down and out. Tess still holding behind this box. They do hear the wingman to go forward. Pigruto taps out. Tess down. 2 versus 3. The Bulldog as well as the Guardian. Guardian can do a lot of damage if handled very well, but you do need to get those angles right. Sawamura repositioning. I think they do spot out or hurt her footsteps. But they're so distracted on one side. Not enough for 1. Pigruto already for 3. 5. All alone here.
Cage triggered.
I think they're still looking at the site itself. Goes out. Good for 1, but no more than that. But it is a very costly round for Kittens.
Yeah, drop 3 guns. So not too bad of a bonus there for Aura Differential as they head into their first gun round here. And this is what you're going to be seeing a lot of, I think. Just the Reina contesting a line, helped out with someone who has supportive utility.
They found my wire.
Things like the elbow fight, fighting for market, maybe late mid rounds, trying to aggress mid from the defense is what I am expecting. Cypher Ult's online here for Mummy's Kittens, and here we go into a swing round. Whoever drops this round there will have their money broken. Once again, dark covers exchanged, deep towards A for the defense, and on towards top mid here for Mummy's Kittens.
Very aggressive mid-take from Mommy's Kittens, and I think this has been read very well from the members of our differential. 5, huge. Just plays off that information. Neural Theft to come through, gives them all the information they need on where exactly they'll be rotating. It's gonna be toward A. A quick push through to come out. All the utility all broken. Grams hasn't moved despite the fact that she was actually flash. Repositions, not good for 2. 5 alone. Good lurk, honestly. Can go for the crunch. Sorry about playing out of his smoke. Good for 1, good for 2! Beautifully played in this corner. Tess goes for 1 as well. What a round for Aura Differential, only losing 1.
Yeah, they've broken the money in Mummy's Kittens, and once again are kind of dominating this series regardless of the map. Good stuff from Fight, holding down the B site after the pressure on mid in the last round, just adapting to that Omen, running up pretty much just solo trying to contest market. Definitely not something that you see too often. And I think Aura Differential, I mean, looking at this comp change, it's just them playing to their strengths. This is how they play Breeze as well with the double duelist. Same thing on Vine with Graham's on the Yoru. So it really just is a identity thing, a comfort thing.
Careful here. Did they see her?
No, it's a contact up A. I know Tess is there.
Flash. I don't think she knows. Oh, still gets 2! How did she do that? Beautiful first contact from Tess. I was so sure she was gonna go down. Regardless, look at mid-side Spike. All the way there, and the Cypher's all the way in the back side.
Yeah, full A control here for Aura Differential. Like Mummy's Kittens, they feel that market is pretty open once again. They've seen that Cypher camp a couple of times. Trip's going to keep them at arm's length for now, but look at this B main control.
Look at that, Pigruto. Five's Pigruto, not getting any value from that, now envious. With Elfie, last 2 people standing. Going all the way up to it, Boba does not realize there's still 1 more crunching him from top mid. Envious was aware, good enough. Sorry button, tapped out. Gonna be granted an upgrade, a Vandal in hand. They do get the plant, but I think they're just trying to go for 1 person saving and perhaps 1 for a save. Get a pickup, a flash onto one end. Spots no one. 5. Just gonna be suspecting this area of Boba. Saomura, a cage as well. Satcheling up forward. Graham's so quick on that. Envious now all alone. Good for 2. Tap, tap, tap. She goes, but can't do more than that as 5 swings in. And Aura Differential get another one.
Yep, up to 4 now. Some pressure put on the economy of Aura Differential though by Mummy's Kittens. Potentially putting themselves in a position where they can have a reset round later on. They probably need 2 good gun rounds back to back, and they can actually break this defense economy and try to get back into this half. Very fortunate for Tess, that could have been disastrous, losing this guy's life early on. But Mummy's Kittens, I think they're starting to understand how they can maneuver the mid round. The A contest is the same, and the Cypher setup pretty much the same every time from Aura Differential. This time, Trip being led towards the A site. Looks like Mummy's Kittens want to wrestle control of A off of Aura Differential here early on. Crashes up, and it's going to get sent in straight away.
And so does Rin, but she does get blinded, but doesn't matter. Grams goes down. Rin, quick on that, but 8 HP left. Not a lot to work with right now. Tess already on the side. Quick for 2! What a spray! Not sure if that was intentional, but good pick. They do get a lot of info from the Seekers. Tess, a beautiful hold on the side, good for 4. And we've seen it happen yesterday. Tess holding down the side, and Tess can do it today.
Yeah, and with 4 alive, I mean, I just don't see Mummy's Kittens getting any more competitive. A attempt there completely shut down, although they got a nice little entry off the backside of that. Oh my god, the fault line. That was a really, really nice little raw adjustment there from Tess. Double headshot on the Vandal. 4K just dancing around Generator there with the trips for safety. 9-1 from Tess. I mean, we saw her on the B stream yesterday being a bit of an animal as well, so I'm not too surprised to see such sharp gameplay from her. And I like low-key kind of feeling like, although Aura Differential have started in the lower bracket, they're looking like a real dangerous team here in SCA Game Changers. Here's the tack timeout for Mummy's Kittens.
I mean, are you surprised about Aura Differential?
I'm not surprised about it.
I mean, like it is from the lower brackets, but the amount of experience they've gotten is insane from
that's
before,
the thing.
right?
It's like that's the thing. The format. If you look at the format and you actually pick apart the Swiss of how the group stage went, there's really not actually a whole lot between the teams who came like top 8 and some of the teams who came like top 16. Like
Right.
we're talking about a difference of a few rounds or like a map here or there.
Yes.
Like, there might even be some really strong SEA Game Changers teams who didn't make the top 8.
They
like,
didn't.
Dangerous,
Like, for
Dangerous
fun.
Rose, for
They
example.
just rose for fun.
Yeah. Dangerous
So-
Rose, for example, they got a forfeit win and they made the top 8. So like the Swiss stage doesn't necessarily tell you who the best teams are going to be, and that's what the playoffs are all about. And right now, I'm feeling like Aura Differential looking pretty damn scary.
They do look scary. They sound scary. The calling today from Starrybun is on point. Yesterday, Fi was doing the calling. I can't really tell the difference, honestly, but both callers are really good. Bigruto finds that trip, immediately takes it out. Rin already blinded. Beauty set up and saves Sawamura 3. And then perfectly communicated Spy. Good for one more. Final man left standing. 5 for 2. Another quick round for our differential. At this moment, I mean, there was a question I asked earlier, right, of Pilski, about the loss that Mommy's Kittens had yesterday against Zipto. Can they bring it back? And do you think this is just a matter of bad calling, or is their mental all out?
Enemy remaining.
I couldn't necessarily say from not having seen their game before if they're, having a bad day in terms of calling or choking up a little bit with the pressures on. But at the moment, I mean, from what I'm seeing in the server, really just feels like a bit of a team diff today. Or a differential playing a much better game. I'm liking the way they're playing their macro. They're looking sharper. They're looking more well put together. They're playing off of each other better. So, looking like the better team. And that's where Mummy's Kittens, I mean, we're talking about lower bracket here. They're already down a map. If they don't step up soon on their map pick, this game is going to be Dunsky. Showstopper here for Rin. Could help them get into one of these rounds. Pressure again on market, completely given up by Aura Differential. They're going to route back towards mid. In the meanwhile, look at Aura Differential. They push all the way through A, but Pigruto has caught that.
Yeah, very, very interesting tight take coming in from top mid this time around. And it's different. And the time around, Aura Differential was not expecting this, but Starrybun equalizes at least, finds one of her own. Grahams with that op coming forward, Envious. Already anticipating 2 at least coming in from this side. Gets distracted by 1, but then it out! Starrybun playing this to perfection. Using her teammate as a distraction to go in for that trade. Rin alone. Could timing be on her side is the question. She does have the spike. No one knows exactly where she is. She might be able to go for a save at the very least. Economy not in the best situations. But that's not happening.
4K from spawn side from Starrybun was absolutely massive there. And Mummy's Kittens just looking a little dejected. Not really any momentum going for them, even though they're able to actually catch the... They're able to catch the A push there on the Cypher and insta-ult. They're still not able to make the correct mid-round call to be able to win that. So that's pretty worrying, has to be said. They did swap the breach in for the KO, and it really doesn't look like that change is doing them any favors. Back onto the half buy here. They got the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder. Those could be big to be able to actually get them an exit going. And here's the mid control from Aura Differential, just fighting over on tile side. Tess only going 1-for-1, and Grant's diving down mid with the operator.
Down mid.
That shot from Envious, what a good trade! A jump through, come out, Sakura does get 1 with the Showstopper. Immediately, fades out, clean round. Good read, honestly, from Aura Differential, understanding that this is going to be the eco, and they are going to be going aggressively mid, and they want to oppress them on the mid side themselves. But what a shot from Envious, though.
Yeah, good sheriff work there from the side of Mummy's Kittens. They almost put the pieces together, but reactive Showstopper gets the round done. And the big tile side from Aura Differential doing them a lot of favors. Pretty aggressive anti-eco round, but I guess they're fighting together into mid. Worked out for them. Again, it's going to be the A take straight in with the Showstopper here, Tash.
Yep, Showstopper straight in. Rin, unable to see anything, no information. Tess from one end, not able to trade that out. But she's doing a lot of work. They line up for her. Rin, pain shells over to Ali, just to buy a little bit of time. Also, clearing out so much space from Envious. I think she might have heard the footsteps coming in from one end. Samfire and her ready for that double swing if need be. Lance already down. Immediately, good for one, playing his angles very well. Her and Graham's doing wonders, but Rin this round goes big.
That's just what they need to do more of, like especially with the Rolling Thunder or the Showstopper online. Like they just need to execute the site. They've looked pretty lost going for this mid control and pressuring market and deciding what they want to do in the mid round. I really think they need to kind of, I mean, that's just unfortunate. Literally ran into the spray control there, but still a big round from Rin on the raise. 4K doubles up the rounds for Mummy's Kittens. Do have the Rolling Thunder still online. It does seem like they want to kick off another A execute. It's a bit of a safer setup this time from Aura Differential though. Raze right up the back, playing retake from spawn side. Smoke on elbow. They're just sitting all the way back here, Aura Differential.
This is a very explosive take from Mommy's Kittens, and this is exactly what they need, as you mentioned earlier. Rolling Thunder to come through as well, clears out all the site, and they have no choice to take. But this retakes Tess, caught out all alone, but does get answered back. Starry Bun, huge for that. They do get the plant. The other members of Aura Differential have to buy time. They have to wait. One coming in from flank and one coming in from mid. They have not too much time. You hear the Empress popped out as well. Have time, just set up for this post plant, but that neural theft will break every single preparation they've done. Sorry, Bun. Prepping the paranoia. Graham spots one out. Quickly. A smoke to come through. Envious and Sapphire. Great crossfire. Sawamura at least will answer back. Still 2-on-2. A game of threads in this particular round. They get the defuse, but here comes the Thrash. Thrash comes out, catches Starbun alive. All alone, and Sawamura caught out. That will be the end. 2 in a row from Mommy's Kittens, and they still stay alive for another round.
Yeah, hey, execute works out again for them. Just chaining those big impact ults back to back. Rolling Thunder opens up the round, and Thrash is going to close it down. Really, really well worked there. Tess getting caught out in the open from the Rolling Thunder. Despite 2 players playing those retake positions on the box, I think they needed to just trust those spots to be able to find picks and then organize themselves a little better on the retake. Didn't really use the paranoia on that retake very well either, or a differential. Gave Mummy's Kittens a few too many chances to take duels dancing around Gen and default. There's the fault line towards the B side. Looks like they want to speed up and try to hit this side early on. Once again, just playing execute heavy here.
Rin just waiting. The Roomba not getting them any information. Like it or not, they're gonna have to expend at least another utility, and they have to go in a little bit more explosively. They've been doing this few rounds in a row, and this time around, look at where Aura Differential's members are. They're already hovering toward B side, but having Sawamura play alone, hovering toward A. So at least if someone comes toward mid or toward A, they can go for like quick rotations. And they're being very patient this time around.
Yeah, you can see that's making Aura Differential a little nervous. Going to go and re-clear mid now. And this is where the contact comes in. Rin cops a headshot, but they're still not committing to the execute just yet.
Yeah, fire repositions on the backside as well. 44 seconds to go. Time ticking not on their side. You can hear the pings. They are going to go for that B side. Graham's with that flank. Goes huge. And I believe Rin has no choice but to execute onto site. Tess finds Rin. Eliminates it out of sight. All that space now gone. LP does good for 1, but 5 and Samfire trade each other out. And veers for 1 and tries to make a little bit more damage. Samfire all alone. Graham jumps out. How did she turn so quickly? So cute on that. So fast on that from Sawamura as well. Massive. 9-3 half is what we're seeing. Curse activate question mark. Bilski.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about the curse, but maybe the panel has something to say about that.
Well, first half on Sunset, dominant series. I mean, dominant string of rounds from our differential until Mommy's Kittens found the response.
Yeah, it took them a lot of ultimates. It took them like a bit of team play to find their footing together. But yeah, like you mentioned, towards the end of that first half, they were able. Okay, never mind. Sorry, a little bit of a tech check there, but yeah, like I was saying, I think that they were able to really use those ultimates to snowball it together and get a couple of rounds. But that said, throughout this half, I think Aura were the ones in control, Jen.
Yeah, of course, especially with Tess just popping off, doing everything by herself with the help of Starryban. Of course, her paranoia just in the right places at the right time, making, everyone's life easier. Sawamura and Tess just, having an easier time to farm up those kills.
Yeah, and Graham as well. It was a little bit of a quieter game, but I think so many of those times it was that 1-2 punch combination between Sawamura and Graham to really come through and find those openings to make those retakes work out. Tess, like you mentioned, walking human highlight reel, just solo anchor of the B side. They should build a statue to her on that particular site, the kind of place that she was coming up with. But yeah, 9-3, our casters did ask if you believe in a curse. So Jen, do you believe in a curse?
I was gonna say, I don't know. I might say I do, but that's for our casters to guide us through the way. So casters, take it away.
So Jen says she doesn't know if she believes in curses. And then you have Pilsky, who says, I don't know about curses, but I know about stats. I don't know. Have you ever tried to, to search up whether or not this 9-3 curse exists? Do I have stats on how many teams have come back from a 9-3?
I don't know, Tash, but I will tell you that I know what it feels like to be in the lower bracket of a tournament and be getting absolutely smashed. And it's not a good feeling, and you usually don't end up winning after that. But when you do, it's something special. So let's see if Mummy's Kittens can pull off something special here.
We want to see that lower bracket run happening. We saw that in Madrid. We saw that in Challengers, Malaysia, Singapore. Hopefully can see more. Sorry, Tess already planting. It's a really easy execute onto an A site. Retakes is what Mommy's Kittens want to be able to do. Immediately they try to go for that breach, the breach utility come out. Sawamura, good for that, at least on to one for Rin. Sapphire trades out Sawamura for 3, in fact. But did she just try to knife Sawamura? Hello.
She got a right click off. She literally just ran at her and got a right click off to the face, and then the teammate finished it off.
You're not being toxic today, dog.
I mean, yeah, look, at the end of the day, she's out of bullets, so that's the play.
That's true.
Honestly,
That's honestly the play. Yeah. I mean, like sometimes, I would interview a player and I'd say, what made you want to knife that round? And they'll just say, I ran out of bullets. And I'm like, yeah, but the community doesn't seem to understand that, huh?
So much disrespect being interpreted as look, or a differential now. Once again, looking like they just want to kick off the B execute straight into the anti-eco.
Oh. There we go. Samfire good for 1-5. Taking out so very quickly. Sawamura, that one way is just doing wonders for Mommy Kittens right now. They managed to get 2 out of it. On top of that, Grahams slowly makes her way onto the site, playing on the smokes. Sawamura to peek out. It will be very dangerous, but it's not expecting this aggression to come through, especially on eco route. Bigruto here. Just a classic in hand, but you can play these corners very well. A right click can prove to be very deadly. You hear the Dizzy to come through. A flash as well. An anti-flash was already set up here. Elfie does go down and so does Tess, but they don't really decide to see there is a pin from above to come through. Both jumping up and down, trying to get those picks. Sapphire does go down, and so does Tess. Elise gets one more. Tess clean up the round, but a very costly round for Aura differential.
Absolutely. Looked like Mummy's Kittens were going to be able to come away with that, but it was a really nice mid-round call, actually, for Aura differential. You can see they were kind of pinned into the site. The Cypher dies on the lurk right at the start of the round, which means that they can go for the flank on the defense side. Aura differential in the 3-on-5 anti-eco, understanding, especially with the comp that they have, that they can just go and push spawn off the back of the flashes, go take the fight instead of waiting for the retake to come in, and it worked out for them. Like you said, though, more expensive round than you'd want on the side of Aura differential. They're going to bust this market door wide open for about 5 seconds into the round, and looking like they really want to take a lot of space over towards market side. Envious is going to punish that.
She does. Great on that. Chips does find one more, Sawamura down, and so does Tess. Envious, good hold on to Marketplace. Playing around the utility. Spots one out, 5, lurking on mid. There is still one more to worry about. It's going to be Starryban. Playing alone, can she at least make it a little bit more costly? They know exactly where she is. A double swing out. Mommy's Kittens, this time around, they take pistols. And the anti as well.
They're looking a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident on the defense side of
They
Sunset.
do.
I just feel like, unfortunately, they're 2 rounds away from losing, and this might be a little bit too little too late. It's going to take a pretty massive comeback for them to come into the game now. And Aura Differential has a lot of time to get themselves organized on this attacking side, and their calling on Lotus was pretty fantastic. So I got a lot of faith they can get this game done. But look, I'm keen to see Mummy's Kittens at least show us some good rounds in the lower bracket here. Quick guiding light straight onto the line. Cypher Trip put deep. That's going to get taken out of the equation pretty quickly here, and Mummy's Kitten's not going to be able to play off of that.
Yeah. Already tiles. They're marking it. But they already have utility there as well, so if they want to push out, they know at least one person is holding Phi. Holding, playing this corner very well. Luckily, that's not get spotted. They do actually mark her. Rin finds Phi, eliminates her. You can see the pivot come through from Mummy's Kittens, knowing that Phi is lurking here. It must be likely that A side might be the weaker side.
You did good.
Regardless, Elfie making sure that no one is actually pushing out mid first as well. The utility thrown out, but taking their sweet time.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost the lurk. It's a bit of an awkward situation. Weren't able to get out of B main. 45 seconds to go. They do have the Seekers online, so that's going to help them kind of work out what the setup is and react accordingly. Trailblazer straight up A main. Smoke towards short, and they're going to try to take some top mid control and catch the defense off guard here, Tash.
30
Really
seconds left.
takes out the tripwire. Graham's playing the side, trying to find that camera. Immediately just puts out that flash. Ooh, the Lear didn't get Gruto. Just a little bit too far out. Graham's gonna play off the Seekers. Envious does get found out on one end.
10
Tess
seconds left.
finds one in the mid rotate, playing from the bottom side. Graham's still good for one. Tess, is she good for 2? Yes, she is! Tess, our multi-fragger, brings us to match point. Aura differential.
So even in the rounds they have no business winning, they're able to win them. They're just looking like the much better team here today. Like, in terms of the macro, like Mummy's Kittens, they looked good in this round. You know, they're able to pick up the lurker, they're able to trade out effectively and be up in numbers. It's only 8 seconds and Aura Differential are trying to run into the site with almost no time to go. But that's where the individuals from Aura Differential are looking really, really clued on. Like, Tess is just able to navigate the complicated mid to late rounds really, really well. Doesn't seem confused at all about what's going on. Quick dive into tiles here from Mummy's Kittens. They've taken all of mid control and they're trying to pinch that lurker over towards A, but Phi is well and truly out of there. And Aura Differential have gotten themselves a free B site, so we end up in a 5v5 after plan here.
Look at Phi all alone. Gonna catch out Rin. Immediately, quick on that reposition. Will they know? There are still 2 more coming in for the mid side here. There we go, crunching her. It's gonna be a full-fledged flank to come through. But all of them are just headed toward Boba's side, trying to be very safe. Do they realize that there's gonna be at least one here? Grahams does quickly react to that. Tess! She plays this angle to perfection. 2 rounds in a row already. Elfie gonna try and check inside of the smokes. The flash done very well. Sorry, but good for 1. Tess ends it a 13-4. Aura Differentials showing us how dominant they can be as heroes from the lower bracket.
Yeah, they are in fantastic form right now, just continuing in the playoffs to kind of dominate every team that they play. Against Lilith, 13-6, 13-4. Today, here against Mummy's Kittens, an absolutely dominant display as well. So Aura Differential, whoever plays them next in the lower bracket, I'm feeling pretty damn scared for them, Tash.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, usually in the lower bracket, there's this expectation that the team would not be as good or as powerful as the ones coming in for the top bracket. But now we're starting to see this change come through, and I'm really liking this change. We have players imported from all over of Southeast Asia, even one from Korea, Starry Buns, in fact. So the ping diff doesn't seem to be affecting her at all. I'm liking this mid-range changes, and in fact, they're so comfortable to be setting up this comp so last minute before the game, which really just confirms my suspicions about how comfortable they are at being so flexible and how big their agent pool really is. Regardless, I'm pretty sure that our panel has a lot more to say. So Jen and Zach, on to you guys.
Thank you guys. Aura Differential coming out victorious with their 2-0 win in a very convincing manner. Our 13-4 on the sunset. Thoughts, Zach?
I mean, I would just like to categorically state that Tess is my MVP, and as a human turret, the way that she was swiveling, hitting some of those shots, just playing around whatever obstacles are on site. But yeah, Aura Differential, I mean, you said it, I think Pilsky said it best, rather. They've been like just tearing their way through this lower bracket, and they might have started there, but they definitely don't want to end it up there. And it's a team-wide effort as well, right? If you look at the scoreboard here, even on that map number 1, you can see that every single player is stepping up when necessary. On that map number 1, it was Graham's on the Sky. It seems like Aura really like letting their Sky players shine, because on map number 2, it's another Sky with a 300 ACS. Just Aura things.
Maybe it's just a Sky Aura things, as you mentioned. But yeah, Tess did have a monster match. MK, on the other hand, not a great day.
Yeah, I mean, there are always games that you struggle in, and MKS, of course, we did highlight they have a couple of new players on this team as well who are just trying to figure out their way to fit in. So it is going to be a little bit more difficult, take a little bit more time. But that said, Aura facing, I would say, the same debuffs, they've managed to come out quite well on top. I think this map is a little bit more balanced in terms of first kills, because you did see that MKS were able to find at least that initial pick a lot of times on that, towards that A side in particular on their attacking half. But Tess just being such a demon on site, stalling any attempts at following through off the back of it, kind of shows in this post plant, because they just weren't able to prevent these retakes, especially after Aura got that initial advantage.
We saw what the Kittens have planned with the Raze and the Breach, you know, obviously getting that early advantage in terms of creating the space and getting that entry onto the site, but it was just Tess, you know, shutting them down, and MK just not able to convert. And I think with this graph over here, it's a similar story to Lotus, don't you think?
That's exactly what I was thinking, yeah. It's exactly the same story. Like, once again, you have Aura, they build it initially, they have a lot of money to work with, and they keep it in good pockets throughout the half. And on the other side, MKS, you know, you win around, you lose around, you save, you try to win around, you lose around, you save. It's just that horrible cycle that really makes you annoyed, makes you think like, why am I playing this game? Yeah, so it's just something that MKS struggled with in that first map as well, like you mentioned. It's a very similar economic graph as well, so it just kind of shows that, yeah, we mentioned it, they're gonna have to solve a lot of these problems from that map number 1 if they want to have a chance to push the series to map number 3, and unfortunately just not the case here. But you know what interests me about this heat map, Jen, is look at the amount of fights being taken towards CT. That's how much space Aura were able to take on that B side consistently.
All thanks to Tess, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even in that second half as well, right? Like during those during those attack setups and everything, you saw how far they were pushing into CT. Sawamura taking up that space, denying the defuse from coming in, and even the positions where they were planting those spikes were so often a plant for both main and CT. And just with them taking that space early on, it was so useful overall in that half to deny post plant for the side of MKS.
It's just so unfortunate for MK, because again, we keep mentioning their econ. It's just after gun rounds, and even in gun rounds, they kind of were lethargic and weren't able to get those crucial rounds, and ended up kind of gift wrapping and handing free rounds over to Aura Differential.
Yeah, I think a lot of those rounds were kind of like, I wouldn't say it was exactly a throw, but it just seemed like such a core misplay. So, like this one, for example, how does Sawamura stay alive for so long, even having the time to go to and move for a knife? Like, okay, the knife is the next, but come on, what are you doing while somebody hits 3 right clicks and has time to switch to a knife? It's just such fundamental things that make you really question, like, okay, this is what you're used to from NVS or Samfire, right? So you're seeing them play at like a little bit of a higher level. So it's just a testament to how much momentum and how much aggression that Aura is showing, because MPS were not ready for it. That's the best way I can say it.
And there we have it. Tess, of course, headshot percentage 40.9, ACS 301.
just common aura Sky things. I feel like that should be this team's new tagline. We take Sky and we play her like a duelist and we make it work somehow. But yeah, another player with an almost 4 KDA, 300 ACS, a little bit of a drop in that shot percentage. I think the other, I think that it was 46 or 43 or something like that. But all things considered, I don't think Tess was really struggling too much on this map. A lot of those rounds, it was insane how much value she was fighting. Okay, like I was losing my mind, like paranoia, concussed, caught by another flash, and you still get a 4K. Like, how do you do it, Tess? How?
Don't ask me. Hopefully you get a chance to talk to her. But I just want to point out, Starry Run, it's just she came in last minute. She didn't really have that exact amount of time as her teammates to bond and really get that team synergy. And yet she was so successful in supporting her duelist and even, her teammates to, really just engage in those fights with their paranoia and just making sure that their teammates are in a good position and are in an easy situation to pick up those kills.
Yeah, I think that in particular, like Tash mentioned as well, with Starryvan coming into that IGL role today, you could really see that there was a lot of super good calls that came out, especially towards the middle of those rounds when those rotations start coming in, when there's like a little bit of uncertainty usually, like are they going to continue attacking on this side or are they going to rotate? What do we do here? And I think throughout all of that, Starryvan just played it perfectly. There were some really good calls in both these maps that made like disadvantageous situations work out for Aura. And I think Starryvan as well, like if you know about her coming up from NA Game Changers, having played with teams like XZ and stuff, I think that there's a lot of experience that comes in from another region, and you can really see that kind of helping this team and shaping them as well. So I'm really excited to see what this roster will look like if they stick together, and depending on how far they go here, if they make top 4, of course, it's going to be great for them to come out, make a new roster, and finish in the top 4 in APAC. That's pretty insane.
It kind of reminds me of what we talked about earlier in the day about, NA playing slow. Not slow at all, I guess. Sorry, Van.
I mean, the real test is gonna be when this team goes up against the likes of Zipto and Boba, because right now, yes, they've been playing well. They've been able to deal with contenders in their weight class with similar newer teams, similar approaches and stuff. So when you go to that level, though, when you have players like Neri or like a Yubi just W keying you down, how do you react and how will you stand against that test? Because I think this team is definitely capable of that top 4. I think they have the potential for it. But how much further will they go? That's the question that's really in my mind here, and I would personally love to ask a couple of these questions to these players, because I want to know the whole story. How did he get this roster together? How have practices been? Does how is it like working between those regions? Because I always like talking to players who have shifted regions. Like even in Pacific, there are like for example, Aaron last year or Ban this year. It's a Governor this year. It's really interesting to see it. I remember having to talk to Governor for an interview, and he was just like, "Man, when I moved to APAC, I hated it. Everyone was just W keying me. I just want to play my game." And I was like, "Yeah, welcome to APAC. That sounds right."
Yep, and he found his place, just W gaming everyone in Pacific, I guess. But that's for another league, for another day. But interview is ready. Let's see who we get to talk to. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Starryvan.
Massive congrats, Starryvan. I just wanted to ask you, how do you feel after that dominant victory?
It felt pretty good. Honestly, going into it, I wasn't really that worried. I did a little bit of homework beforehand, so I kind of understood their play style going into it. So I just knew I had a game plan, and if my teammates trusted it, then it was all good.
It looked like you did a lot of homework today as well. I just wanted to ask you, there was a little bit of change in situation with the IGLing. So can you tell us about why this decision came through, and how that has kind of affected the team?
I think coming into it, the reason why we shifted IGLing is because I had more experience, and I'm kind of more adapting at like calling on the fly. so the girls kind of preferred if I would call. But I mean, Fi still ends up making some of the pre-round calls. She puts a lot of input, but overall, because of like my experience, I think everyone's felt more comfortable with me calling.
All right,
Okay.
Zach, is there?
Yeah, I was gonna. You mentioned that
Yeah.
you did research and stuff, and I'm presuming you knew that you were going up against this double Sentinel comp, this Killjoy chamber composition coming out of your opponent. So, what were your thought processes when you tried to adapt to that? Did you try to like anti-strat it, or did you just think about like how you can play around it in terms of like map movement? What was like your thought process? Because I'm a nerd. I like hearing about this stuff.
So when I was watching their VOD, I realized that their chamber mostly got set up on like the deep angles. And honestly, watching the VOD, I saw that she had a lot of impact in the game. So our game plan, to be truthful, was like avoid the chamber. Don't let her get on fire. Don't let her heat up. What we're gonna do is we're gonna find where the chamber is and just run the opposite direction. And I think it ended up working out for us. And then on our defense side, I think they have like a lot of holes in the way they play where they don't really pivot and they don't really fake. So we just kind of trusted the util. So when we heard like their util being thrown, we just kind of ended up stacking that site and we ended up just kind of winning the game because of it.
All right, Sariban, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
For your insight. I just love how much confidence and insight we can get from Sariban. Crazy thing, me and Sariban in the same country. You jealous?
I mean, yeah, I am. I wish I was there too. To just, if I could duo queue with like your story, but that would be like really cool. I'm just having like a fangirl moment. But anyway, fangirling aside, thinking about how cool it will be to play Game Changers in Korea aside. Okay, no more sidetracking. But that said, I mean, sorry, but said it. There was a lot of homework that she did do in preparation for this map, and it's really interesting to see the level of depth that players really sink into to try and pull it together. And I mean, I really like that she said it like that, like avoid the chamber, just go the opposite side, because that's pretty similar to, I don't remember who exactly. I think it was 100 Thieves playing against Ye or somebody, but they were just like, yeah, we'll just not go to the side that Ye is playing, avoid the chamber, go to the opposite side, and they ended up like winning the game. So I think it's a great strategy. I think it works.
Yep, and it showed in today's result as well. And also, you know, we have to point out, as Tash mentioned, that they have enough experience, but also enough team synergy to implement these changes, you know, very last minute as well with this new comp, and yet their coordination was on time, on point. Everything looked immaculate, and they're ready to go for their match tomorrow.
I'm hoping that they can do well. I mean, we don't know who they're going to be playing against yet. We are going to be deciding that in our next upcoming series here. But that said, I think that they look very, very strong. And I mean, what Starybun said, right? You could see that they looked a little bit more fluid in those mid rounds today. So I'm liking the adaptations on the fly that this team is coming up with. And I think that they definitely, in terms of both their research, their work, as well as the potential that they have, I think that they have what it takes to be one of the best teams in APAC. I don't know if they're going to be making it all the way up to that top yet, but looking at their debut tournament so far, I am very happy with what I'm seeing.
All right, well, congratulations, Aura Differential, once again. We have a new match coming up, but before that, we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2, game 2 of our Game Changers Southeast Asia playoffs. For stage 1, Jen Lee here next to Tash, alright, this way. Fresh from casting, Mommy's Kittens versus Aura Differential, of course. Now, Tash, was that first game a surprise to you?
Honestly, no. I already knew what we were getting ourselves into, especially after the power spike we saw yesterday from Aura Differentials. I know that both you and Zach had put all of your bets onto Money First. Sorry, no, excuse me, not Money First. Mommy's Kittens.
Mommy's
Oh
Kittens.
my gosh, it's like starts with an M, right? So, anyways, to Mommy's Kittens. And coming from that, I do understand where the sentiment comes from. They are definitely players that are definitely to watch out for, especially Envious, especially Samfire from last season. But the team that has been put together from Aura Differentials is just a very, very stacked team, to the point that even I was shocked at how they ended up in the lower brackets instead of playing on the top, on the upper brackets.
Well, with Aura Differential stepping up and showing their potential, we had to say goodbye to Mommy's Kittens. But we do have a fresh new match to focus on. It's Money First versus Rima GC. And I feel like this is going to be like a true test, litmus test of forms for both teams.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting because Money First is a team that half the roster was actually Sapphire, who previously went all the way to Berlin to Game Changers Championships in 2022. Now, the roster has changed. It's now a half of that roster still remaining as a Sapphire one, and half of them is Neons. So it's definitely a brand new team altogether. They don't have Baby TZ anymore for the insane play, but let's have a look at the team over here. Now, on the other side, we also have Money First. Sorry, we also have Rima GC, excuse me. So Rima GC is a very interesting team. They have some superstar players there, definitely. Bugsy and Tub especially are the two players I have on my mind because they had some insane hero plays yesterday. They had some insane clutches. Also, Rice, who is a very aggressive player who is not afraid to take up space. So when you look at these two different teams, I see Money First as a team of superstars, of players who are already at the top, still trying to find their way back to remember where they were before. And then you have this brand new team from Rima, who is a team that's put together and is just so aggressive. They know it's their first rodeo here onto the scene, although Tub as well as Yanni, if I'm mistaken, had played previously. Tub was in Deviant Topaz. So it is definitely a team. Both teams are very, very experienced, but I'll give that more experienced side to Money First because they've got all the way to championships. So looking at the scores here, it looked a lot better for Rima GC because Rima GC has been playing the game of momentum, a game of aggression, and it looks very good. They have this play where they have one player going aggressive, Rise or either Bugsy going in for this aggressive lurks, and they're so good with that first contact play. And it looks miraculous because as soon as they get that first contact play, the information has been relayed and the whole team sort of just dominoes down into and just kind of collapses into the rest of the team. But when you look at Money First, it feels very skirmishy. And we start to question, where was this team, this impressive team that we saw in 2022? And I really want them to remember that. Now, head to head here from Top and KitKat, what do you think, Jen?
Similar, but I don't know. I think we can expect more from KitKat. I just don't know what to pinpoint. But it's just, I don't think we've seen everything from this team. And, you know, your thoughts, Tash?
Yeah, so you look at Tub and KitKat, I think what's the most important thing to look out for is how they play. Now, KitKat is I believe KitKat is their Sentinel, previously played a Neon, as well as their Initiator. So what we see yesterday was for KitKat, yes, she is very aggressive, high amount of kills, but the problem with KitKat is that when you want to play a Sky, you want to be able to capitalize, you want to be able to play with your teammates, you want to be able to get those picks by enabling your teammates, especially Polly. But I didn't really see that yesterday, and I think that was the problem. While they are individually talented, that teamwork play was just not very there quite yet. Tub, on the other hand, was complete opposite. She's very aggressive, great for those multi-frags. Hero plays is the name of the game, and Bless is definitely one of those heroes that we are looking at from Rima GC. I believe that for Rima, what was really fun looking at in terms of Bless is that they are individually brilliant. They are okay to let whoever go and play alone because they are just so confident with their aggressive plays, with their solo plays. They're able to leave one person lurking or a weaker site even. There are so many times where Bless was solo anchoring a site all by her own and managed to snag 3 before her teammates rotated over.
Well, yeah, Bless and Buxy especially had a great map yesterday. And they're not really the agents that are supposed to be fragging or putting up top numbers on the board, but somehow they were very explosive. So from Money First side, it's crucial and very important for them to shut down Bless and Buxy as well.
Yeah, it is very crucial, and I think that if you want to look at comparisons for yesterday, so Rima had a very interesting day. I'm sorry I'm talking more about Rima because that was the match that I was on desk for yesterday as well. I think that for Rima, I think what Money First needs to understand is to understand patterns, and I think this is what was Rima's, I think, their strong points here. They're understanding how Dangerous Rose, they are understanding how Dangerous Rose plays. Once they understand how each person plays, how exactly the rotations are happening, that's how they're able to take down Dangerous Rose. Now, for this map selection, I'm really excited to see how exactly this will be panning out, because yesterday Rima had a good map on both Breeze and Sunset, and there we go, Breeze and Sunset, 2 of Rima's best games happened yesterday on these 2 maps. And Money First, I'm not surprised because Money First has been picking Bind so many times. And I think in this situation as well, for Money First, they are a team that came, I think it was a not bad match against them and Boba because they came 13-7 on Bime against them.
Didn't they play against Triple Sentinels yesterday? And it's like, you can't really prep for that, or
it's hard.
You can't really tell much.
Yeah. And despite that, they still managed to get a lot of value from that particular matchup, I have to say. Because when you think about it, they played in the Swiss, I believe. Rima did play, that's the last time they played against a team called Eclipse, and they went 13-2. But it is definitely a weaker team, I have to say, full of newer players. So that doesn't really show that gauge of power that we can expect from Rima against playing a stronger team. So I would really like to see what Money First has against this, because they played Bides against Boba, they went 13-7. And I have to say that for Money First, they are a very momentum-heavy team. How they play is that they like to chain a few rounds in a row, and once they get the momentum, they can just go steamroll forward until the other team starts to anti-strat them. And then they take a while to really figure out how to do that once again. And I need them to understand that if this is the map that you are going to be picking, you're going to have to try and outplay them. It looked a little bit stronger on their, I believe, on their attacking side. So let's see what they have to do. What did they learn from yesterday is the problem. Because this is what I like to ask teams, honestly. If you are losing against a stronger team, what did you learn from that map, and what's your takeaway to the next time you play on this map? Because we saw that from Rima, from their losses, but can we see that from Money First?
No, but the thing is, one thing I noticed, one thing that I learned from their series on Bind yesterday was that, they need to have the tempo in their control. It's just they just let their opponents kind of run around and change their paces. But as you mentioned, Money First did not make a lot of drastic adjustments to maybe bring things back. But on the other side, for Rima, I just feel like the comps they were running in their previous Bind games, they have a really good understanding of how to utilize those comps and how to, make best out of what they have with the util usage and the alt usage as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. And on top of that, I think another thing that's gonna be a problem here is that what I heard was for Money First, it was a team that's made quite last minute. They had some unforeseen circumstances, so 2 of their players ended up separating from them, and they brought in 2 new players as well. So it might just be a chemistry issue at this point, but the fact that they managed to go this far with a team that's newly put together was already a statement in itself. So I'm really excited to see what they have in store for today, because Money First, this is a very, I would say, I'm really liking this particular comp. You can see aggression coming through from Macchiato. Kit Kat had some insane timings with her play on the Sky yesterday. Perhaps yesterday was not the yardstick that we needed to see, because it is, after all, a team that's very strong, which is Boba. Let's see if Rima might be a better understanding for us to understand what they can bring into the game.
I just really like Rima's comp, you know. It's nothing new, but, you know, Molly's from the get-go and the Brim combined with Bridge Stand. Yoru gets an easy entry into the side with all the angles covered. And it's super hard for the opponents to stay on site. So they're just forcing retakes on their opponents. And as I said, they have a great understanding of how to utilize this comp to the max. I just don't know if Money First can, as I said, keep the tempo in check, especially against this type of composition.
Honestly, I'm just really scared for Polly. She is an insane controller, and I think we've seen it since 2022. She has one of the strongest Vipers I've seen here in GC, Asia Pacific, as well as GC Southeast Asia. Now, the pick that I was worried about here is Yanni's pick, that Yoru, not only to clear but also to get the information on site. If Rima does this well, if they manage to get those alt orbs if they do manage to get the alt orbs onto the dimensional rift, onto Yanni will be able to get onto the site and just clear out the Viper's pit every single time. But let's have a look at the predictions.
Mine did not go well in the previous series.
Okay.
But for me, I went with...
I believe you mentioned...
please.
Oh wait, we're just still waiting for it. I think it's not out yet, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
I picked Rima.
Oh, there we go. You picked Rima.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
okay.
Honestly, that's a good pick. So you have to understand. In the community, I'm known as a jinxer, and I'm actually quite terrified of myself. I'm terrified for Money First because I picked them. If they lose, it's not my fault. I swear, I am not the jinx.
We'll have to see. Maybe clear your name. But yeah, we have two teams ready to face off, so we are going to send it over to our amazing casters, Pilsky and Zach.
Thanks a lot, Jen and Tash. Keen to get into this game with you, Zach. Been a while since we've had a cast together. At least it was kind of in the same, APAC region, and now we're into some Southeast Asian action. And I am personally pretty excited for this game because I remember Ginny playing literally when I was an active player in TAC FPS, which was like, I don't even know, like 9 or 10 years ago now. She is an absolute OG playing LANs and things like that. So I'm really, really keen to see what we're going to get out of her team playing up against Rima, who I watched on the B stream yesterday, and they actually look pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, just going at it statistically, Bind is a map that we did see Money First go up against Boba yesterday. Didn't have the greatest time. I think it was a 7-13. I was on that stream. And this is a map that, interestingly enough, in the group stage with the same team comp, Rima were able to find a win against the likes of Boba. So I think on Bind, at least statistically, I would say that Rima have a leg up here. I personally also do enjoy a good Yoru comp. I'm like an average Yoru enjoyer, so whenever I see him on the server, I just tend to like, oh yeah, that's the team I want to win. So I'm not gonna say I'm taking sides either way, but I'm just saying I like the Yoru pick.
My team just lost the series against Yoru on Bind, so I'm a Yoru hater right now. Maybe I'll come back around after I see some good Yoru gameplay from Rima. Interesting comp out of Money First. They're going back to kind of the OG days for me when we used to see double initiator on Bind. That really free flow style instead of Sova and the Sky. It's kind of Fade and Sky because Sova's kind of fallen out of the meta a lot on this map. Although you definitely do see it played on a lot of other maps. So we'll see how the double initiator kind of free flow approach goes against the Rima comp, which is, also double initiator, but a pretty different style. You're not going to see the dogs, kind of free flow, clearing out the map, push and pull on both attack and defense. It's more of kind of a set play, more execute heavy comp. And already fault line into bathroom side, trying to bully the sight line and the info line for Yanni, who is making moves over towards bathroom side. Initial duel goes 1-for-1. And we end up in a 4-on-4 early on here, Zach.
Yeah, Kika taking a little bit of chip damage. Going to be falling back here, trying to keep the numbers up. Because I think that to elaborate a little bit more on the comp here from both of these teams, like you mentioned, Rima's is very execute heavy, very aggressive here. And for MNF, a lot of their strengths does lie more towards that information side, towards being able to play off the back of it, especially with the kind of utility that they have. So it's pivotal that they stay alive for as long as possible here. That said, though, I think for Rima, they got that first pick. They created noise towards A. They're looking for a possible pivot over towards this B side instead.
There's a guiding light into bathrooms. Scans absolutely nothing. Retake set up here for Fels on the elbow side. Just having a little bit of a look there. Waiting for contact after the guiding light scans nothing. No movement on the A site. You are going to see a pretty big rotation in on a good timing here for Money First as Rima organize themselves to hit the B site here, Zach.
30 seconds left. They got to make a decision, and B is the call to go. But like you mentioned, the rotation, it's already here from the defense towards this back side. It does seem like Rima, they're considering, do they still want to continue pushing on to here? But with 20 seconds left, they don't really have much of a choice unless they go for a quick pivot towards A. They take the TP, they rush their way down, and there's nobody quite on site here. Although there is a player in heaven who could play spoil sport. Instead, they're opting not to peek at all, going for a possible retake. KitKat goes to see if they can find some value, maybe deny the plants, but does get shut down, leaving the side in a 3v4 retake attempt here. They do still have a little bit of utility to work with in the form of maybe one Astro Smoke if they can retrieve it, but while that takes time, it's just going to be a full contact fight, head-to-head here, 1-for-1 so far. Numbers still in favor of these attackers, and how much more can Felche and Popo really do here? They're going to detect these players, at least the smoke comes back, the spike gets tapped here. In fact, going to be an attempt at a half stick through to come in. It's going to be stuck all the way here unless they go in for the peek, and thankfully it's the Molly to save the day. Bugsy denying that ninja from under their noses, and Rima, they take a mistake.
Yeah, very late pivot through the TP. There's risky business, especially against double initiator comp. I think for Money First, especially after the guiding light towards bathroom, you really want to see them use that initiator util. I mean, it's only the pistol, to be fair. They're a little bit more limited in what they can do, but you really like to see them go and take space if they find info somewhere. Like if they're guiding light into bathroom, go get someone in the bathroom and stop the TP coming in. You can't just sit on those retake positions when you're playing this comp. You can't always play to hold with this kind of comp. You don't have a main sentinel, although, you know, the Viper does function as a pseudo sentinel on the defense with the way that you set up the walls and all that kind of stuff. It's not like you have the, you know, the hard trips, the Cypher, things like that. So I really think the guarding light and pushing into bathrooms for Money First would have made that TP play a lot harder. But as it stands, Rima, really nice rotation back towards that A site, and they win that pistol round and will now reap the benefits of the anti-eco, hopefully.
Hopefully. I feel like we've seen too many anti-ecos go in the wrong direction, but at least this time around, nothing too drastic to come out of MNF's side, just classics. I see a shorty in the hands of Macchiato. Exactly what you want from your Raze, and they're in a very up-close angle, so I think that if Rima aren't careful, these classics could end up doing quite a bit of damage. So far, at least, it's just a bit of a default play, hoping for some aggression out of Money First, hoping for that first kill to walk into their lap, but so far, at least, Money First, they're being very pragmatic about it. KitKat, again, towards Showers, looking to cause a little bit of bait, maybe enable Macchiato to find a kill or two, but it's just going to be that flash, clone play, that smokes out Macchiato, gets Yanni that first blood, and again, look at this. Even after that first kill, they're still so patient.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to be seeing on your anti-eco. Just take your time, don't overcook the goose. The other team only has classics, but inside of a smoke, that can be difficult to deal with. The classics are throwing hands right now around the deep smokes with triple. 3-on-3 ensues. Bulldog in the hand of Popo here. Could be dangerous, Zach.
Double flank kicking in as well. You can see that Bulldog still in play, like you said, but Popo takes a lot of chip damage. Yanni doing their best to take this fight. Americano, though, goes huge, leaving Yanni and Tub alone in a 2v3. Make that a 1v2. All up to Tub here. Does have better positioning. Gonna be caught out by that Prowler, though, forced to reposition here. And now Wingman as well. They still have to try and defuse the spike. Just no chance. So Tub perfectly isolating the fights, gets the duels, and converts them to take this anti-eco for Rima. But you said it. Money First definitely made it Money First because they took so many guns down.
That was expensive. It was definitely expensive. That's not what you want to be seeing for your anti-eco. Free gun, by the way, still unchanged. I mean, actually, I don't say unchanged. When this game released, it was even more broken than that. I remember literally running around and ranked on chat. I wouldn't even buy a gun anti-eco. You just buy armor and right-click people. So dumb. Full bonus here for Rima. I think Tub worth her weight in gold so far. From the games that I watched yesterday, she was fantastic on the Sova. And again, she's bailed them out of a bad situation, but only a little bit. You know, we're into the bonus with Sheriff Armor. They really have to kind of reserve their expectations here, Rima, and try to get some economic damage done, really. It's going to be a bit of a B-split being set up here.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen this early B control being pushed too much here by Rima. So the fact that they're opting to do it right now on this bonus round, I would say, is a pretty good idea because they can really just test the defenses, maybe come up with a better battle strategy here for these upcoming rounds. But the first obstacle here, it's going to be this cross already going to be broken apart here thanks to that aftershock, and that's going to be enough for Bugsy to isolate the fight and find the headshot here. Huge opening kill to start things off, and I don't know if they're going to be using that to come in onto this B site. It does seem to be the call here. Reclear coming through as well towards Hookah a little bit late. Still a couple of players from MNF on site. Yeah, playing a little bit more passive. Oh, the flank.
Yeah, there you go. Satcheled over the trip, or I think even jumped over the trip. Placed there by Bless, not the standard one you see. Rima into the site now, and it looks like Money First happy to play the 4-on-4 post plant with the TP coming in from the Rays.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they have a better weapon advantage for sure. So you can see Rima trying to take a lot of space, extend as far as they can. And oh my god, the Sheriff goes crazy. Yanni and Bugsy with a couple for themselves. And that's upgrades across the board. It's going to be an ace clutch for Macchiato to convert this full buy round here. A lot to do and very little to do it with. They knows that there's a couple of players still towards his elbow and CT, but in terms of being able to isolate these fights, it's just such a difficult call. Already just time being ticked down. A third kill comes through. Yes, okay, Macchiato at least able to make this a little bit challenging. Gets half the defuse, but the swing off the back of that stun, just perfection to get Rima their bonus round in spades. And overall, Pilsky, just step by step, it was just such a clean breakdown of utility and pushing.
Yeah, I just genuinely think for MNF, Money First, I don't really like the double long setup with the comp they're playing. I'd love to see the Viper with the orb up in Hookah side, something like that, and the jump spot from the Fade, and just be able to play a little bit better around the fact that they have the Viper wall for B. They're playing against a comp that has so much clear. Looking at the Breeze, you're looking at the Gecko as well as the Brim, like so many little tools you can use to get rid of things like that long B crossfire. They're playing in front of their wall, not really getting much value out of it. Good mid-round push from Macchiato gave them a lot of info. So hopefully they can use it a little better. And it seems like Rima and Eco here using the same tools to be able to control bathrooms and taking it from there.
Right, does find a little bit of information, but I mean, when you're up against this better buy, the Vandals come out on top if you don't hit your first headshot, and that's going to be the case here. 2 kills found by Rima once again to start things off. There is that flank coming in, though. I think the tripwire, it's been broken, so that's the sound key given away, and Bryce finds that first kill, knows that there's a couple players flanking behind them, so it's just going to be Bless watching for this while covering the rest of the team. A 2v5 situation. I don't think there's much that MNF can really do here aside from maybe find a couple of exits or get a kill or two to try and demolish the economy, make it look a little bit weaker here. Bryce gonna be the one to take that first contact. Bugsy gets the kill, in fact, and it's just Americano now in a 1v5. Sheriff in hand, the triple peek, and Americano, at least to their credit, able to find one before they go down, but that will be that. A 4th round for Rima, a very convincing one, and this is where Pilsky, Money First, really have to step up because can't afford to lose yet another round and give all the momentum away.
Tub is so legit. Like, I've seen enough. Tub, definitely one of the more impressive players that I've been seeing so far. I haven't seen a game from Zipto yet, or any of the XSMG cores, so I'll reserve my expectations for now. My issue, though, for Money First is they're now playing defense on hard mode. Ops out for Macchiato, though. Oh, stim up onto the line. Initial pick, beautiful little pre-aim there for Macchiato. That's a big play at the moment, being able to stim beacon and just go and take that long B fight, contest the orb on the attacking side. This time it kind of backfires for Rima, maybe not expecting the operator purchase there, Zach.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think they were expecting it to really come through or be in that position, and that's going to set Macchiato up with a showstopper as well, which makes it much more difficult to really be sure as to whether you want to commit the spike. Now that they've figured out where the operator is, pretty decent call to come through and rotate. The problem is because Rima have been playing so heavily together as a 5, they don't really have any control on the other side of the map, and they're just gonna have to take contact or push through and be sure that they get that spike down while dealing with the 2 players on site.
Yeah, the camera's keeping an eye on bathroom side. Also having a look at short spots out the push, just gonna buy time, play crossfire with the Viper, who's gonna drop a snake bite and wait for the rotation to come in from Sky. Fault line pushing Fels off the line for now, and U-Haul control taken by Rima.
Still backside being held on by Felicia here, but oh, that's a huge kill to come through for Yanni. The TP as well caught out. Bless will get that kill onto Macchiato. Takes down the showstopper. No more operator and that real theft for a lot of info. That could be the kill that completely changes the round here. Americano now fighting the war. The good fight with the rest of the team. The rotation comes in. There's not much time left to get the spike down, but there's going to be enough for them to manage to get that post plant into play without too much ado. Americano hears all of the sound cue. Will be probably reflanking towards long instead, and now it's just a question of timing. But who will flank the flanker? That's the question here. Rima, Yanni right behind. Perfect stun to take care of Popo here, and now it's just Americano to 1v2. Does have the Viper's Pit to try and get a little bit of space, a little bit of coverage with, but instead it's just all down to the player. How much more can Ginny really do here? Does find one kill. Does a lot of damage, not able to quite find the final headshot though, and this is gonna be enough to find and isolate these fights. A beautiful clutch from Americano, played through to perfection from beginning to end here, and what a way to get a round on the board for Money First.
I mean, it's the worst way to win a round at the moment. That's the problem. They have one gun surviving. Got to upgrade the armor as well, and it costs you a Viper's Pit, but it is a round. It is a round. I really thought the Yoru ult was going to be invested there for Rima to be able to clear out the pit, and I think excellent stuff from Americano. Is that Ginny? Is that Ginny?
I do believe so, yes.
You think so? Alright, I'm really not surprised because Ginny is the GOAT. Just dancing in and out of the pit, just dodging the Yoru, going into the ult there, over from elbow side, and tack timeout from Money First here. It's a good timing to be taking one because this is an absolute nightmare. You started off the defensive half 0-4. You barely win your first gun round with one player surviving. You're completely broke, and you're staring down the barrel of Thrash, Yoru ult, and Orbital, one off the Rolling Thunder. The other team has $1 million, a million ults, and you've got to win like 3 gun rounds back to back to get into this defensive half. Best of luck. It's not going to be easy, but it will be impressive if they can do it. And they do have a lot of good ults to be continuing on here with Zach.
Yeah, I mean, they have that showstopper as well. I really questioned the play of Macchiato to take the TP there with an operator instead of just satcheling out with the ultimate, but I think it was just a case of timing versus better timing.
I literally only just saw their names of Macchiato and Americano. And
okay, so to recap you.
Are we just naming ourselves after our coffee order? Because I can call myself Iced Latte. What about you, Zach?
Cafe con leche. Just coffee with milk. I'm very boring, so yeah. Espresso if I'm in Italy. But anyway, to recap you, Pilsky, Macchiato is muffin, Ginny is Americano, and Polly is Popo. So these are the new names for the old team.
That's great. I'm glad I'm all caught up. And I'm feeling more awake now. You know, it is 10 p.m. and I am actually drinking coffee right now, so sleep will not come soon. Not only because I'm a little more caffeinated than I should be, but also because this game is pretty entertaining so far. Much slower round this time around, though. Bathrooms control taken by Money First. They've actually got a 4-stack on this A side. They're quite happy to leave Viper solo on B, and I'd imagine just trust the ults to be able to complete the retake. Probably just dump the Nightfall showstopper if you do get that B execute from Rima, who are sizing up on it. I think you do have to play retake against these ults though, Zach. You know, you've got the Yoru ult and the Thrash. You're not going to be able to hold sight. You just got to face the facts.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, also Rolling Thunder going to be coming into play here with Rice picking up this orb. That's going to be the ult of choice to push their way onto site here. I really hope we don't see them dumping too many of these ultimates just to take the site here. 2 of them have already been expended here. Still, though, Americano in the smoke, playing around and playing for these kills. Still surrounded by enemies on all sides. Backup coming in though. Macchiato takes care of Yanni. No more Yoru pressure. The showstopper as well continues their onslaught onto site. 1v2 situation. It's all down to her though in this clutch. How much more can Macchiato really find? Is able to isolate that first fight, but doesn't know where the second player is, and that's still an orbital strike available in play. I think at this point Macchiato's just trying to tap this particular ultimate out, but it's not going to be really conceded. They know that with the numbers advantage, they can try to just go in for these double peaks and find the timing. Bugsy gets that final kill, and Rima get a 5th round. They use 2 ultimates, yes, but I think they would consider that well spent, especially since it demolishes just economy.
Oh yeah, and that's what say as well, like they just immediately broke their money as soon as they, won that 1v1. This is why you got to close out these rounds a bit more convincingly than a 1 or 2 clutch when you've started out 0-4. As soon as they lose one round, which against a team who has 4 big impact ults is pretty damn likely, you are insta-broke. And that's why this is a bit of a nightmare half for Money First here on Blind. Rima quite happy with how things are going, though. Now into another anti-eco, and their money is still looking very strong here. Big bathrooms control for Money First. Gotta say, I'm not a super big fan of how they're playing their comp right now. I really want to see them be a bit more fluid with the way that they're playing. Be sky dogging, fade dogging through critical parts of the map where they need info, pushing a little more. Like this walk down through bathrooms is exactly what I want to see more on gun rounds. Maybe pushes through hookah off the back of a guiding light or something like that. Bit of a run down B long. They're playing a little rigidly right now. In comes the B execute though. Anti-eco should be pretty easy to take the side, especially when KitKat's full blind back side like that. That was easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, who needs a Razor or Jet to Satchel or Dash on when you can just or TP into someone completely blind and take care of them? That's exactly what Yanni did. And I mean, you made some really great points there about the importance of regression to come out of Money First, because they have a lot of information in terms of utility in their team comp. They're just not really able to use it to find a lot of value. Orbital Strike actually gonna be burned here. A little bit of a surprise. I don't know why Bugsy opted to do that, because it looks like a very comfortable round for Rima nevertheless. But hey, that's like one less thing to worry about for Money First in this next round, because I think this one is pretty much over unless Macchiato has something to say about it. A 1v3 gets the first, but only one will be found. 6-1 now. Rima, an incredibly strong start. Could not say it more. And they still have Thrash as well as that Neural Theft for this next one.
I mean, yeah, I don't know about that Orbital on one player. Might be a bit overkill. Could have definitely held on to that in combination with the Thrash for the next round. It's just that those kind of big impact ults help you kind of play the rounds and simplify things down a little bit. Like, just if you wanted to dump both for the site take, pretty simple to just thrash through bathrooms, orbital, U-hauls, something like that, or even just thrash into the site, have to orbital for the post plant. Macchiato back on the operator though, deep on the short A line. This is exactly the kind of things we need to be seeing more of. Just more pushing, more getting info and getting those info lines on defense. Rima are just kind of walking around the map. They can bully you off of them, but that's where you need to be adaptable and try to take space somewhere else. Here's the bathroom control. Take once again. Going to push KitKat off the line. And like I said, this is where they just need to respect that. Give the bathrooms over and lean on this short info line that they've got.
Set play. Gotta be the peek into Macchiato. Unfortunately, shot doesn't quite connect. Gotta force her back towards this U-Haul area. And there comes the Thrash. This time around, not gonna be able to catch anybody quite yet. Counter ult to be popped here. Seekers for some precise information. And KitKat will know that there's at least a couple players towards Shower, a few more towards Short. So more utility to come out of this MNF side to maybe see at least where these players are pushing. No, nothing really available to deny that spike plant from coming through. It's just these multiple crossfires now that you're gonna have to manually break through here. Yoru quite low. Yanni gets taken care of. A beautiful flick from Popo for the second kill will also give her the Cosmic Divide, and suddenly this makes this post plan much more difficult. No real way to play around. You really wish you had that orbital strike now. I'm betting at least able to deny that complete defuse from coming in, but it's still a 2v4. How much more can you really do here? You don't even know that the spike is being diffused. The Molly finds one more, but that will be the last victim it claims. And Money First, they get the defuse and they make that round work together. 2-6.
Yeah, much more clean gun round won by Money First as well. Loving the Raze op play. Definitely could have got them the opening pick if they'd been a little sharper on that for Macchiato, but you can't really criticize too much. She's having a pretty nice performance there. Really nice retake. The crossfire not strong enough really at all from Rima. They were playing quite split up, quite all over the place, and that is one of the big benefits of playing the Astra on a map like this. Cosmic retake used to be a massive thing back in the days when, Astra meta was rampant and Pearl was in the pool. Nowadays, see it a little bit less often, but they played around that Cosmic very well, has to be said. Up once again on this B long line, saying hello to the camera. Gonna finally deal with that, and Fault Line gonna push the Raze off of the line. Probably just gonna get flashed straight back on. In fact, not feeling scared at all is Macchiato. We're not scared to breach you, Tilt. Here comes the bathrooms control again from Rima.
like this little bit of adaptation here, moving the Viper over, putting that one way down, because consistently Showers has been contested by Rima. So I do like that you're having the Viper util spread a little bit more across the map here to find some more value. And they are getting a little bit more proactive, Pilski. There comes the Skydog. You saw a couple of Prowlers earlier. They're not able to really take too much space off of it, but I think that's okay, all things considered, especially when they are just setting up for these sight lines. I would like to see...
They took bathrooms, even without an initiator there. They're just dry push bathrooms, and they know it's not A in the mid round.
Yeah, that's some really good information. So they've gotten better at like figuring that out. But that said, I think that because of the rotation potential in this map as well, they're not getting like too ahead of themselves. And oh, that's just the opening that Macchiato really needed to find that first kill. And no more pesky breach until for the rest of the round. The rest of the people flood in, but it's just them surrounded on all sides by enemies here. Bugsy at least able to find a trade, but Americano comes in. That's the cavalry here, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, how much more can Bless really find a 1v3? The Prowler to buy a little bit more time, cause some more distraction. It's not even going to be needed as Felche finds that final kill. 3-6 right now. A much better look for money first.
Yeah, they're starting to very much adapt to the timings that Rima's showing, you know, every single time. Left. They tend to just, you know, run that initial default, the first layer of the default, like a lot of teams do, going and taking that bathroom control and regrouping and hitting on that 50-second to a minute 10 kind of timer in that round is the regroup, and you know, they get themselves organized for the execute. Problem with that kind of style is that if the other team recognizes that and makes an info push in the mid round, exactly like Money First did, which, to be honest, I thought that they would be doing more with things like Sky Util, Fade Util with their comp, although they're playing both of them on the same side of the map. They just did it the old-fashioned way, man with gun, walk into bathroom, sees nobody, and, you know, that's good enough to pull the rotation timing for Stack B, and Rima just couldn't deal with that. They're also having a tough time, despite the fact that they do have more than enough util to be able to do it, kind of bullying this operator off the line. Macchiato's giving none of that util any respect. You know, she's getting stunned and she's calling, I mean, exactly the strength of this style, which we used to see on the, you know, old meta of Bind. You get pushed off a line. That's why you play double initiator. You just, you know, you dog, you drone, dart, whatever initiator you're playing, you just push your op back on the line, you push your duelist back on the line, and then you keep him there as much as you can. And that's what Money First is doing really well at the moment, and that's actually going to break Rima's economy, which was not an easy task to begin with, but they've done it.
You said it would be a very tough thing to do, but they managed to do it right now, and they have a chance to bring it back even further. Once again, just the contact aggression here. Popo gonna be holding this off angle very forward here. Dizzy gonna be immediately broken. That's the sound cue that, all right, there's a couple of players around here, and that's gonna mean that Dizzy also cannot be retrieved unless Rima really want to get in the thick of it, which it seems like they're considered to do here. Still two players. Very aggressive angle. They do have some flashes, some utility to work with, and that's going to be the call. Immediately going to be broken, though, so I'm not sure how much this TP is going to really do here, especially when Popo is hitting shots like that. Shuts down Sub completely and takes the Gecko out of the equation. Still looking to get a little bit spicy, a little bit dicey here. Just have that smoke to immediately come through, despite that concussion. And the Showers, it's a full-on war zone here. On the opposite side, though, that's going to be the neural depth to come through as Americano goes down.
That could make things difficult here. They know exactly what the defense setup is. Although they only have mostly Sheriffs and armor, Bless has been able to actually go and scavenge that Phantom from Hookah's side, and they're going to call the audible. Yanni is still being a bit of a pain in the side over here towards bathrooms, but in the meanwhile, the rest of Rima grouping up towards that B site, and that's only the Raze here with the operator all on her lonesome. If she goes down early on here without it being able to have too much impact, she's even going to pop the showstopper and get a double to keep herself alive, but Hill goes down 10 seconds. This plant is very possible for Bless. Can they win this round here, Zach?
I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't say it's probable, but it's certainly possible. Prowler gonna be caught catching out the Cypher, unfortunately, and Blitz, just nothing you can really do when you're fully blind. It's a safe plant as well, so Yanni 1v3, not the greatest position to try and play around here. Could at least try to find a kill or two, pick up a rifle maybe, but instead just gonna be going down to Kit Kat at the end. It was an eco round, so not a complete loss here for Rima. They take a couple of guns down from their opponent's side, but this time around it's Money First, who is the team who doesn't have to worry about money for once in this half, because they have 3 players left alive and a very nice cushion in the back.
Oh, for sure. They're doing a really excellent job of coming back into this game. You've got to give credit where credit's due. Really wanted Rima though, especially with an Astra and a Sky just dry peeking showers. I was begging for that breach to get brought on over. Cheeky little fault line flash, Yoru TP. That would have been very sad for Money First. Didn't happen though. And at the end of the day here, back into another gun round. Brute force approach into bathrooms for Rima seems to be their go-to. Ooh, this is cheeky. Now playing inside the smoke is Kit Kat. They might try and re-clear and fight bathrooms in the mid-round here.
Timing on this smoke going down could be everything here. Kit Kat left alone, but still gonna find one 2-for-1 trade, so net profit gonna be there for MNF, and more than that, that's a spike in their control now. Falche aware of this, gonna be taking a little bit more control of the showers angle. They just have to lock this spike down, especially with that numbers advantage in their favor here. Macchiato, as always, the sole player. I was gonna say Sentinel, but I mean, you can't really call over he's a Sentinel, to be left on B while everybody else kind of just congregates around the spike. Timing gonna be everything here. Haunt gonna be broken down, so Bless still has some space to work with. The smoke going down, it might be enough to find this kill in the corner. I think that Bless and Bugsy kind of expected here. Nice fault line though. That's gonna be enough for Popo to get both of these final kills, despite that Nightfall to come through. Rice now all alone. I really don't know how much more you can find here. It might be better to just save the gun, but not even gonna have the opportunity. Americano says goodbye, go home. 5-6 here, and definitely a great adjustment to come out from MNF.
Yeah, they're doing very well now. You can see it right there in front of your eyes. 5 out of the last 7 on defense. Really, really well done for themselves.
Nightfall invested, Concussion invested. They try to make the initiator utility crunch happen, but instead got a little bit crunched themselves. I mean, at least for Rima, they're happy to get that Nightfall out of the way. One less thing to worry about in terms of retake, but they still have to deal with this operator. They still have to worry about all of the space that I think MNF are just taking for free now that they're feeling themselves.
They got big impact ults though this round, Zach. Orbital, your Rolling Thunder, you're one off of the good old Thrash with the Gecko ready to plant the spike. If you can't get this round done, then you're going to have a very rough time for yourself. Once again, you got the deep bathroom set up. The operator's on the line of the raise. Dizzy sent on through, Flash to follow. They're getting straight into the site here. Rolling Thunder going to help them try to bully control of backside and bathrooms, but they're just waiting for the Yoru ult to scout things out first.
Rolling Thunder does connect, and off the back of that, it's going to be an opening coming through onto Popo. Orbital Strike as well does do a little bit of chip damage to the Yoru here, but all things considered, it's still a 2-for-1. The flank, though, Bless able to catch it out, finds Macchiato, and that's an upgrade for Bless 2. Now just 2 players left alive, Kit Kat and Americano. Yes, Americano has the Viper spin to try and make a clutch happen, able to get that first kill, but now it's all up to the captain, the IGL, and that neural theft is going to make things even more difficult here. 1v3 situation. Operator Torch Showers knows the position here, and with this Viper Spit might be able to at least make that crossover work, but it's still these fights that have to be isolated, have to be taken here, and Americano is able to find the timing now in a 1v2. This looks like a repeat of a previous round, Pilski. Americano just has no chill. Another one, but no clutch this time as Yanni thankfully keeps the madness from going on and gets a 7th round for Rima. I genuinely thought that Ginny had that one. I swear.
I saw it coming together, unfortunately not to be though, and Rima, look, 7th picked up for them, but beautiful resurgence in the middle of that half there for Money First. They've definitely given themselves a fighting chance here on Blind. Let's see what the panel thought about it though.
One enemy. Last player standing.
7-5 for Rima, 2 rounds ahead. But Tash, do you think they're happy with this lead?
I think for Money First, this is something that is really, really important for them, because when you look at Money First, something that's really important about it is the fact that they took a while to really figure out how Rima plays, and once they have all of that information in place, they were able to just counter them out, understanding that in order to keep their operator holder alive, they needed to be able to flash, maybe throw a utility out, move them out of the way, keep them up, and really give that information as well as set up the front lines for the Jonas to go in. It was a little bit more scattered in the beginning view. It felt like they were just fighting all over the place. But once it felt like everything was clicking, they have a sort of synergy, a sort of game plan going on. While it was still the lead for Rima, but again, as I mentioned before, that it looks like for Money First, they are a very momentum-heavy team, and this is exactly what they needed. Now, on top of that as well, we do require to see like both teams start making mistakes, such as overcommittal when it comes to ultimates. But let's see if the second half will be different.
Right, yeah, good news for Money First as well statistically. Attack strong for Rima, but defense not as strong as their attacking side. So we're gonna have to see. So I'm gonna send it right back over to our caster.
Thanks a lot, Jen and Tash on the desk. We'll see whether Rima can have a little bit of a better time on their defense this time around. It's against the Money First comp. I mean, double initiator, we're going to have a lot of pushing power in the main chokes. That used to be the old meta of bind, just drone dog on each lane and just kick it into high gear, into a side exit. Really good ability to be able to re-clear and retake map control in the mid to late round as well. So we'll see what their approach and their read on how to run this comp is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I do see that kind of movement away as well from the Sentinel. So this is Bless's chance to really prove that, hey, look, Cypher is still relevant in this meta on Bind, because we haven't really seen much love being given to our Sentinels on this particular map. So hopefully Bless can show that they are still relevant and impactful here. Looking at this defense setup though, it's a very heavy stack towards B, and it seems like that MNF have gotten wind of it as they look to pivot over towards A instead. Just a Cypher gonna be sitting alone here, does have his cams, his tripwires all set up here. It's a pretty little cage, and they're walking into the Cypher's world. Let's see how much value Bless can really find. So far, nobody caught in any of the tripwires, so no kills to come through quite yet. A very methodical, very precise player, and that's going to be paying dividends here. In the meantime, though, it's going to be Popo all the way towards spawn, playing police control and able to get a couple of kills. And you see the benefits of the sky just creeping in here. Popo back to full fighting shape within the first couple of seconds, and now this retake is just 3 players left.
Yeah, very difficult. Obviously you 4-1 stack in the pistol. You got to have a good retake plan. Unfortunately, when 2 of your players die going through the back door on the TP side, it's not really going maybe how you planned it. The right clicks are, though, unfortunately, immediately traded back by Money First. Les now was the first initial contact playing retake on A and will be the last player surviving. Catches a face full of that flash and no time to even get it done. Even if all 3 players went down, there was not enough time to get the spike plan. And Money First, really, really nice pivot in the mid round there. They saw something they didn't like. I think off of some of that initiator util, I think it was a Fade Dog up B. And they saw something that looked a little funky, and they were able to just pull the pivot back to A, and it worked an absolute treat for him, Zach.
Yeah, I do like that we saw some very interesting rotations to come out of Rima. I would question some of them, but I think overall you could see kind of what they were thinking. They wanted to keep the pressure up. They wanted to really deny the post-plan possibilities for MNF from coming into play, but instead just caught a little bit and picked apart here. This time around, the double peek, it works out perfectly. Clean headshot onto KitKat to shut down this guy, and that's one gun that could possibly be retrieved later. Off the back of it, you can see that the rest of MNF, they're kind of hoping to wait for exactly that eventuality. Maybe they're hoping someone will come for the gun or just push a little bit further, but instead Rima, now that they have that initial advantage, they're just going to be playing a little bit more passively here. Boombot invested towards Hookah, gonna be broken by his first player, but it's still a crossfire setup here, and I think with that smoke coming down, it's just going to be once again Money First reconsidering, do they really want to push into this? And once again, they'll be right, because there's 3 players around there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the strength of the comp they're running. You can definitely inform your decision making and sniff out any kind of setups. You can definitely tell whether the other team's got like a hookah setup, long setup, and choose to pivot somewhere else. Cypher Cam spots a couple of players trying to creep up short there. They've made their way into pocket here. Snakebite going to keep these players in U-Haul for the time being as the Fade Dog goes through the back of sight, and Felsi going to get that plant down.
Spike goes down. 4v5 retake numbers still in favor of Rima here, even if they don't have the weaponry. But I mean, the problem with this Asian comp is that you just have so much post-plant setup available, whether it's the pain shells, the Astra utility, or the Viper mollies. There's just so much there, and already Macchiato able to take care of that Gecko, which means there's no more wingman available for a sneaky defuse on top of that volley if it does come down to it. So I think at this point, the best call might be to maybe find a couple of kills if they can, or go down to the Spike here. Spike gets tapped. Felcher gonna be able to push forward, get a couple of kills. The lineup, in fact, coming through. Bless at least finds one for themselves, but this defuse is still being stuck all the way here. Half not even found, and Felcher with 3 to be able to convert the round here for MNF. But oh, that's heartbreaking. That's 4 players down.
That's a lot of damage. Someone needs to call the Flex Seal bloke and get that patched up ASAP. Because that economy is not looking too good. I think they're going to have to take a bonus. Just a single rifle at Sheriff Armor on the rest of the girls. Although Americano is feeling keen for the Force. And that is leading to some other financial decisions being made. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Zach. I respect that. You know your memes well. Yanni in bathrooms control, taken hand in hand with Tub. A little bit of a sky smoke to the backside of it, so they've taken that. Got the cheeky little Cypher set up on B with the Yoru TP ready on the rotation. Bunny first, not in a rush to be going anywhere too fast though this round. You can see Macchiato taking a lot of space and control of Hookah. That's Hookah taken full free. Boombot didn't trigger on anything. Ooh, breach. Or rather, Yoru almost caught in transition, but no smokes now on the side of Money First. You definitely don't want to lose your Astra backside of bathrooms like that. That's going to make things much harder. Especially coming into B here.
Oh my god, alright. Hot versus Cypher Tripwire. The Hot wins out and Macchiato finds the kill here. Shuts down Bless. That's going to open up this B side for the Spike plan to come in. And remember, this is a bonus here for Money First, but they're still able to get that Spike down. And now they have their post plan setups. They have control of that elbow as well. So it's going to be looking very difficult here. Oh my god, Felcher there for the backup to be able to take out Yanni. Bugsy though goes huge with the Vandal to find a couple of kills of their own here. Americano on site though. Phantom in hand, looking to play Spoilers Port and brings it down to the 1v1 here. Kit Kat with the Sheriff, looking to see how much more they can really find. Able to pick up a Bulldog as well. Tub now looking to go for the defuse, but there's just enough bullets left in the Bulldog for that bar to bite, and it will be the bonus converted here for MNF. Really well played round, and I think that linchpin of that round, Pilsky, was that haunt onto poor Cypher there.
Oh, for sure. And you can see, look, the Brim on the defense side is trying to keep the Cypher alive with the Sky Smokes. I have no idea how the Haunt even scans the Cypher there. You feel a little hard done by, but honestly, at the end of the day, those Sky Smokes either side of the site is actually kind of what lets Money First get onto that site when the Cypher goes down. And the fact that they had no smokes is definitely patched up a little bit by the fact that the defense has kind of thrown some B-side smokes for them there. Not intentionally, but unintentionally, unfortunately. Walk up behind the Viper util here, Zach. This is an absolute classic at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, just that wall to scale up. Most of the time, you just have it as a lurk wall, and then when you know your enemies are in an eco run, you just use it to scale up here, take all of the space for free. And Macchiato just having an absolute field day right now. 2 kills already on the round here. Spike down, showstopper in hand. Seems like nothing can really stop her. That said, though, at least Rice able to do a little bit of damage. Once again, Popo gets taken out, but the walk-up from Bugsy, it gets caught out. The timing just not there, and Americano with another kill on the ground. 8-7 right now, and at this point, it's just a question of how much more can you really find here. Rice does have that Vandal that they picked up. Could maybe get another exit or two, and this is really funny to me. Felcher has been having the same gun for the last couple of rounds here, just hasn't been able to pick up an upgrade until now. Thankfully, we'll be able to get that Vandal. And 9-7 here. This was a very rough start. It was like a 1-6 start for MNF, but now the momentum, it seems to have shifted firmly in their favor.
Totally agree. They're looking like they're going from strength to strength, and heading into this next gun round with a showstopper and a Nightfall, that's definitely going to help things a little bit as well. I think Rima would be a good time for attack timeout, have a bit of a chat about what they can do about this, but they're going to go into the next gun round a little bit more dry. They're getting quite close to a lot of big impact ults here. Orbital's online, that'll definitely help things out, and one off a whole boatload of other ults. And Rice, Breach just dry peeking into middle and walking down. It works. I mean, look, they've gotten a lot of control over in mid, and she's just going to keep flanking. There's no Senti to stop her from doing this. They've taken bathroom's control here, and they're actually going to flash straight through the Sky Smoke this time. The Dizzy blinds absolutely everything, and the TP denied here. That is a rocket that is going nowhere fast, but they will take space in bathrooms and use it as a bit of a clearance for this A site.
Yeah, only U-Haul left in control of these defenders, and that too can be broken apart by a single orbital strike. Instead, though, MNF opting to save it for that post plant with those two huge openings. 4v3 right now, numbers in favor of MNF here. But once again, this flank from Rice, it's once again gonna catch out Popo, just not having the best of times outside Shower. That said, though, it's still gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Neural Depth to come out, smoke out exactly where these two remaining players are, and there's no real ultimates available to deny this diffuse from really coming in. The smoke goes down, and the spike is just being stuck here all the way. Bless on the Cypher with a triple, and Bugsy with the defuse to bring Rima back into this 9-8 right now for MNF, and that was a round that started perfectly for the Pilski. Like, they got everything they wanted, and still it falls out.
It's a ballsy push down mid to start things off, but ends up working out well for Rice. The pot flash through after kind of conditioning the other team to respect the Sky Smoke is a nice little adjustment that I like to see for Rima, and Bless with a massive 3k. Timeout called here by Rima, recognizing that this is going to be a pretty important swing round. Money First starting to run out of cash. It's a bit of a double-edged sword though. This is one of the rounds that kind of makes your head spin. Incredibly important round for both teams, who will be broke if they drop this round, and both have a lot of big ults online. I think over on the side of Money First, you're definitely considering the Seekers to kind of streamline an exi or be able to recognize the setup, and then just get yourself a comfy little pit in the after plant. And as for Rima, you've got big ults to be able to help on this retake. You know, the Rolling Thunder with the Yoro ult, the Thrash. These are going to be very, very difficult for Money First to deal with in the after plant. They might even just give up the side altogether.
Yeah, those are some really good points there. I think that Rima, at least with the ultimates that they have, like you mentioned, should be opting to go in for more of a retake heavy setup. And you saw how much value they were able to find off of just one orbital strike in that previous round. Like, yes, Bless went huge to find a 3k off the back of it, but it was still the orbital strike that provided that initial zoning. So I think that for Money First, it's going to be a priority to take these outs out of contention before they even think about getting that spike down, because you really don't want that disruptive Rolling Thunder or Thrash to come through and stop you while you're at it. That said, it's a little bit of a change of pace here. I think that for Money First, they have been going in for there's always like somebody hanging around somewhere else, but this time around it's just a 5-person push. We saw this before with this Viper wall to scale up, but this time they're doing it in a buy here, and that wall goes out at the worst time. Yanni able to find 2 before being shut down. Sure, the Euro ult is out of play, but it still does so much beforehand, and already that's that Cosmic Divide being burnt here so early on.
Yep, 4-on-3, favoring Rima on this retake. They still do have the Thrash as well as the Rolling Thunder to be able to complete it. Spotting Grim out on his iPad. Won't play with that, kids. And that's a massive 3k for Tub. She has just been unreal on this initiator role in all of the games I've watched from Rima. And Money First, they've kind of cooked that round a little bit. They really did not time out the Cosmic and the Seekers off the back of dropping that Viper util well at all, and they've been made to pay for that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, the timing on that Viper wall is just so painful. Just half a second, and Yanni takes full advantage of that to get both of these kills here. And of course, this play from Tub, the unholy sprayed out to take care of all 3 remaining players. You said it there, huge swing around for Money First, and they invested so much in it, right? They used 2 of those ults in the form of the Seeker, as well as that Cosmic Divide. No money, like you said, and Rima, on the other hand, they still have that Neural Theft as well as the Thrash.
Yeah, that's a massive. I mean, Euro ult as well as the Thrash, actually a little bit more exciting than the Neural Theft in this case.
Yeah, you're right.
yeah, that's a big missed opportunity for Money First. So like that was just painfully played. Like at the end of the day, did not time out dropping the Viper util into the exec at all. And also even after that Cosmic, they just tried running through the Cosmic without a Sky Flash or anything. Into this round though, straight into the B exec. The Cypher trips do hit the Raze, but unable to unfortunately punish. Breach happy to sit in hookah and wait for this retake to come in from the rest of Rima, but the pit is going to disrupt things a little bit. They're actually going for this one Money First and investing a lot into trying to lock this round down. Go old scouting out everything, Zach.
Yeah, It's gonna spot all of these players. In fact, they're just gonna be coming out of the ultimate. No need for a flash or anything else here, and the attack gets completely picked apart. I think that's the fastest flawless retake we've probably seen. What was it, like 4 seconds? It's just a complete
perfect.
They just run through. Euroworld gets all the information. Boom, boom, boom. Headshot.
Yeah, the Euroworld and the Thrash, like they just double altered into that. Like 2 people were detained. The Euroworld scouting out absolutely everyone in the pit. I think for money first, though, like I know that didn't look like a very convincing round. You would have loved to see them get a couple kills at least, but at the end of the day, on a half buy, if you're going to trade a pit for 2 ults of the other team, it's not the worst situation in the world. The main issue is that the finances of Remo are looking really strong now towards the tail end of this game. So money first, with less room for error than their opponents, and we're back to a simpler man's game. No ults involved in this round. Back to kind of a bit more standard looking stuff. Breach contesting Hookah here. Going to deal with the boom bot and consider just aftershocking the entrance to deny any opportunity at money first taking control off the back of that Prowler. Sky Smoke going to keep Rice safe for the time being.
Yeah, just a lot of time being burned here. Popo, though, still left on the lurk towards his B long. Will be eventually falling back as the pivot comes in towards this A side where there still is this 3-player stack here. Yoru Brim as well as Gecko. Well, gonna be used to scale up here. I think they've done this a couple too many times to be sure about it, but once again, it's this crossfire that's been so problematic. Bugsy able to not only get the kill, but also walk away for free, and there's still a couple players on this side to deny further presence. The flash comes through, yes, but will it be enough to get that first kill? Yes, it is. KitKat and Popo, they make that crunch work out perfectly, but Tub swings and goes huge. 2 kills already for them. Americana at least able to trade and refrag, bringing things down to a 2v2 here. Like you said, Pilski, no ultimates available. It's all going to come down to gunplay, and both of these defenders are coming in through CT.
Eyes on the breach here till Scylla Star available for Popo there, as well as some snake bites for Americano. Going to play a very delayed post plan. They know that they've got lineups that can make this difficult. Bless contesting U-Haul straight into the crosshair of Americano. Rice left all on her lonesome with only a singular flash, and the Star hasn't even been bled out yet. Plenty of time for Money First to just play the angles. Rice knows that she can't tap it. She's got to try to find one of these players caught slipping, caught lacking, but none of them are giving her anything. Played perfectly there from Money First, and that's the first of a few gun rounds they're going to need to start to crack down Rima's money and make this game of bind theirs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about cracking down on Rima's money for the next couple of rounds. It's going to be a hard ask, especially since they have such a nice cushion from those last couple of rounds. But I think them being able to keep 2 players alive is definitely a good start. Hero Links from Tub to try and keep this round in Rima's favor. But overall, I think just that 1v1 that Americano was able to convert towards that U-Haul was the winning point, I would say, of that round for MNF. 10-10 right now. I think that both teams are getting a little bit closer to those ults, in particular MNF. I have my eyes on the Seekers here. I think we might see them coming through, but I think that if MNF can win this buy, it's going to be pretty much what they need to shift the momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take 3 pretty big gun rounds back to back to crack down on money. Trailblazer to start things off. You've seen a lot of wall drop into A execute. Now they're heading back towards the B side of the map. Once again, you see Macchiato having a little bit of a look over towards Hookah. The rest of Money First taking a look at B long. Going to use a bit of Astro U tilt, potentially a consume or a smoke to take a little bit more space on B long there. And they finally seem like they're starting to wrestle the line, contacting up B long. 3 players over here for Rima, and a breach you can see in U-Haul could potentially offer a fault line over onto Hookah's side or something like that from that position.
Here comes the execute though. Molly and Pain shows to try and clear out the corner here. Perfect Haunts once again to catch out Bugsy. Felcha finds that kill without even having to see the player face to face. A second Prowler as well, and this is the kind of utility that you were talking about. Just so oppressive in terms of being able to just keep these defenders back away from being able to just retake at all. Another stun comes through from the Astra, Molly to boot here, and yes, you have some flashes of your own, but it's just these crossfires, this damage that is coming through across the board. Now Rice, the sole player left for Rima, a 1v3 retake to try and convert this round, but I don't even know if that's possible here. Just an attempt at making some kind of damage happen, but Macchiato says none of that. Shuts Rice down, and MNF, they take the lead here, 11-10. 2 more rounds for stealing away their opponent's map pick, and while their opponent's economy is still good, so is theirs. They're starting to build up a cushion, and they have the Nightfall to go as well.
Yeah, I think like looking at the Gecko Yoru as well as Brim on that B site, you need to see them be a bit more proactive than sitting over on Cubby and Elbow. Like that's more of a setup you'd see with a Senti or something like that. It's, a Viper setup, playing safe on the site. If you do have, you know, Yoru Gecko, you want to see them contest garden side or go for a timing. I know it's hard to push into double initiator safely. You know, they're going to be spamming util at you, but you got to try to create a timing. Dry walk straight down middle here. No Senti on the money first side, and this has worked a couple of times, just going straight up the guts. Gonna play retake here on A. Brim just from heaven. Cypher playing all the way back in spawn. They're going to give the entirety of this A site to money first and rely on this double flank to kick off the execute timing. Orbital's there for Bugsy as well. See how they make it work.
Not gonna be really invested quite yet. I think Nightfall is gonna be the first ult to come in, and the flank, of course, gonna be caught out. Americano's timing perfect as always. Still goes in for the VP onto the breach as well. Aftershock's gonna be pushing her out of the corner here. Still gonna be walking with a couple of HP to their name, but Bugsy, a spray down from heaven, is able to find 2 kills here and brings things down to a 3v3. Americano tucked away into the corner. How much more can she do? Just 1. That said, though, it is gonna be Bless on the spike. A 1v2 has to isolate these fights. Gets the first one. Bugsy diffusing, and Bless there for both headshots. All the cover that is necessary, and a beautiful retake to come out of Rima to tie us up again at 11-11. The flank was great. Americano did her best, but the real hero was that jump down from heaven, taking care of that pressure.
Oh, this game just keeps delivering. Like every XVX, every post plan. I was getting so nervous for money first, playing so heavily inside U-Haul with the Brim ult up, but it still, you know, ends up being quite a competitive round from that point. Bless and Tub have been so key in terms of the multi-frags in the mid to late round, and here's a timeout for money first. Their cash looking pretty decent. They've got the showstopper back up, and look, they've bled a couple of ults out of Rima in that round. These are the really tense situations where we're right at the tail end of the game here. 2 good rounds could get it done from either team, and you've got some pretty big impact ults coming on in. So we'll see what money first are going to be coming up with. Seeing a lot of different looks for Rima. They're unafraid to just go for some big pushes sometimes, you know, just dry off the back of no util, big pushes down mid. Being able to try to flank money first early on, being able to leave Bless in those retake scenarios on the Cypher. Big boon of having a primary Senti like a Cypher on this map is just being able to lean quite heavily towards one side of the map with a bit of confidence. See what money first to come up with here. Like I said, Showstopper online, getting pretty close to a Pit and a Cosmic. But a lot of big ults coming up for Rima pretty soon here. The Yoru ult and the Thrash could definitely get involved in these last couple of rounds. And if you get a big multi-frag or an Orb 2 or a defuse on your breach, that could be a Rolling Thunder as well. To start things off here with Bathrooms Control. Trailblazer in from Kit Kat. Wall is being cycled, I can imagine. No, not quite yet. Just the orb being cycled. Anti-raise ult trip there from Bless, wanting to try to catch Macchiato in midair, but I don't think it's going to work out in this case. They're just dry walking in, and they're going to clear the trip straight away. What is that from Bless? Double headshot through the smoke in a swing round like this. That is ridiculous.
Absolutely disgusting. Like, it's not even the tripwires that are the problem. It's just the Cypher here to be able to get that double kill. Has a neural theft as well. Could invest it a little bit later in the round if necessary, but now it is 2v5 here. Such a such a difficult task to really hold on. The Flash is doing the damage as well. Americano at least able to find a kill, but already the flank, it's arrived here from this B side. A couple of players, the wraparound as well. I'm sure it's long tub will take care of that planter, and the last player flashed into oblivion. Americano, how much more can she really do here? The answer is absolutely nothing, as Rima, they get themselves to match point first. 12 to 11 here. It's still not over by any means. I do think this game definitely is the gift that keeps on giving. Could go to overtime, but what a way to lose a round. What a way to lose 2 players. That's just so depressing.
Oh, I know. You call attack timeout, like, and you just, that happens to you. Like, what can you even do? They got to kind of put it behind them. No chance to recover and kind of rekindle things. Showstopper's still up, so is the pit. Go, Ult, and Thrash going to be big retake tools for Rima, and they've got the operator out here on Bugsy. They're once again playing a full retake setup on 8. And the Yoru, Brim, and Gecko being left on this B site. Previously, I was saying I don't like how they're playing kind of full retake on the B site. That is no longer going to be as much of an issue when you have the Thrash and the Yoru ult retake. I don't want to see them burn the Thrash too early, though. Showstopper goes in, and they're trying to Thrash and Flood here. They're really trying to defend this B site straight away here, Zach.
Showstopper not gonna find any value, though. It does take care of the side and gets the Viper's Pit down, so that's a bless. Oh my, a kill from the Molly comes in, though. That's definitely huge here, and Popo playing aggressively could be able to find the timing here, maybe catch the rotation in through this pit. Oh, another kill, though. The utility kills are crazy here for Rima. Well, first one with the Molly, now a second one with the Aftershock, just absolutely crazy. And the problem is that the Viper's Pit isn't on the spike itself, and it's just going to be Wingman that's able to happily sit down and defuse it while the rest of the team scrambles for shape. So that's going to be the victory coming through here for the side of Rima. It got a little bit tenacious, it got a little bit close here, but at the end of it, Rima, they pull it together and they take it 13 to 11. And you know, Toski, I think that 2K from Bless, it's gonna haunt not just Money First, but also us, because I think that was what really broke the comeback story here for the side of MNF.
It did, and you often hyper-focus on rounds like that, but at the end of the day, there was a handful of rounds on attack where they were dropping the Viper wall too early, a couple of little misplays there for Money First. They still had a really good crack at that, though, and that was a very, very close game. That went to all 24 rounds and really took absolutely everything out of both teams, but it is only map 1, so maybe the panel has a little bit better of an idea than I do about which team is actually going to take this series.
Thank you, casters. A closely contested map 1. Rima, they take away the win, but Moneyfast, they really made Rima fight for those last rounds.
It's all right. There we go. I think
there you go.
Jen is back.
Yeah, what I said. Rima walk away victorious on Bind, but Moneyfast able to really make Rima fight for those last rounds.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when you look at the how the game played out, it looked very strong for Rima in the first few. And I think that what got really exciting was the fact that MNF really managed to figure out how exactly to stop the initial aggressive plays coming through in the first half. I mean, it did take a while, I think around 5 or 6 for MNF to really stop the momentum, but it did require a lot. There was a lot of ultimates used for round number 5. For round number 6, Rima had to use 2 ultimates to win back the momentum. And I think it's good because Rima is very very aware that to stop MNF is to stop those momentum heavy rounds. And because they weren't able to in the last half of the first half, wow, that's a lot of halves. That's why you saw them starting to come back. But in the second half, it's interesting because Money First seems to be a lot stronger on the attacking side. You can see the reposition of Popo near spawn to catch Rima in the mid rotations. You can start to see a lot of those aggressive pushes come out from MNF. But Rima was also very good at being aggressive back and understanding that because they're playing this very aggressive comp with the Gecko, with the Yoru, they have to play proactively. So having 2 aggressive players inside of showers and picking out Kit Kat very early and playing very aggressive by having Rice push out of A main gave them a lot of value as well. And on top of that, I think like what's really important to remember is that for Rima, a lot of their winning rounds were from hero plays, whether it be Bless, whether it be Tub, and I think that's really pivotal to remember. I think while it is amazing that these players are able to take this multi-frags, these huge hits, but I do not want it to be a win condition for them.
Yeah, especially with I want to point out how Rice was playing the breach, very aggressive. But you know, as you mentioned, most of those swing rounds depended on one of those high risk, high return plays. I just don't think that's gonna work against the stronger teams who are ready to punish those.
Yeah, in a lot of situations as well, I think there's a lot of mid-round adjustments to come through. For MNF, it didn't feel like in those rounds, it didn't really feel like they had really good. They're very rigid. They have this set play they want to do, and it has to be executed that way. And I think I've had this problem. I've said this before about Sapphire in their previous iteration of the roster. They need to be more fluid, more dynamic in each round. Well, Rima, it feels like every single round they're okay to pivot, they're okay to change their game plan, and it seems very, very well executed. While the game plan from Money First did bring them really, really close to this really 13-11 play, but I think at the end of the day, it's this mid-round adjustments that really can turn the tides and change the rounds.
Adjustments, and I feel like some of it came down to comps as well. Money First not having that designated lurker kind of made them a little bit predictable. Of course, they were able to fight some of that disadvantage, but moving on to the highlight, Tub, as you mentioned, just winning incredible rounds, pulling miracles.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, I really like there's this, what it was round number 19, where I think it was Rima. Rima had an insane round, one of the fastest retakes I've ever seen. Yes, it was an easy take of the site from Money First, but it was so beautifully done that Gecko Trash onto the site managed to get 3 to 4 players, and then the Yoru ult onto the site. I did say that it was going to be very, very dangerous for Polly now because of that Yoru ult, and that's exactly how you want to play that to perfection. Get the information with that Yoru ult. Get onto the site, try to weed out as many people as possible from a lot of these angles and hit and hidey holes basically per se. And I think that one thing that's been great from Rima in particular is that they're just so good with that utility, how they react of this utility of the information, how they clear out angles with the utility as well has been massive. So big props to Rima for playing that very, very well. But for Money First, this is not the end of the road for them. They still have another map to go, and I really would like to see them pull it together, because right now certain rounds when they don't know what to do, you could really tell that they're lost and they're just scratching their heads. Plus in this particular game was massive. Insane holds, insane I would say ACS as well. And when you look at how she holds the site and how she isolates fights, it's very, very scary. She's so quick on that reaction.
Yeah, one thing though, with Bless popping off, but still, one thing I noticed though, it's that when Rima was about to do retakes, they usually just sit far too back. I think that's gonna make their retakes a little bit harder. Do you think that's gonna be an issue for the next map?
Might or might not is going to be a question for me as well, because I still need to understand what exactly we're going to be expecting for the next map. I believe next map is going to be Breeze. Don't quote me on that. I need to check that again. Yeah, it's going to be Breeze. Breeze is a bigger map for sure. And Breeze, I believe it was last year where it was the map that is constantly picked by MNF. It was one of their best maps. So let's see whether or not this iteration of the roster can actually bring that to the table as well.
Yep. Well, we have that match coming up, map 2 ready, but before that we are going to take a short break, but we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to the stream as we get ready for our second map, Breeze. Moneyfast dropping the first map. They really need to turn things around on Breeze.
Yeah, Breeze is going to be very interesting. We did see one Breeze play yesterday by Rima, and it was a very strong pick by them. Honestly, I was quite surprised at how well they played that map. Now, reminding everyone that last year, this particular map pick, Breeze, was a map that is very favored by the previous iteration of Sapphire. So let's see whether or not they still have it in them to play this map, because Bind is a very tricky map to play, and it's a lot smaller. So the strats might not be the same.
They ran the Euro comp on the Breeze, right, Rima, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so yeah. So they were able to utilize that fast rotation from Euro's TP on defense as well. Maybe they can get some edge over that. The thing is, what do you know about Moneyfest Breeze? Because they haven't really played it a ton.
No, not this season. So coming into Breeze, I think that last season it came down to their very aggressive long range fights. Those long range rifle fights is something that they're good at. They're very adept at using the Sheriff as well. So that was what we saw from them. Sorry, it wasn't last year. It was in 2022. Now since then, I think from last year all the way till this year, it seems like for this particular map, or at least from Ginny's side, she has been really prioritizing these bind picks. Last year we saw a very strong bind pick from them, but unfortunately today they did not see that value seen on that map. 1311 is a very close one, but it also shows that what we could see from their fight from Boba was not the what we can expect to be seeing from them on their usual matchups. So now as we move into Breeze, I wouldn't be surprised to see Money first. The last time they played Breeze was against Baby Poco, and this was back during Swiss, round number 5, I believe. And they went pretty okay, 13-9, and it seems like they do. And to say that the least, I think in both attacking and defensive sides, they both did very well. So it's hard to say whose map pick it is between them and Mami Poco, but it is a very fun one. Now, if you have a Yoru on the team with the Poly, I think the idea is to be able, number one, is to be able to counter any Viper picks once again from that Viper's pick. And number two, when you're able to pinpoint every single player in every single corner of a site, it's easier to go onto the site itself. Now, it's going to be massive. How Rima plays Breeze is definitely very different than Money First. Rima plays in terms of aggression. They like to have at least that one person go aggressive toward mid site, the information gathering, that Hall's control is going to be very pivotal, at least from what I saw from Rima yesterday. Bless has been the one to push out Halls, and so has been Tub. But Money First, if they have learned anything from yesterday's VOD, they should know that Hall's control is going to be pivotal, because they do not want to be crunched in the middle of them trying to take A site.
All right, over here we have our Agent Select. Seems like we have a mirror matchup, but as you mentioned, we might see a clash of styles or different ways of playing this comp. Kit Kat, what does she need to do?
Kit Kat. I think Kit Kat has been a massively great sentinel. I think she's been prioritizing that Killjoy as well as the Cypher. One thing that's great about having a Cypher on this map is that regardless of where you rotate, your trips would still be very much online so long as you're close enough to it. And I think that one thing that's really good is the fact that for Kit Kat, so long as she can play off her utility, that will be important. Because for one of the things that is really good is that either you can have that Cypher in halls to make sure that no one is pushing up. You can rotate to go in for that lurk, or you could play on the site itself, leave one side just straight up into the hands of Kit Kat, and just stack all 4 or 3-1 toward middle and 3 onto the site itself to make it a little bit more harder for Rima, excuse me, to get onto the site itself. Now for Rima, there's so many things to really worry about because it is such a bigger map. But again, this map, because of how big it is, it does make retakes a little bit more simpler or a little bit more doable compared to a bind map. So let's see whether or not this is going to be happening for Rima. What I'm worried about is that hero play. If, say, that Money First is able to pinpoint who or pick off the hero plays and just stop that from happening, that will be massive for them.
You know what? Another point of match here. We're going to see if your curse is coming to life today as well. But for now, let's toss it over to our casters.
Thanks a lot, panel. I think I saw that curse come into fruition with the double headshot through the smoke on bathroom side. I didn't believe in it until I saw that exact round. And now I'm a believer in all things superstitious. I don't know about you, Zach.
I've never been a believer, much of a believer, like not even in myself in my games. No, okay, not gonna get super dark very quickly, but yeah, no, I definitely think that there is something to be said about curses and their psychological impact. But I think it would be nice to see like that actually kicking in, and maybe Tasha's anti-jinx strategy. I know that she has some strategies that she tries to use to deny the jinx really from coming in, but I'm personally down to see another Tash jinx. Bilski, I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tash yesterday in the green room off stream, I believe, was talking about coaching some teams and things like that. I think being able to jinx the other team into losing is probably a pretty valuable asset to be bringing into a series. At the end of the day, though, I think for Money First, it's a rough situation to be in, right? Like lower bracket here of Game Changers, SEA, and they had a bit of a rough kind of end to that game. It was definitely a winnable game. You feel like you missed a bit of an opportunity there on Bind to be able to close things out, but you know that it was a winnable game. So this is where I think, you know, the team's mental and having really good leadership to be able to try to keep everybody's head screwed on right. Moving into Breeze is going to be super important for Money First, and we'll see if they're going to be able to turn around this series, because we did see Rima play this game yesterday on the B stream. I know you weren't on the B stream. We got to see them play against Dangerous Rose, and they played pretty well on it. I think it was Dangerous Rose's map pick, so they're not super uncomfortable with other teams picking Breeze into them. But I don't think that the team they played yesterday on Breeze was playing it super fantastic outside of a couple of the opening rounds. So we'll see if Rima's going to be good enough to get themselves their second Breeze dub here, or whether Money First is going to be able to make sure they don't get too tilted from that really close game of Bind, and just be able to come in nice and strong here on the side of Breeze.
I mean, this Breeze was with a full set and Sapphire, and before that X10 the strongest map. So I think with that core still being in Money First, I'm hoping that they can continue to look as comfortable on this map. I'm not sure about this mirror comp and how it's going to play out. Personally, I'm very happy to see so much Euro today. Yesterday was just so boring with all the Jet and the Raze and the occasional Reina. It's nice to have some versatility in the duelist picks here. And with the Jet and the Yoru both being in play, I feel pretty bad for both of these ciphers on the opposite side.
Yeah, speaking of the Jet and the Yoru on the defense, taking control of halls early on. Look at that shock lineup to be able to clear the A trip as well. It didn't quite go low enough, so they won't be able to flank. Looks like it's going to be a B split through elbow here for Money First, though, Zach.
So there's a Cypher on the side, beautiful recon, and there you go. That's the value of that tripwire already. Bless able to find that first kill, get the second as well off the same triple. Although finally Macchiato kicking things into high gear, caffeinating and finding kills on the site here, bringing things down to a 3-3 as that spike goes down. Camera towards mid, ready to watch the flank, and this retake is going to be coming in almost completely through main and this elbow angle. It seems like two players coming in through main. Not really much for them to work with. KitKat, of course, on the off angle, able to find that first kill, and they know exactly where the second player is to boot. The flash connects, yes, but that Viper roll comes back up, that toxic screen, buying enough time to really let this reposition kick in perfectly. A third kill for Macchiato, and the final to come through and get MNF their first pistol round here. Very convincing, very clean, and that post plant was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, a little rough there. I mean, 2 trip kills for Bless, and no one else can really do too much. Your Cypher's been an absolute beast holding down the site. Unfortunately, the shock dart, which was lovely being caught by our observer there to clear the A side trip, doesn't allow the double balls flank to turn into very much of anything. You could see the camera as well as the trip being killed in the mid round. Ends up kind of alerting Money First to the fact that the flank's coming in, and they're able to adjust their post plan accordingly. And now going into the anti-eco, and this is where the madness starts. Popo already farming up a whole bunch of alt orbs for the Yoru ult early on, and it's going to be a pretty easy drone wall into A. Nothing special, pretty easy anti-eco. Hall's push coming in for Rima though, and that's going to catch KitKat off guard a little bit.
Yeah. Still able to find a kill though. I don't know how KitKat found a kill onto Yanni there. The Sheriffs though definitely doing the work. Tub finding yet another kill, and that's gonna leave them in a 3v4 numbers in favor of Rima, but they still have to take this space and make this retake work out. There is a lot of utility available, and the crunch is coming in, so at the very least, Rima, they have a chance of making this round super expensive. Not if Macchiato has anything to say about it, though. First kill to come through onto side. Bugsy gets taken care of, spots out the second player. Tub takes quite a bit of chip damage, and Americano shuts down the flank here. It's all down to Bless, able to at least find a little kill for themselves, but still a huge round for MNF to convert and take home. They lose a couple of players in the process, but they hold on to the ban blue, which is the most important part in this bonus.
Yeah, took a lot of damage though, and look, holding on to a Spectre is not going to be super amazing. I think if you throw it onto the Yoru, something like that, it could be a little better. Get that TP entry and take some close quarters duels, something like that might go a little bit better for you. Too bad damage though for Rima. They'll be happy for that heading into their first gun round here. A little bit of a multi-frag on the Jet is going to get the knives going a little earlier on. And to start things off here, Money first, taking some mid control. Having a little bit of a look towards elbow, but a double push from the Yoru and Jet. Taking elbow contact. What is that? A triple dink from the Spectre and a double dink from the Ghost on elbow side against Vandal armor. Like, that looked way too easy. Now Bugsy under pressure in the back of the site. Going to double up here, Zach.
Able to find a couple of kills of their own and also spots out this push through elbow, so it's just gonna be Bugsy alone on site. That's the problem here, doing the best that they can, fighting for their life, somehow getting a third kill, and at that point the backup comes in and the remainder of Rima are able to clean up the round here. What a bonkers round from start to finish. And 2 kills towards elbow that MNF had no business winning, that they found flawlessly, and then they walk into sight and fall apart to the clutches of Bugsy on the Viper. So very good start, very bad middle, and the conclusion was not really in favor of MNF. That said, though, that was their bonus round, so in their bye they could still definitely put together something here. But that last round they didn't invest quite heavily, because look at Popo's economy. It's gone.
Yeah. Look, you had me at bonkers, although that was a while ago. You are right though. Gun rounds gonna ensue here, round number 4, and Rice starts it off beautifully with the opening pick onto the opposing Jet. Luckily, you are still playing that Yoru, so the entry capacity is still going to be well and truly there. Mid to A split going to be coming in. A lot of pressure here on the Cypher of the defense, and that has absolutely crumbled the A side defense here. Money first now putting themselves into a post plant.
Spike planted.
Just a 4v3 retake that has to come in, and the numbers, they're in favor of Money first, yes, but no more than that, they also have so much control here. Look at how aggressively Popo is playing. Pays for it though as the crunch comes in through that open door. Yanni doing so much damage. It's still going to be this crossfire between Felcha and Americano, though, that these players have to try and wade through. Headshot angle perfectly. They're still going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Yanni and Rice versus the world here. Americano finds the first. It's all up to Rice here in this 1v2, and caught between an anvil and a hammer. Where do you go down? You just do at that point. A third round for MNF, and they look so convincing during these attacking rounds, especially when they're in the position to take advantage of the space that they have, the angles that they can fight, and even though Rima gets the initial advantage so early on, MNF have been so good at just reconvening themselves and going for an alternate approach.
Yeah, they're figuring it out, right? You know, they lost their opening pick, as you mentioned, but still able to put together a really nice mid to A split. Just collapsing on that A site and putting themselves into a favorable after plant, which they're able to win. Breaks the money of Rima. Jet knives popped by Macchiato to save a bit of extra cash here. And it does seem like Money first want to be going for, yet again, another A split, this time through halls. Cypher trips are there for Rima, and they're contesting halls. Lovely flick headshot on the Marshall from Rice.
Yeah, he tries to hold down that angle, but Americano there to find some revenge for that fallen comrade. Still a 4v4 situation, and again, there's just so much ground that Rima have to cover. This time around, at least, they have a solo drone with whose help they can try to take control of it. That's at the Popo, that first obstacle on site, ready to swing, to peek, to take contact if this gets broken down here. Beautiful molly, though. Gonna be doing at least a little bit of chip damage, clears out that particular angle, and opens up the lane for that particular fight to come through. Bugsy with the Sheriff able to find a kill, immediately gets traded out, and it's just up to Rice here. A 1v2, how much more can you really find here? The clock is ticking. It is an eco round. It's just about how many more kills you can find, but I think at this point, it's just better to go down with the spike because if they're not biting at all.
Yep. So they'll go up to 4, keep 2 more guns alive. Their money has definitely been taking some hits, as you mentioned, from the half buy. Marshall's throwing hands at the moment for Rima. Operator going to get purchased up from the defensive side. Yoru, I think after that flick headshot from Rice, she's kind of feeling it with the scoped weaponry, and I don't blame her. Yoru ult's available for both of these teams, so you can see it definitely scout out one of these side exits and then be potentially used on the retake. Timeout for Rima. If you're going to buy the op with the Yoru ulti up, I want to see that shorty as a sidearm 100%. And Rima going to have a little bit of a chat about how to make some adjustments here. I think like they've been doing a good job getting the player advantage. I think they're kind of falling apart in the mid to late round, putting together some of these retakes, and that's not always something that's easy to kind of adjust on the fly. Usually is something that you kind of build up the habits of doing in practice and talk a lot about in theory, but you can definitely make some kind of small micro adjustments in the game and try to just keep people a little bit more on the same page, tell people to be a little bit more patient and take their time converting those 5-on-4s, I think.
Yeah, I think for sure, though, despite it's pretty crazy that MNF, they're able to just come back from losing a player so early on, and they make it look easy as well. I think that their pivoting mid-round has been super good. And also, I think that in terms of just their post plant, Money First has been really good about the positions they're setting up. There's always like an initial lane that they're pressuring, and it just makes it so difficult for Rima to come back into it.
Yeah, some of those like late mid pushes and things like that can definitely be difference makers in some of the Breeze after plants on attack. Very passive hold here for Money First after the attack timeout. Anticipating some aggression. You are playing against double duelist. There's the peak straight into the line. Beautiful crosshair placement from Americano. Operator hits the deck, and Rice, unfortunately, we were talking about how well they've been able to find player advantage, and this time it's gone the other way.
Unfortunate there for Rice. Just that pixel angle. Americano so good at just being able to hold it down and get that kill. Again, the pivoting over towards this A site is what we're seeing. Tripwire there gonna be broken though, so no value to be found immediately by the Cypher off the back of it. Talking about the Cypher though, it's just them stuck in a corner again. Americano, second kill of the round here, able to smoke out the Cypher and ensure that the spike plant does go down. There's so many ults available in the post plant, but at this point, I don't think they're even necessary. It's just the Americano show along with the rest of the squad. And while Macchiato does take a little bit of damage here, it's still a lot of pressure that they can exert if necessary off the back of these ultimates.
Yeah, I think they can just play the post here. You know, sometimes you do want to just leave your jet to die, but they are still fighting yellow, and it's working out for them. Tub left all on her lonesome. She was an absolute standout on the Breeze game yesterday. But Kit Kat going to put her down after one little kill. And Money First, patience pays off after the opponent's attack timeout. They punish the aggression and just continue trucking along with a really dominant attacking side of Breeze. And this is where I think any kind of worries, any kind of tilt after that game of Bind going the, quite unluckily I might add, to the favor of the other team, especially in the second last round, round number 23 of Bind. With the double headshot shower, I don't think they're thinking about that anymore. They are looking composed, they are looking comfortable, and they are looking good to really continue taking a dominant lead on Breeze here.
I mean, they look really convincing so far on their attacking side, and they have another chance to get another round in their pocket, especially against the economy for Rima, who are the ones to be stuck in that unfortunate cycle of buy save this time around. Blazestorm in the hand of Yanni. Don't know how much more she can really do with it, especially considering how cautious this time around MNF are playing. They're just going in for the side hit, no late lurk to mid yet, and you just see the immediate attempt at a flood retake coming back in. Huntress reinvested for a little bit of zoning. Bladestorm coming in, actually connecting and taking down Macchiato there. That's a weapon that could possibly be retrieved. Trades coming in 1-for-1 so far. The neural theft comes out as well. That's going to detect this late lurk to come through the right click. Phoenix perfectly taking care of that Viper's pit here, and the run and gun, it's going to be enough for the final kills Bugsy with a triple on that Phantom, 5 HP left, and a Thrifty to come through for Rima here. The lack of that additional lane really causing problems for MNF in that post plant.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why they wouldn't necessarily want to go for that against a Thrifty round, but look how much was just thrown into that. Obviously, not a lot invested in terms of the economy, but in terms of the ult economy, I'm pretty sure Rima just threw 4 ults at that, and it worked out. I think you're going to take that every day of the week, being able to cause an upset on the half-bite. Bugsy's had a couple of pretty big multi-frags so far. She seems to be kind of the standout on this map here for Rima. She had a really good B-site hold, and then in the retake attempt there, off the back of the updraft, knives in combo with the Hunter's Fury, that seemed to work out an absolute treat for Rima. Money first now, once again, back to this mid control. They've taken A main as well. They just continue to seem to want to just hammer these A splits home.
A side does look a little bit weaker for Weir. There still is another player this time around, though. One player going to be caught on site by the Cypher Util. I think that's that Euro clone, so not going to be quite faked by it. That's going to at least give away the position of one of these trips, and now you're going to be seeing that mid-A split finally kicking in with that Viper wall, or at least the assumption of it to come through. Tripwire is still present on site, at least temporarily. I think the question is how much value are we really going to be able to find here? And the answer, unfortunately, is not too much. Popo takes care of that first one. The spike itself goes down, but Macchiato, again, an opening kill of Rice being shut down on the rotation here. A lurking jet, never something you want to be seeing here, but Macchiato makes it work out just perfectly in time. And this operator, it could have been huge in the beginning, but it's just going to be so much difficult right now to make it work within this retake. And the late lurk as well towards mid. There's 2 players just waiting to come into play, plus at least able to find a single kill here. Bugsy as well takes care of mid, but there's still a couple of players left to find, and Macchiato finds a triple already. Hunter's Fury invested, takes down Top takes them down, and now it's just a 1v1 here. There's no time though. Macchiato, all she has to do is play the clock. Can just be on time. Have to defuse, has to be stuck here, but just no chance in hell as Macchiato comes through on top with a 4K.
Yeah, really well done from Macchiato. She was all over that round. Aggression in the early round, just being able to catch the defense unawares, start things off, and despite the fact that Reba was really starting to look pretty good in that retake, she comes up huge with the 4K, just denying the half to Tub there. It was fighting pretty hard. You can start to see Rima making adjustments, looking better and better in some of these retake attempts, but unfortunately, once again, after a singular round win, Money First has broken their money straight away.
Yeah, you win the Thrifty, you lose your buys, RAP economy. That seems to be the call here. And this time around, not as many ults to try and work with the exception of that Viper's Pit, as well as the Dimensional Drift. Not the strongest ultimates you'd want in a retake situation, with the exception of that Dimensional Drift, I would say, since it can be useful. There is a Hero Rifle as well. Recon Bolt, gonna be catching out a player with the Cypher Cam. Oh, but that being broken down early on is gonna be forcing the Euro to pivot out here. And in the meantime, Felcha is able to take care of Yanni and find that opening first kill. You're once again seeing the attempt at a flood in here from the defenders, but because of that being the case, rather, MNF, they're playing so much more aggressively on site, and they're just rewarded by value. Once again, the late lurk through mid, it caught the Jet, it was Macchiato last time around, it is Kit Kat this time, and this time gonna be caught between a Cypher and a Yoru. Gonna be able to find that kill, but still 3v3 situation. Sheriff comes in, Tub finds a kill. Both players on site here. Could be a huge victory, but Americano and Macchiato, they find those final kills, and it's all up to Rice here. 1v3, gets the first. How much more damage can you really find here? And with that clock ticking, it's just gonna be a safe call for that gun. Good call, I would say. Unfortunately, not too much more that you can really do.
Yeah, these A hits are relentless from Money First right now. Working very, very well. The 7-2, attacking side of Breeze. Knives are back up. Got to find some kind of answer to this contact play out here. A here for Rima. Got to be a dart timing, or maybe, you know, flashing through the wall on the Yoru, or even just contesting A main from the get-go. Getting some flanks going, pushing down halls. Like, they got to do something differently, because sitting right back on this A side has not been working for them, unfortunately. Money First.
Here.
Into another gun round for themselves. Seem like they're sizing up for a B side hit. Cypher is set up over here. Bless has been pretty big on some of the multi-frags. Both duelists from Rima pushing down mid and getting a lot of info before this B-side hit comes in.
This time around, Cypher gonna be on B. This is where they were able to find a lot of value the last time, but oh, what a play. Macchiato just going in for the updraft peak. Bless not ready for that helicopter shot, and while there is some revenge found at the end, it's still a 2-for-1 trade. So once again, MNF gonna be able to get that spike down with the numbers advantage, and they are just so good at map control here. Look at this late lurk from KitKat. Popo spots out the player, goes for the bait here. It's just a bait and switch tactic, and Bugsy between these two players, just not much more that they can really do. The flank comes in, but the awareness is just there throughout this round from MNF from the beginning to the end. And with this being a 4v2, I think the call here should just be to go for a save. I know it's 2-7, but you guys really don't have the money to try and duke it out. Popo with a 3rd kill on the round here, and it's all down to Rice, who did save that rifle last round, just looking to get a couple of exits this time possibly, and we'll be looking to save it once again.
A really nice entry for Macchiato. Like you said, helicopter approach, just updraft dash straight on in there. No trips, playing around the dash up towards the top left there. Sometimes got to kind of choose how you think the other team is going to enter the site, whether you're playing around the Yoru TP or the contact play or the updraft dash. You can't cover everything, which is where you really need to have your setup well drilled and know, okay, I'm putting my trips here, which means I'm weak to this, which means I need to be ready. And they were not, unfortunately, ready. Did not place the trips for the updraft dash and didn't play around it either. Got caught completely unawares. Sova playing anti-dart and Cypher flicking the wall. It happens to the best of us, unfortunately. Viper's pit straight away on A main. And once again, money first, looking to size up this B site hit. Same setup from Rima.
Doctor is going to be used to try and take care of these tripwires. I think that they did connect with one of them, but the other one is still there. So right this time around, able to find that first kill. Blazestorm not able to get anything. Stinger, in fact, coming out on top here. Felcher, though, at least takes that trade, finds Bless, and brings things down to a more manageable level. Although that lurk gets shut down quite early on here. It's just the trades coming in succession. Still, though, numbers in favor of Rima. Just 2 players left alive for MNF, one of them being at 2 HP here, so just not much to work with for Felcher. Americano, though, the awareness as perfect as always. Another kill to come through, bringing this down to a 2v2 situation. But Rice gonna make this a big challenge right now. 4 kills for Rice, and the round again for Rima. Very, very nicely played in terms of retake. And I think the main difference here, Boski, was just that they were able to take care of those late lurks so early on here. Rice's positioning, clean.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the Yoru did massive work clearing out the elbow flank. They did a much better job of holding the site hit as well, even though money first, you know, the execute was pretty well drilled. You had the double shotguns on the left side with the jet, cloudburst, dash, and mid site. I think the setup that was run there by Rima, they did a much better job defending the initial site here, as well as you mentioned, clearing out the lurks. So starting to slowly adapt to what money first is showing them on the attacking side. Unfortunately, you know, unless they can scrape a 4th round together, it's still not going to be a particularly close half. And we've got a lot of big impact odds here for money first. Just Fury and the Yoru ult. Bit of a wombo combo at the best of times. And it looks like they're going to walk straight up through halls here early on behind the Viper orb. It hasn't quite gone very deep. They might have to invest, jet smoke deep halls side before they kick off this A split here, Zach.
To the door this time, and again it's just perfection to come through. Popo as well as their fellow duelist crunching in the jet here. That said, though, really nice utility usage. Shock dart to take out Americano, and a 2nd kill to come through as well to keep numbers in favor of Rima. The neural theft comes in, but KitKat able to find that kill and keep themselves alive and on site here. Will be able to make this a little bit more of a challenge 2v3 situation right now. It's going to be the Yoru ults for the info here. The flashes as well. They know exactly where KitKat is, and unfortunately for KitKat, there's not much you can really do here. Still gets the kill though, and is able to clutch it out. You might be flashed, you might be hit by a TP in the face, but it doesn't matter because KitKat will still come out on top. Money first with a huge lead at the end of this first half, and it is everybody's favorite number, especially our analyst desk. 9-3.
Was that a team flash from Rice as well as the Yoru ult? Like, I know that she's trying to flash for herself. I don't know if the teammates did turn that flash as they were coming in from yellow. But look, we'll have a little bit of time to discuss that over there on the panel.
9-3, 9-3, 9-3. Well, 9-3 halftime for Money Fast. Rima, though, a very similar way of playing the map to Bind, but Money Fast first, it looked like they kind of learned their lessons and they were ready to punish Rima's early aggression.
Yeah, I really love this early aggression coming through from Rima. But the thing is, I think that while this is Rima's map pick, it comes back to what I said about this particular team already so adept at playing this map about 1 to 2 years ago, and I think that this hasn't changed at all. Americano especially has just been so adept on her calls, understanding how late lurks are coming in from Rima and just really punishing them for it. Yes, Rima was adapting throughout this entire round just to really catch them off guard, and each round has come very, very close because each team is just out reading each other. It's very, very scrappy. Each round comes, I think, toward the last man standing. Not a lot less hero plays to come through as well. So I'm really excited to see what Rima has in mind for the second half.
Yeah, we'll have to see that because we have the second half coming up. We are going to be switching sides. Let's see if 9-3 Curse is real this time. So I'm gonna toss it over to our casters very soon. Hello.
Alrighty, let's get back into things. 9-3 Curse. I mean, we're talking, there's a lot of superstition going around on this broadcast. That's what I learned, Zach. We'll see if it's real or not. As Rima, they got a lot of work to do on this attacking side of Breeze, but they look pretty adaptable and they played it pretty well against Dangerous Rose yesterday. However, I'm getting kind of the sense that Money First is looking like the big sister scary one of the two Thai teams on this map.
No, I completely agree. I think that they look very, very convincing during their attacking side, and while the Cypher was able to find a lot of value for Rima, it wasn't as much as they would have liked, especially since a lot of these rounds it was the combination of the shock darts / the updraft that really just did the Cypher in completely. So I'm hoping that for Money First they're able to kind of overcome those obstacles. That said, though, looking at the setup here, it does seem to be a sort of retake play towards his A side. Again, though, the crunch is just perfect. The TP immaculate, and Americano gets shut down. Popo, though, on the site is able to take care and make that sacrifice count as they find a couple of kills of their own, forcing a possible rotation out of the squad on Rima.
Yeah, the spike was left behind right from the get-go, though, so this was always going to be a late round rotation. Back to B, you can see Bless trying to lurk onto the site, but the camera and the trip still right there. Shock is going to clear the trip. In goes the Jet, dashing on in combination with the Cage, but there's already a quick flank here from KitKat. She is not anchoring the site anymore. Coming in from the back lines before they can even get that plant down. And, oh, nice. Tub gets off the plant, rather. Popo for one, traded back and forth between Tub, Macchiato, and Bless, who ends up in a one-on-one and wins it again. She is way too clean on the taps. We've seen it both yesterday and today. And she's going to clutch up a really important round there for Rima.
Yeah, that one's definitely a blessing, especially since Bless custom. Okay, I'm sorry. But overall, you mentioned about the aim there, but I think it's also positional awareness, right? Throughout this round, it seemed like the whole team had it in spades, like the awareness to watch around for that flank. You did see a couple of nice individual kills coming out of Popo, but I think despite that numbers disadvantage, Rima, they were so used to playing off each other that they were able to come back from a bad situation and just off the back of sheer awareness. So they continue to do that. Again, they have a camera ready to watch for an elbow push. They know the kind of damage that this can really do here. That said, though, Macchiato still able to find a kill and get out completely scot-free. No potential of trade. Yes, the player that does look quite low. And I don't know if you still want to be pushing into this, Chief. You know that there's a lot of players around here. Popo gets yet another. Bless at least able to find that trade. And now it's all up to Americano. The Guardians at range just doing absolute work here. And 5-9, suddenly this huge lead. It is getting demolished bit by bit.
It is, yeah, not too bad damage though, has to be said from Money First. They take 2 guns away and they break a couple sets of armor. We'll take that on the classics. The multi-drag from Tub, gonna get a little closer to the Hunter's Fury as we head into the anti-bonus first gun round for Money First. Looks like The Jet going to be having a look towards A main. The Yoru maybe having a peek towards doors. Still just getting on some of these info lines, looking for opening picks. And it's going to be a slow start to the attacking half here for Rima. Not in a rush to be going anywhere. Just having a little bit of a look everywhere. Camera keeping into A main there. Not in a rush to go anywhere too fast. Just feeling out this initial approach from Money First.
Yeah, everyone's taking it a little bit slow. I think that for the side of Rima, they want to be aware, like waiting to see if anyone from MNF will be pushing through, possibly dropping a juicy little rifle in their lap. But instead, MNF, they're going to be playing this extremely cautiously. They know that they want to hold on to these weapons as much as possible. Hall's control going to be taken quite early on here by Bugsy. Going to be opening the door, but just falling back off the back of it, causing a little bit of a distraction ploy, I would presume, towards the side of the map, while the rest of them gear up for a push on to B. The problem is that just one door being open does not a rotation make, and that's the call and the stance that MNF seem to be taking as well. Felcha, of course, forced to play around spawn a little bit deeper to make sure that they aren't being flanked here, but the clock is being wound down here, Bilski.
I mean, you know, they push some of these duelists off the info lines, and Macchiato caught completely unawares. They're looking into A main. This is now turning into a bit of a B split. It's got to be both Felcha as well as KitKat to hold on to this one. Panic Dart going to be thrown on in there. The Cypher trying to hold on, even though there's a big scan from that dart. No one shot it. No one can capitalize off the back of that. 10 seconds on the clock. Money First have retaken mid control. Felcha still alive over on half wall, and a 3-on-2 for the Thai side.
3-on-2 indeed, but the Guardian's still doing absolute work here. Now a 1v2 though. Oh my god, Bless does it all! A 4K on the Guardian, a bonus for Rima, and just an absolutely disgusting clutch to come out from the Cypher. First in the pistol, now in the bonus. It seems like nothing can really stop Bless.
Yeah, they were talking about a curse. Curse on the desk. I take your curse, I raise you one bless. That's what I have to say about it. That is absolutely massive. And both in the pistol and then the bonus win against the first gun round, like, you literally could not be having more impact as Bless right now. You are single-handedly winning the game for Rima.
Oh my god, just the preciseness of those shots. And even if Bless hadn't won it, right, that was a great round by any means, because Rima had achieved all their goals. They get the spike plant, yes, they take a couple of guns off, yes, but then Bless just the absolute cherry on the cake, and off the back of that, economy gonna be broken down here for MNF. Popo, there's a little bit of chip damage, but gets tagged down quite low here, and the drone hasn't checked Macchiato, so that might be a very dangerous position that Rima have put themselves in if they're not careful. Macchiato, though, getting a little bit ahead of themselves. They're going to hear the dash, and they're going to be forced out of the corner.
Could have had a little more patience in a position like that, unchecked. You could see Money First was ready to play around that. They were starting to, like, drift over to elbow, double doors. Could have had a cheeky little mid-crunch on her hands, but as it stands, Rima not interested in middle. Gonna be the wall across A, Dart to start things off, and the Yoru goes in on a scouting mission. Rice having a little bit of a look, spots out the opposing Yoru. Try and flash Popo off the line, and fisticuffs gets in her face. That's the opening pick, and a nice life plant for Rima.
Yeah, this entire retake is coming in through the CT here. That's a nice little molly, though. Does a lot of damage here to one of the players, and the Sheriff is able to finish them off. Felcha finds that first kill onto Tub. They have been able to regain a lot of the space here onto site, but still the spike is down in the open here, and it's just a shooting gallery, skeet shooting, I would say, at this point. Sheriff takes down Yanni, 1v2 situation, but both players from Rima are ready to just shut down Americano and get a 7th round on the board. 7-9 right now, and this round here, Pilsky, this buy coming out of MNF, this is their chance to really be sure to get this game back in their hands, because they started off with such a huge lead, and now if they lose this round, I generally think this could just be a sweep from Rima.
I mean, they haven't been playing poorly. Like, you've had some big clutches coming in for Bless. Like, they need to remind themselves, like, you know, we're not throwing this game or anything. We're just not winning the XVXs in the mid round. We just need to keep trucking. This is a comfortable map for us. Rima's definitely applying the press, though. Rice peeking that line into KitKat. That's insanity. Yanni gets an opening pick as well on mid. That is not how you wanted this gun round start for Money First. Popo, a little bit of a timing to creep out elbow, try to take a fight, but isn't actually able to convert the kill. And it's a 5-on-3 for Rima. They're just going to kick it straight into high gear onto the A site. I can't blame them. I'm not really sure what Americano can do with an operator from stairs, droned and smoked off. The shot almost connects, but almost is not going to be good enough this time.
Oh no, another kill to come through for Rice here off the back of that flash, and Americano is in such a vulnerable position with this operator. 2v5, it might be better to just see if you can save these guns somehow. But again, oh, that's a self flash there, a little bit of lucky. Still able to get the kill is Popo, so not entirely bad 2v4 situation. But yeah, that's the call here. Just not much more you can do. We're looking at a 7-10 double digits coming, sorry, 8-9 here. Score narrowing down here, 1 round differential, all that's gonna be left, but you need to save that operator. This is probably like one of the few chances in the game that you'll have to get it online, and I think that Americano understands the importance of that.
Yeah, I mean, your old's online at least. But this is what impressed me about Rima yesterday. Their resilience, their ability to come back into the game despite a poor start on Breeze is being replicated today against arguably a better team in Money First. That is pretty impressive. This is a team that is definitely pretty tenacious. They're not going to let the initial start to a game, get to them too much. And I think it's a little easier to get everyone really pumped up and fight for the game when you're getting such big impact clutches so early on in the half. Nothing gets everyone pumped up and focused up than, all of Bless's clutches in the pistol and the bonus round.
I mean, yeah, those two are probably going to be good enough for you to find the momentum for the rest of the game, especially if you play your cards, right? Bit of a half-fight situation here, aside from the gun saved for the side of Money First. That operator going to be in position. Sova drone very wisely used to try and catch them out of the angle. Got to be forcing the operator back, and that's going to be the cue for Yanni to try and take some space here. Macchiato, though, still on site, still being a menace, and will have the Bladestorm accessible after that first kill. Finally, after several rounds, that's the first blood going in favor of MNF here, and they're still going to be able to hold down this operator sightline and keep things calm. That said, though, I mean, looking at this mid control, there is some mid presence already out of Popo as well. So this rotation is going to be caught if Rima decides to go for it.
Yeah, I like what Rima are doing in this 4-on-5. They're just cutting noise. They're wanting to see if Money First is going to give them anything, if they're going to panic because they've lost horse control with their dry overall over towards the yellow side, not going to hit absolutely anything at all. Rima is not really able to make this work. They're trying to force the square through the circle hole right now, and it doesn't seem to be fitting. Dart onto backside. Yori's trying to creep across onto bridge, but Macchiato is still being an absolute menace from the A side. Dart to support, forces Tub, or Bless rather, to deal with that. And Felcher clearing out Rice on bridge. Beautiful hold for Money First off the back of Macchiato just being fearless with the operator.
Yeah, it's a triple coming in for Macchiato. The Bladestorm as well coming in clutch here in this dicey situation to enable these kills to come through, and a follow-up as well onto the Sova there. That said, though, without the Bladestorm, I'm going to be curious to see if Macchiato can still be as versatile with this operator as ever. I think that Rima not being able to find that first kill really made it difficult for them to continue pushing forward, especially once they lost the tip of the spear in their jets. So I'm hoping that they can adjust a little bit quicker in these upcoming rounds, because that's double digits for Money First.
Just walking down elbow. Macchiato is staying active, changing up her angle of approach, and has been able to get onto a pretty deep B line. Yoru ult picked up by Rice in A main here, and will probably be the ult to kick off the play here. Straight out A, on a scouting mission yet again. Popo, I think, also ulting and scouting out A. Both of the Yoru ults going right past each other, having a little bit of a look about what's going on. Rice behind Americano gets the pick in A main. Popo's also come out of the ult and doubled up. Macchiato with the pick on the Cypher over towards B in the meanwhile, and Money First are ahead by 2.
Here.
Oh, a rare shot actually not connecting here for Macchiato. Just going to be going for the V-peak, though. Once again, misses, and Rice, while able to get the kill, is going to be immediately taken down by Felcher. So still going to be a 1v2 situation. It's all up to Bugsy. At least has retrieved the spike here. 37 seconds left on the clock, and two ultimates on the opposite side to work with. Knows that Felcha is playing somewhere around towards mid, spots them out, not able to quite connect the shot, and that's the call to pivot over towards this B side rotation instead. But Felcha has this information, is going to be ahead already, tucked in towards this elbow angle, and could be coming in for that flank if necessary. There's no Viper utility available. There's a tripwire as well to deal with. Just so much opposing. Bugsy here in this attempt at a clutch has the awareness though of this possible flank to come in a 1v3. How much can Bugsy pull off here? Timing gonna mean everything in this clutch. Cage comes down to try and cut off this corner. I think there still is a camera on site as well, or another tripwire towards the back. So that's gonna be there. That said though, Bugsy is gonna be able to pivot around here. Isolates the first steal. 1 out of 2. Knows exactly where the second player is, but this time around the positioning from KitKat is immaculate, is able to find that kill, and that's 11th round coming in for Money First. They had a rough start in the second half, but they slowly but surely seem to be able to put it together.
Yeah, that was a real messy round. I think Popo making all of the difference there. Both of the Yoru ults going right past each other and actually committing to the TP and finding impact, both on the Viper backside of yellow, as you see from Rice's POV, but in the meanwhile, Popo dropping the flash and coming out of their Yoru ult. Yado over on the other side of the map. Did find the pick on the Cypher, and we end up in this 3-on-1, so Money First, that's the second round in a row for them, I believe. And that's going to force out a timeout from Rima, who I'd agree with you, Zach. And this is kind of what I was getting at when we were talking about it before. You've had 5 in a row for Rima. When they find the opening pick, they're able to convert the rounds. When they have a massive clutch come out for Bless, they're able to convert the rounds. But when we stop seeing those kind of things happening in some of these attacking rounds, that's just where Money First is still able to put it together. And that's kind of what I was getting at when I was saying for them, it doesn't feel like they're playing badly. They're just losing to clutches, or they're just losing opening picks here or there. And as long as they kind of keep their heads screwed on, just keep playing the defensive side of Breeze the way that they're used to, they should probably still be fine. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. I think that the defensive side, it's been a little bit rough for them for sure, especially thanks to how much the aggressiveness of Rima was paying off in those initial rounds. But now that they have this operator online, they can afford to be a little bit more staggered in their defenses, and also have that mix of aggression and control as well, because that operator really, with the way Macchiato tends to play it as well, it can just find so much value here. And again, you're seeing it pay off in big time with Bugsy going down. No more smokes available for this attacking side. Not the best situation, especially when you're on your last legs in terms of economy. You really want to be sure that you don't go down for nothing, and it's just 2x difficult to be able to take any kind of approach at all without that Viper wall in your pocket.
This is perfect for Macchiato as well. Takes the pick over towards Hall's side. Bugsy's been walking up Halls and orbing it the whole game long, tickling the door, being a nuisance. Finally, Bugsy's been swatted away in this case, and I love the little movement of the Yoru to deal with the drone, and then you push the operator over onto that line of the swap. Popo's found her way down towards bottom middle, which can't really be cleared. Like I mentioned before, it's the server drone's out of the equation. You probably want to be saving your dart for the side exit with 35 seconds on the clock. So I'm not sure if this position is going to get cleared at all, Zach.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The thing to note is that Popo's TP, I think, has run out. They have to put a new one here, and that might be spotted. That said, it's still going to be the first blood coming in. The second one as well. Popo just raining down Hellfire from mid. Finally gets shut down here, but look at the clock. It's just 15 seconds left. They have to go onto site. They have to be quicker about it, and there's still one player being the linchpin on site. Felcha standing up strong here and denying this possible clutch attempt to come in. Beautiful jumping to come in. That is going to be the spike. Yeah, there's no time for the spike to go down, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the kill that they needed, but it's a little bit too late here. And insult to injury, Americano will shut down Bless as well. How many more clutch blessings can you expect from this player? It's not going to be one, as MNF get to match point here on their map pick, 12-8. And economy, I think a lot of players, they're not going to be in a good position if I remember what I saw correctly.
Look, I think that was a hell of an attempt between Bless and Rice to turn that round around, but unfortunately in this case, not going to be enough. I think that was a half buy, so money is good here for Rima as we head into map point here for Money First, despite some unfortunate occurrences. That's a nice shot from Macchiato every single time, finding impact with the operator off the back of the Yoru flash, pushing her onto the line this time. She has legged Bugsy through the wall. It's going to make, one for one. Great flick, though. You're absolutely right. But in the meanwhile, Rima's getting ready for this B execute.
There's a Cypher Tripwire coming in handy. KitKat able to shut down Yanni and the dash here. There's also the player who has walked onto site. The awareness going to be there, and Americano very happily finds the cleanup. 2 players left alive right now for Rima, and already the pressure being mounted here. Sova ult take care of Bugsy. It's just blessed right now. She's been incredible before in that clutch situation, but in a 1v4 with the spike dropped on site, how much more can she really do here? Does get the first, but it's just 2 players to swing around to take care of her. So we are heading to our first map 3 of the tournament, Pilski. How do you feel about that?
Oh, at least for playoffs, I'm not too surprised. This has been a really, really close game, neck and neck between Money First and Rima. They have definitely been going kind of tit for tat, and look, despite the fact that I thought we were going to get a repeat kind of comeback from Rima there off the back of some big clutches from Bless, Money First, they keep themselves composed and they manage to close out their map picks. So let's throw it on back to the panel and see what they thought of that game of Breeze before we head to map 3.
9-3 was almost real this time around, but Rima just almost clawed their way back. But Moneyfast just, once they had the operator online, they just completely changed the way they planned, and there were so many things that they could do with the operator, so much value that they found with that operator in hand.
Yeah, so coming into this particular map, Rima is insane when it comes to the opening picks. They're very, very adept at playing aggressively, taking out that first pick. And yesterday, we wanted to see the same thing. I think this is a major, I would say, a major big W for Money First, because it showed that they did their homework when it comes to this particular map. They were very, very aware of where exactly Rima's reposition will be coming from, their lurks, and also their flanks are going to be. How many times has Rice been punished for going down out A main and trying to get information? How many times has the late lurks been found by having 2 players playing out all the way in mid side, watching in toward the A side? So that is something that's very, very a lot of value coming from Money First. So looking very fluid come this map, and I was saying it before that on Byte it felt like Money First felt very rigid, but in this map their mid to late game readjustments have been huge, have been massive. They're very fluid. They know how to play off each other. And on top of that, coming back to what you said about Macchiato with that op, Macchiato is huge because once she gets a pick on one area, it's almost that she's just so quick with that reposition to ward off a hold into another area. She can go from either halls all the way to the right side of A pyramids. And it feels like in a lot of rounds, Rima had spent way too much time just trying to clear her out of the area, thus wasting so much time, and they're not able to take the round.
Yeah, with that operator, just it was definitely a struggle for Rima to deal with. But in the beginning of the second half, though, I felt like maybe Rima was going to make that comeback because of Moneyfast doing everything perfectly in the early rounds, especially getting that mid control, but a little bit shaky when it comes to those duels. Just keep peeking one by one. No one's getting traded, and those mistakes kind of snowballed. And I thought maybe Rima was gonna make a comeback, but guess not.
Yeah, one thing that I really liked about Money First in this particular map is that there's not only are they very dynamic, but they're sort of learning on the fly. They're understanding that when their positionings are not in the best areas, they manage to swap it out, and they have a lot of different plays, which I'm guessing comes back to their experience playing on this map a lot in the past years. Now, coming into a lot of rounds, I feel like Yanni on Jet has been massive as well. I mean, if you want to look at it from Rima's side, they had a good first half, I believe, with the hero plays. They had a lot of good ecos as well, and I think this also comes back to the aim jewels I was saying. Coming onto this map, I think especially in round number 2, when Money First decided to go for Spectres instead of buying maybe some long range weapons such as maybe the Guardian or the Bulldog, even Sheriffs, and I think that costed them quite a bit of money in that round. But you can see that change happened in the second half once they start to snowball. And coming back onto a lot of hero plays, I think that in this particular game, yes, hero plays did happen for Money First, course, is especially there from players like Macchiato as well as Popo. But when you look at Rima's side, it's a lot more prevalent, and you kind of a lot of them were thanks to Blast, honestly, because I think the comebacks were thanks to her. Her taps were immaculate, especially on that Ghost, on that Guardian. But in these situations, you can't really rely on one person to be doing the heavy lifting for your team. Again, this is a 5v5 tag shooter. You want to be able to play with your team, to be able to communicate with your team. The reads from Rima were a little bit late when it comes to understanding the late rotations, or rather the anti-flanks coming in from MNF. But MNF is just so quick to change and readjust. And a lot of times, Rima were just left scratching their heads, like, we just readjusted again, and they swapped up again. What are we supposed to do? Can we brute force it? Not really. Can we try and play our usual plays? Not really, because we're getting picked off. When it comes to the aim duels as well, every time, how to counter these raw aim duels coming through from players like Tub, from players like Bless, is by having two people going in for the flank, so they can go in for a trade at the very least.
On the other hand, though, I'm glad you mentioned Yanni on attack. I just felt like she didn't find that much impact because she didn't get enough support from her teammates. It was, I believe, only Sova's drone maybe in her entry. But let's see if that changes on our next map, Sunset. We're going to take a little bit of break to, prep ourselves. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back as we get ready for map 3 Sunset. Now with Moneyfast taking Breeze, map 2, the scoreline is tied at 1-1. Now Tash, I'm just so glad that we got Breeze out of Moneyfast because we were really able to see what this squad is capable of.
Yeah, and again, that's why I said that they really need to bring back that confidence to themselves because they need to remember that this is the squad, or at least the 3 of them, has gone all the way to Berlin. They need to remember who they are and what they're capable of. And yes, I understand that they didn't have the best of the starts of this tournament, coming in really rough in the Swiss, coming out very rough, coming up against like really strong teams like Boba. But now is the time for them to really prove themselves and show us what they can bring back from 2022 to this year in 2024. Now coming into Sunset, this is really exciting because the last time Rima played this map was yesterday against Dangerous Rose, and it was a landslide, a 13-5, and Rima looked so dangerous on the attack side. And when you look at Money First, the last time they played this map was against Vandals, and Vandals, I would say, is they're a team that has competed before, and you know, to have players like Japips, Delpisky, Paiti, and Sheena, who it's definitely not a team to be trifled with, and it went 13-11, which means that it's a very, very close match. And what's best about this particular map is that for Money First, they look so adept on attack. They were just, again, coming back to that momentum-heavy team. This is Money First. They were stringing 7 rounds in a row before finally in the second half they managed to get 2 and then 3, and then finally that 1 round they needed to win. So like it or not, they are a team that really can come back on top if they wanted to, but they just need that momentum on their side. And coming back also to Money First is that they are also a team that on defense, they're more toward playing that retake. And we saw that happen on Breeze as well, which I believe it's a lot better because they do play that strength and numbers sort of strat, which I prefer honestly.
But on the side of Rima though, I believe Buxy and Bless, they were on fire yesterday, especially on Sunset.
Oh yeah.
I think they had the total of like 8 kills, 8 opening kills. And it's, you know, like they have Phoenix and Raze able to farm up kills, especially on those maps running such aggressive comps. So I feel like if Moneyfast cannot stop Buxy and Bless, who are having a great day by the way today, it's gonna be a walk in the park maybe for Rima.
Yeah, this is a really exciting comp when you think about it, because yesterday how Rice played that is with the flash from the Phoenix, go in for that flash early, quickly get a pick. And one thing about Rice that's really scary is that she's not afraid. Like no utility would scare her. She would tank snake bites. She would tank nano swarms to go in for those initial picks, and that's what makes it so very scary. Now coming into today, I'm really excited to see. I think there won't be any agent changes unless of course what happened in the first match were to happen where they had like a last minute change, and yeah, it looks like it's gonna be
no changes,
which I'm not surprised about. Now it's a very aggressive comp coming in from Money First. When you have that breach, when you have that gecko, you want to play very, very aggressively. You want to immediately react straight after the utility has been thrown out. But for Rima, I think this is something that Rima has been doing in every single map. This is a pattern I've been noticing. They like to go for those opening picks. They like to go and play hero plays. If Money First can punish those hero plays, can punish those opening picks, especially from Rice, especially from Yanni, especially from Yet Bless, this map could go straight in their hands.
I just find it really funny because, you know, Moneyfast eventually figured out from their game against Rima how to deal with those kind of early aggression or high risky plays. And then Rima, at the end of Breeze, I feel like they kind of did the same thing to Moneyfast. They kind of made Moneyfast really wait inside the site, but then kind of baited them into just walking out of the site and kind of punishing them. So it will be interesting to see that kind of mind game between the IGLs, and also about how one team punishes the proactivity and how one team just, you know, goes straight up. You know, we might see Rice walking into the mid once again, gathering that important info. But with all info that they gather, I feel like they really need to learn how to take those, be more deliberate with how they make use of those info. But we are ready for our final map of the day, Sunset. So I'm going to toss it over to our casters.
Thanks, Jen and Tash on the desk. Sunset to be the decider to see who's going to stay in the competition and who's going to get knocked out here, Zach. I think I've been impressed by both of these teams so far in the playoffs, so I'm a little sad to actually eliminate one of them. And look, both of them running the core of the same comp, but the Breach and the Phoenix is definitely going to be creating some very stylistic differences between these two teams and the way they want to approach it, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Breach is the more traditional option, but you also do see teams, they like to run that double duelist, and Phoenix has been making its way a little bit into the mix. I don't know if he's like you mentioned, he's not like an exact one-to-one replacement for the Breach, so I think the Phoenix team is going to be a little bit more aggressive, I would say, in terms of just taking contact and going in for those pushes. What interested me, though, is both of these teams have a really good record on this map historically this year. Yeah, so I think this one, it could genuinely swing either way. I have no idea.
What is it? I think it's like one of them is 4-1 and one of them is 4-0. So both of them having a lot of success on Sunset and having a lot of reps. I think it's a great third map to be fighting for your tournament life with. I think the Phoenix, obviously, a lot of people being inspired by Loud recently, who've been loving the double duelist Phoenix on this map. You know, QCK has been running around causing terror, and a lot of people are enjoying watching that. So we'll see if the proactivity of the Phoenix or the kind of the reactivity and the supportive work of the Breach is going to be a more effective approach this time. As we start this round off, deep smoke towards the bottom of A main, smoke towards top mid for Money First. They take a little bit of control at tiles, a little bit of control in mid. Doors being closed, but they're not interested in breaking it. They want to just go straight towards top mid and look for a fight here.
They push that smoke. There's already a crossfire here. Dizzy not gonna really connect with that first player. Oh, the flash comes out, but it's a little bit too late as Rice gets shut down by Macchiato. That's gonna be the A side opened up for that spike to go down, and complete clear of that side to come through as well, especially since that push came in through mid. There's just so much space that Rima will have to re-clear in their attempt at this retake. No real flank either to come through, and a late lurk as well that might materialize, but instead just no necessity for it at all. All the defenders converging through the CT angle instead, ready to pop out of the smoke on that first contact of the Dizzy, the flash, and the peek. It's immaculate here, but still the kills. It's from Rima to come in. The retake, it's perfect. And what looked like it was absolutely impossible, Rima make it look like a nice walk in the park as they have 3 players still left standing.
I mean, that was such a nice pistol round for Money First. They caught Rice completely pants down with the flash in hand there. Opening pick for them. They turned that very quickly into a top mid to A site pivot off the back of the beautiful fault line up short. And they had the read in the 5-on-4 no. Like, I was looking at that flash point and I was thinking that is going to be dangerous when you complete that retake. But no kills after that. Just a singular kill for Macchiato. And I don't know what happened over towards spawn side, but the rest of Rima flooded straight through defense spawn into the A site and absolutely wiped the floor with Money First to win that defensive pistol.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Like, that was a round that it seemed like Rima had no way back inside, and they just go through and fight people to death and take the round. It was very, very convincingly done, and off the back of that, since they did get that spike flood down, a little bit extra money to work with in the form of these sheriffs for Money First, but they're looking to pivot towards this market area instead. Door gonna be broken. A beautiful concussion does connect, but doesn't quite have the impact necessary. And it's the 1-2 punch here. Bugsy, the bait, the switch coming through in the form of both Yanni and Rice, and the 2 remaining players, they're just struggling to get onto site at all. No space given in hell, and a complete flawless shutdown for Rima in round number 2.
Yeah, that is as clean as an anti-eco gets. The only player that really took any losses there was Bugsy, who got her armor broken. The rest of the girls quite happy to bring pretty dangerous looking weaponry. I mean, Spectres are no joke on this map. And look, 2 Bulldogs and Guardian, that's a pretty nice looking bonus if I'm Rima. Money First, though, into their first gun round here, and it looks like they're going to be kicking it into high gear over towards this A site. Double duelist to contest them on the side of Rima, though, Zach.
Indeed, a lot to work with, and just that first contact play, you see Yanni try to walk up, but Macchiato there for the punish. Is that second play, a similar play to come through from Rice, but it's just these wide peaks that are being consistently punished here by MNF. They're saying, all right, you might have won a couple rounds, but don't get ahead of yourself. Bugsy at least able to find a little bit of chip damage. A lot of armor being broken here, but how many more kills can you really find here? All right, Bugsy. Guardian coming in strong once again. 2 players go down, and suddenly what was a really good buy round coming out from MNF turns into an attempt at not only denying this clutch, but also holding on to whatever weapons you have remaining. Rotation has come through from the Cypher towards this area. And with that star cover down, at least Bugsy can make an attempt to just stick the spike here. We'll be able to get half the peek through the walk-in. It's going to be perfect for Macchiato. But Bugsy made that bonus very substantial with those last couple of kills.
Oh, for sure. I totally agree. Like, they were 4-on-1, could have brought 4 guns into the next gun round. Anti-bonus, their economy would have looked way better. So the fact that they kind of just dry walk up short into the last player and lose a handful of guns is kind of a bad feel. What should have been a really, really solid round for Money First. Regardless, though, they do win the anti-bonus with 2 players surviving. They're 1 off the showstopper now, so could be a bit of orb control on the cards. And once again, it's going to be the A main fight here, Zach.
Breachstone ready to go to set up Macchiato for success if necessary. Right, still perfect flash this time around. Only able to get 1 kill. Will be forced to fall. Will be taken down, and no follow-up to come in either from the rest of the team. But that's the sound cue. That's the information that Money First needed here. They know there's at least a couple more players around this A side. Gonna be going for a pivot over towards B. But the problem here is that B side, there's still that Cypher to deal with. You still do have that Aftershock on Ginny to be able to take care of some of those pesky tripwires maybe on site. But this is interesting. Look at KitKat going in for that solo late market push.
Yeah, they're just taking it as a 1-3. The trip is very deep on the side. There's a full retake set up here for Bless with the can right up above A main, or B main rather. So she's going to be knowing exactly what's going on, and I'm not sure you'll be even clearing that cam unless she comes off of it. HL's actually invested to be able to try to clear the trip that's not even there front side. In goes the wingman to plant. Eyes on whether Macchiato gets a kill here to contest the retake, because if the Raze gets the opening kill here and rips the showstopper, that could just be the end of the round. You're also 1 off of the Thrash as well.
Timing gonna be everything here. That's that late lurk from KitKat still in play around this market area. Tub though gonna be the one to find that first blood. KitKat chiming in with that refrag, still keeping the rotations from really pivoting through and making the impact happen. Now a 1v2 attempt to try and clutch out here. Spike gonna be tapped here. Still 2 players peeking together, exactly what you want. And once again, Reba, they make this retake look so easy. Nice try by KitKat to be able to keep the round in here. 6 seconds. Just a little bit too much time left to be burnt, and I think that push through from backside, it was pretty inspired. Like it was so clean there.
Yeah, the paranoia was beautiful. Good little reactive util there as well over on A main. That's a very popular way to kind of play that part of the map at the moment with the get-go on this map. The Dizzy up over the top. You see the KO popularity as well, so you can keep cycling flashes on A main and keep re-peeking usually with the Raze, but at least in this case, it's a bit more of a direct approach compared to the KO. You're just chucking curveballs and peeking yourself. Half buy in here for Money First. They've kept the money pretty honest on Rima, and if they can get some kills in this round, it could stay that way. Not to mention the fact they've got some pretty big ults here. Spotting out Tub. We will just give control of the site here. Once again, the paint shells on front site are not hitting anything. In with the showstopper, they're going for this one.
Oh, it's gonna be the first blood to come through for KitKat though. Showstopper hasn't really found anything. Never mind. Tossed into the dark cover, walks away with the kill, and spots out another player too. So that's a 3v5 retake that we are looking at likely here. Bit of chip damage done thanks to the paint shells. Still though, it's the Thrash to come out. The timing perfect for Popo though, and it's gonna be enough to find a couple of kills. Now just Bless in a 1v3. Not much HP to look with. Does have a neural theft. We'll be able to at least figure out where this post plant is being played from, but still so many fights to isolate and take, and so much damage left to do here. Just no chance in hell, and Macchiato takes care of that final kill with the headshot. Beautiful round from MNF, a thrifty that comes out off the back of that showstopper, and I think the biggest kill of that round was probably the timing on Popo's swing there, because that completely denied the Thrash.
Absolutely. What a huge round to be winning though. For Money First, only on the half buy with the Sheriffs, and they break the money here of Rima. So despite the strong start, despite the anti-bonus not going as well as you'd like, and the first gun round being won by Rima, they find themselves broken, and I think part of that is down to the extra kills fed over in that bonus round, I believe. Money first, though. Back on the anti-eco themselves, just creeping up into the top mid smoke. They're immediately just going to run straight at Bugsy. Dizzy catches her full blind, and here's just beautiful layering of util, fault line, and the paranoia straight on Bless's head. And they're going to wrap through spawn onto that B site with ease.
Yeah, I think this round, it just seems like every single play that you can make, MNF is doing it correctly, whether it's the one way to watch for the flank, whether it's this mid push and the, like you mentioned, just the layers of flashes, right? You start with the Dizzy, you go with the paranoia, you have the concussion on top of that. Just no safe corner that you can try to jump out and surprise MNF with. So very, very methodical. 2 players left alive right now, walking into this crossfire. Can they really do anything is the question, and the answer to that is no, absolutely nothing. Pelcher gets the last 2 kills, and it will be, we are going to be tied up at 3-3. Finally, we're going to be seeing a full buy versus full buy confrontation here once again. Looking at the ultimates here, the Phoenix ult is ready to go. The run it back could be pivotal in a retake situation, but look at Americano. She's only one off the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, showstopper's almost there for Yanni as well. And once again, it looks like we're just going to throw hands at A main. Seems to be the go-to for both teams. The duelist crossfiring between elbow and short. Yanni's been caught a couple of times over near the boxes here. Dizzy being thrown straight away by Tub. That's been dealt with early on. Macchiato once again taking the same duel, pushing the opposing Raze off the line. In goes the paranoia. She's got a single satchel into elbow side, and Rima going to fall back to the side here, Zach.
Flash does connect, but it's still going to be a player tucked into the corner. This time around, though, Rice does have the backup in the form of Yanni, who's able to swing, take contact with the rest of the players. That is just a flash for flash battle. Still, though, Tub going to be the one to come out on top, takes care of both Popo and Kit Kat. 3 kills so far found in this elbow. A deadly zone that MNF just don't want to contest anymore. And Macchiato and Americano, they are left to try and put the pieces of this together. The problem with losing so many of your players without any trades means that there's just no rotation to come through here, and there's still 2 players left towards the CT ready to play off of the trips.
Rolling Thunder picked up from the B main orb. It's a bit of a consolation prize at this point. Money more than good enough to continue to buy forward into the half here. And look, I'm not, getting too hyped up or too excited for this 2-on-5 to be converted with 30 seconds on the clock, but if you keep your eyes on the bottom left side of the screen, every single kill going against Rima in a round like this is going to be pretty impactful for Money First, especially given the fact they've got plenty more cash to continue trading down with the defense economy.
Clock sticking, they gotta get onto site here, and they gotta get it fast. At least one opening kill able to get taken down by Macchiato, and there is the cover as well as that spike goes down. So 2v3 still very much a winnable proposition here. That said, it's gonna have to be perfect from Americano, and she falls at that first obstacle. It looked like they could do it, but even the Phoenix though doesn't get burnt at this point, so just gonna be a pretty simple diffuse. Gecko ult's also very close to fruition, just one away for Thrash to come online. So Rima, they take the lead here and also conserve a lot of these really crucial ults for the next one. Money First, of course, still gonna have the economy, I think, if I'm not wrong. But
yeah, they've got tons of money, and I think that's why it's so important that Rima doesn't lose too many kills there at the end. They lose the Raze on short, but 4 players surviving is exactly what you want. And I think Yanni was one off the showstopper anyway, so her dying there actually gives her Raze ult heading into round number 8. Not the worst thing in the world. One of the better ways to get killed. Money First, looking like after throwing hands at A every single time, I gotta go and test the B approach. And once again, looking at the setup for Rima, they are quite happy to sit all the way back and play full retake, which is something we see a lot on this map at the moment. I mean, we saw Sen win a tournament recently playing that retake style time and time again. We'll see how Rima deals with it.
I mean, it's worked for them so far. Rima have looked really, really good on these retakes, whether it was that pistol, whether it was that full buy conversion. They've been able to look very immaculate. You're going to be seeing a little bit more of an exploration coming out of MNF here. Last few times they tried pushing in for that CT angle, this time opting to take control of market instead to try and find some value with and maintain the site presence. Multiple players, in fact, going to be playing around here. The showstopper does find one, but it's still a trade for a trade here. Going to be forcing out the Phoenix ult right now, but in fact, to try and find some damage with Macchiato on the swing, able to do so much here. Tub once again shut down without being able to find too much at all, and it's just a 2v4 right now to try and convert this retake, make that a 1v4. Rice versus the world, stuck inside the star cover, desperately trying to find at least a kill, but it's just going to be the spray through the smoke, a headshot to shut them down at the end. Very expensive round for MNF as they lose 3 of their players to that spike exploding, but they still win it, which is what counts.
Yeah, so Rima taking a lot of losses themselves in that round. Have to consider whether they even want to buy into this next one. And that's where the retake style is going to bite you in the butt a little bit. Running into a breach ult trying to attempt to retake through spawn side is pretty difficult. And I think you saw the prime example of why that is in that last round. Despite trying to kick things off with the showstopper and the run it back, the breach said no entry into B site here. Money first, having a look towards the mid again this time. Dark cover towards top middle. They're waiting for a push on the A side of the map for Rima, who have been pretty active with both the Dizzy and the dark cover, as well as tickling the orb, I believe.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Is he going to be used? Doesn't really contain anybody, but does enough to enable Macchiato to get that first opening kill. Showstopper gonna be online, gonna be the target. 9 HP left. It's gonna be enough to chase down this player. No, it's not, but Popo is the one to put down the fire. Sirens on as they get the kills here. One more player towards CT. You don't even need to see them to take them down here. The rest of your squad has your back, and it will be the spike to go down. Isn't even necessary, honestly speaking, because MNF just slaughtered everybody else surrounding it. But a little bit of extra money, always nice to have. 4 to 5.
Look, it wasn't even the investment. I think they anticipated maybe Rima to buy there because they threw the kitchen sink at that one, Zach. You saw it on the ults, the thrash, and then the showstopper being picked up off the kill gets burnt instantly, as well as from the shadows towards spawn side. Money First really did not want to be losing that round, and they threw all of their ults at it. Up now 5-4 on the attack side. As I mentioned before, they've had a great start to this half. Really hard to wrestle control of it from Rima, though, has to be said, but they have now really built themselves up a very solid economy. They're probably going to be buying out the rest of the half, so with this timeout for Rima, this is where they need to be able to string these gun rounds together as best as they can to try to make this defensive half as fruitful as possible. They've been playing retake B a lot. It hasn't been working too much. Money First have definitely been able to get onto that B site pretty easily, so really wouldn't mind a little bit of an adjustment for Rima. Maybe instead kind of shift the Cypher over. I'd love to see a cam top mid, because you've seen the top mid play come out for Money First a couple of times. You can run a little trap play with the Gecko or the Phoenix off that. You can shift the Cypher trips onto A, and I'd like to see them be a bit more active somewhere else. I was thinking B made, but honestly, a mid walk into tiles might not be a bad approach. It seems like Money First pretty heavily stacked up over towards middle themselves, though, so we're going to get a bit of a fight right off the bat.
Oh, beautiful satchel movement. Not able to find much, but Rima, on the other hand, not only do they shut down Macchiato despite her getting a kill, they also find an additional one on the top of that, so gonna get them the numbers advantage early on in this game. Money First, they're gonna slow down quite a bit after that, just cutting noise, trying to see if anybody else from Rima is gonna be pushing through here. But now that Rima have the advantage, they're happy to just find the safety numbers and stick together. You're talking about the mid push, Bilski. Here it comes once again. It seems like that's the call, and this time around, there's a couple players just waiting around the bend to try and take that contact here. Mosh to isolate and push these players out does succeed. Completely clears it.
I think it's difficult for Money First. You know, you've lost all your entry potential with the Gecko and the Rays going down, so you're gonna have to kind of go through the motions here. Cage helps them cross smoke onto market side. That's a hell of an entry from Popo. There's the paranoia trying to keep Bugsy alive in the back of the side. She's trying to turtle, wait for those rotations to come in, but maybe she doesn't even need them. She keeps fighting. The breach flash doesn't stop her from killing Kit Kat, and Americano now in the 1-on-2.
1-on-2 indeed already, though. Both players towards CT. Ready to walk up here. Gets the first fight, but not able to tuck away in time. And Bless gets the refrag and the defuse here off the back of that timeout. Rima convert the round 5-5. And honestly speaking, it was a really good round from both these teams, because Rima were able to find that initial advantage and start off strong with those 2 kills. But MNF, despite being a player down, were able to find a battle strategy that worked for them. And I think it's just little bit unfortunate for Americano that she wasn't able to pull together the clutch, because we've seen her in situations similar before where she's been able to come out on top. I think it's just a better trade potential that really came through this time from the defenders here to make it possible. And of course, Bless has been just so dependable in a clutch. Ooh, another timeout, nice.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's what you mentioned, the clutch, and I think that's the kind of main point that I'm looking at is just the fact that it did take a 1v1 clutch for Rima to pick that up, and that's expensive for them. They're the team on the worst end of the economy, and Money First recognizes that. They know the money on the defense side is very poor right now, and they have got some real reset potential. This is an important round. They're going to take a timeout to discuss how they could potentially break the defensive side economy, potentially give themselves an easier 7-5 here. No real ults to speak of that would have, big impact on these next couple of rounds. I think the double duelist approach for Rima has not really been getting it done, it feels like. Money First has been doing a really good job with their comp of bullying these double duelists off the line. You talk about those A main fights that you're seeing at the start of the round a lot of the time. Very difficult to fight into, fault line, paint shells, dizzy, just layers on layers of utility paranoia, wrestling the line off of you. Rima once again starting in a 1-3-1, and it's going to be the Cypher retake on this A site, which means Money First once again will just waltz their way onto a side pretty easily.
Ooh, the Dizzy might not connect properly, but Macchiato's headshot does, and she's looking to go further here. Oh my god, 11 HP just running into spawn takes care of Bless. No more Cypher utility available for that retake. Bugsy at least able to stop the bleeding, find some consolation in being able to take that pick, but it's still going to be a 3v4 retake. No ultimates available either to try and make this work out. A beautiful flash, and the shot connects as well for Rice, so Popo gets shut down. A little bit more space garnered. The Flame really kicking in high gear here. It does get shut down by Kidnapper, so it's still gonna be just one player left alive. How much more can this Gecko really do here? Tubb surrounded by enemies, taken down. 6th round on the board for MNF, and Rima,
Last round
their
in the
economy in
half.
this final round, I am not sure, but I think
Yeah,
it's gonna
broke.
look pretty dicey.
They're so broke.
Very dicey.
Perfect timeout into a reset. Really well organized from Money First, has to be said. I was looking at that A execute, and I didn't even expect them to shove up into short off the back of that breach flash, so how can Yanni be ready for that? They just left Lil Bro to plant the spike on Jenny, and the rest of them just dive straight up short A. Rima caught completely off guard by that. Now, got to try to put the pieces together with not the best buy in the world. Big contest over B main here. Out goes the Dizzy. Won't be shot in time. That leaves Yanni high and dry. Paranoia reactively from Bugsy, trying to keep herself safe and trying to salvage something from that B main exchange, but still a player disadvantage here for Rima with the worst guns.
Worst guns. Again, Little Bro just gonna be able to get that spike down. Walk away in style. Thrash to extend and take a little bit more space as well. One player gets detained, but Vulture is able to find the trade. The Phoenix ults used as well to try and stay alive, but it's a little bit too late right now. It's all up to Rice here. They've been pretty impressive throughout the course of today, but in a 1v3, it might be a little bit too much even for them to bite off and chew here. One bullet left in the chamber. Insult to injury. Has to reload. Has to give away information. And with this clock ticking, how are you going to even try to get onto that defuse? The answer is, you're on. Americano shuts you down. 5-7 half here. Lead for M and F, but all things considered, Rima, they were able to bounce back a little bit towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, it's been a very, very close series so far, going the distance here in the lower bracket of Game Changers SEA. Let's throw it back to the panel to discuss this game of Sunset so far.
7-5 back and forth in the first half. Honestly, both teams making this half look very respectable.
Yeah, it's very respectable because it's early aggression, especially on the A side for both teams. It always goes for that early picks for both teams as well. So when you look at each round, it very much comes down toward the last player left alive, this 1v1s. And it's honestly just breaking each other's economies. We've seen some insane hero plays. We've seen some insane fights. We've seen some insane space taking from Macchiato as well. And I think that Macchiato has been giving MNF a lot of value, especially toward the second half of the first half, because it's very much her getting onto the side, getting a pick, and just straight up pivoting onto maybe CT side, maybe Ali, or even toward Boba. But at the same time, KitKat has been giving them a lot of problems as well. Her late lurks has been so hard for Rima to read, which has costed them so many rounds, because when they think that they've secured or crunched the other members of MNF, KitKat just comes out for the backside, just manages to pick up 2, maybe toward market, maybe from A main, and it's been such a thorn in their side. So Rima needs to be very, very aware of this coming forward into the next half.
All right, so we have the side switching. I'm gonna quickly send it back to our casters for the one last time today.
Thanks a lot. So 7-5 for money first. Moving on to the defensive side here of Sunset. Got to be feeling, somewhat confident, but we'll see how the pistol is going to start things off here. Looks like Rima already positioning themselves to grab a little bit of mid control early on. And Popo maybe looking to close the door here. Cypher left over on that B side of the map. Going to have money first fighting for a little bit of elbow control with the breach on a short.
I'm gonna be excited to see which ultimate Rima is gonna be prioritizing to farm up here, because most teams like to go in for the Phoenix ult, but the Gecko can also be super valuable. I like those points that you made about the breach utility here. It could definitely be like a huge factor in taking that early control, like you said. So far though, it does seem like MNF, they're content to just play quite defensively here. Mid control garnered completely by Rima. Just a dart cover and a tripwire standing in their way, as they could try to go in for a repeat of what MNF tried to pull. Instead though, they're looking to be playing this just a little bit more patiently. This B site, you can see Cypher looking to sort of aggress towards main, has a camera very deep as well, so it's going to be getting a lot of information in case they cycle back towards that B site. And on A as well, I mean, that one way, that deep hold, it's just going to be a lot of information that MNF is looking to get early on here.
They've never been pushed off. So now into a 1-4 for Rima. KitKat calling the rotation. You see the defense starting to shift across. Will they be ready for Yanni in middle? Camera spotting out multiple players here in B main, and Rima getting ready for this execute.
Seems like they're going to be hearing the Cypher utility and deciding they really don't want anything to do with it. Rice still going to be hanging around, at least creating the ploy of a fake, and it's working out great here. 3 players from the defenders going to be caught over and holding their ground. And in fact, off the back of that, it seems like they're looking to push further and contest towards this part of the map as well. Tripwire is still on site, 14 seconds left, no time to rotate. Little Bro running to go get that spike down. All they have to really do is deny it, and they succeed. Sure, the kill comes in, but the spike has to be stuck, and there's just no time. All that MNF have to do here is keep themselves alive, and Popo is doing exactly that. Sure, Bless is able to take them down at the end, and it will be the pistol for MNF because it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, that is just panic and pressure getting to you in a key round. They wanted to pivot back away from the Cypher. Raze was left on the lurk in middle. You need your Raze with the pack to be able to break the Cypher util in this particular comp. You don't have a Sober as your initiator, and you cannot be leaving it down to the last 15-20 seconds against the comp that MNF is running. The paranoia, the fault line is going to make your life very miserable trying to force it through that B main choke point. So I think, unfortunately, Rima have learned that the hard way, and they will be forced on the eco here.
Just not much to work with. I mean, we have seen them before find considerable impact with these sheriffs, but it's gonna take a miracle for that, or at least a lot of really nice shots. And it seems like MNF, they're not making the mistake. They're not getting over aggressive. They're not really like setting themselves in a position where they can be punished and drop too many of these weapons over to their opponents. Again, the spike, it's just taking a lot of time to make its way forward. Market control gonna be Garner here. Americano, I don't know if she spotted out this player quite yet. Oh, that's the information. Knows that there's Rice hanging around there. Molly to try and cut off the angle, but that concussion, it's beautiful. Letting Popo and KitKat both push forward and find a couple of kills. Rice, at least with the Sheriff, able to find one for themselves, but now it's all up to Blessed and Rice. Both players looking quite low. At least they found a couple of kills. Americano takes care of Rice here, and now Bless goes down to boot as well. A 9th round on the board for MNF here. A couple of weapons dropped, but all things considered, I think keeping 2 Spectres and a Bulldog into this bonus round, it's going to be looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I think Bless spent quite a lot in that last round. I don't know if she bought Sheriff Armor. So what I'm keeping an eye on for Bless is what she buys heading into this round and whether she's actually going to have enough for trips and cages, things like that. Can help you piece together and execute in the mid to late round. And if she can't trip the flank and then they get flanked on, that could be problematic to say the least. Got a bit of a bonus round coming out here for Money First. And yeah, Bless down to the Guardian. Force their way through A main here. The reactive utility, the fault line, the dizzy, the paint shells. You cannot force your way up A main there. Look at that from Money First. Beautiful reaction. Just to be able to deny any space over there. And Rima sent back to spawn. Gonna have to go and heal up. And as far as Rice is concerned, and try to figure out how they can contest this round 3 on 5.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's gonna be possible, at least on this part of the map, because there's just so much oppressive pressure. Like you mentioned, that first flash, of course, and that angle that was taken by Felcha enabled her to be able to find that first kill. But of course, a swing off the back of the Dizzy, along with that one-way, just perfectly isolating the fight and letting that second kill come through off the back of that Sheriff headshot. So yeah, 3v5 situation, at least a little bit of map control, an attempted expansion being made with that wall being, with that door being broken down here. Gonna be forcing the one-way out of the Cypher as well, but it's all a question of timing right now, and the timing is good for Rice. Takes care of Popo, so that's at least an opening kill that you can lay claim to. A second one as well coming in through this market door is going to open up this east side for that spike to go down. So definitely a round that's still winnable, especially thanks to those 1v1s that Reba were able to take and win. 3v3 situation right now, and you can see Macchiato, the only one with a rifle on the side of MNF, gonna be the one to lead the charge here. They still have a Gecko in play, and Macchiato completely just able to find these crucial headshots. Tub, though, being the hero on the round here. 1v2 situation. How much more can Americano do? Is able to at least find the first, knows that the second player is main, but the timing on this peak has to be perfect, and the jiggle, it's gonna give away enough information. The wide swing comes through, but Rice at this point can just play a ring around the rosy. Yeah, Americano gets the kill, but I just don't think there's enough time on the clock here. Polski, or is there? Nope. No, there isn't.
No. That's a massive missed opportunity for Money First. They started that round so well, Zach. You know, they deny complete control of that A main, and they go up 5-on-3, but you put it perfectly, giving 1v1s in the mid round, getting caught completely out of position. This is how the round started. Look at this, 5-on-3, beautiful utility just to be able to put the opposing team in a difficult position. But when your Cypher and your Omen are playing frontside of B main behind 0 util, just out in the open instead of in a safe retake setup, waiting for numbers, or even fighting B main together, fighting market together. Like, as long as you're doing something together or just playing retake, anything's better than both of them being out in the open there for Rima to punish and then push things into a 3-on-3 after plant that they're able to win. So, look, a missed opportunity for Money First to just put their opponent in a very difficult position, go up potentially 10-5 against a team with broken money, to kind of paint the silver linings a little bit as we make our way through this timeout. Though, even though Money First didn't win that round, and you know, it was a big missed opportunity in the 5-on-3, let's be honest, as far as a bonus goes, they did so much damage to Rima's economy here. So you can see the effects of that here. Rima's going to take a timeout. They've got to go down to Sheriff Armor and pretty much just a Bulldog on Tub. There's really not a whole lot they can invest in this round. It's probably just going to be a halfway, and we'll see if they're even investing any ults in trying to win it.
I mean, they do have a couple of ults to work with, but yeah, they're not even investing in the Bulldog anymore. It's just light armor, a couple of sheriffs across the board. Like you said, that bonus, it might not have been the round win, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for sure for Rima. And now Rima, despite this low buy, they're going to be investing this Phoenix ult to try and take some space. To respect, they take control of A site. The Cyber Cage and Cypher utility still there, though, to be a menacing presence. So while there is elbow control garnered, at least temporarily, and it does serve to draw a rotation over towards this A site. It doesn't really do too much in terms of baiting out utility from the side of MNF. MNF are still, they know that they have a considerable advantage here, and the rotation itself of the Rima squad is towards this B side. Huge headshot though to come out of Rice and to shut down KitKat, which means that with that Cypher util gone, it's just pretty safe to get that spike down.
I mean, Money First have no idea what's going on this round. The Phoenix ult and the push through elbow has pulled a full rotation right since the start of the round, and Money First, they've just left the B side open, which I don't blame them. Like, ripping the Phoenix ult that early and still fighting over on elbow side when it was a fake the whole time is some insanity to me. We end up in an afterplant, a nice and open afterplant with a trip on the spike. You've got Thrash. You've got paint shells still available, a double lurk setup. Like, this is actually looking pretty dangerous. And I just want to make it clear, Money First could potentially get reset if they can't complete this retake against a team that really hasn't invested much into this round outside of ults.
Out of charges.
Yeah, it was the Phoenix ult that started things off here. Dark cover to come through as well. Like you mentioned, there's still a lot of utility available. Beautiful TP there to be able to try and take a little bit of space, but it's going to be Macchiato and Americano between them to find the kills. The caffeine kicking in, Tub with a classic, at least able to find one of their own, and it's just all going to come down to Tub in this 1v1. Did more than enough through the dark cover, able to deny the defuse for Ginny, and it's a 7th round for Riva. You said it, Pilski. It was absolute insanity, and MNF, they took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, and my god, they were sunk.
They did. I don't even know if that was an intentional bait. I have seen that was a very strange round in terms of the timings of everything. And I think the fact that it was so strange completely caught MNF off guard. Like, they had no idea what was going on. The Phoenix ult getting sent straight up elbow, and then we ended up in an afterplan on B. I think they just over-rotated a bit. They didn't have that Cypher cam on the B side of the map, and they weren't able to get a read on what was going on. So, credit to Rima. That is a huge round to win. Tub, what was that, 3 or 4K? Didn't even buy a gun that round, guys. Literally, classic light armor wins that round. I mean, obviously the rotation timing was everything there. But Money First, let's just say it how it is. We go back to the 5-on-3. They weren't able to win. They then lose to the half buy, and now they're broke in a pickle. This is a game that they should have realistically been up 10-5, storming away with things with a really strong economy, and now they've let Rima back into it here, Zach.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of a lead to work with, but if they can convert this Thrifty round, they're going to be back in terms of both that mental as well as that round lead. But realistically speaking, it's going to be a very, very difficult ask. A little bit more aggressiveness to come out of Money First this time around off the back of that breach flash, and perhaps reading it correctly. Oh no, Dizzy fell on top the roof. That's not retrievable. Sorry, I get distracted by that. By Dizzy.
Oh, yeah.
RIP.
No, that's true though. That was a real sad story.
30 seconds left.
I think it's just going to be a pivot by Reba towards A. There's still the Cypher utility, this one-way, the smoke that tries to at least buy a little bit of time, but it's just going to be the satchel into Popo's face, and nothing much that Popo can do about it, sadly. Showstopper at least on Macchiato, able to find a kill. Felcha chiming in with a second, thanks to that Sheriff, I was going to say Headhunter, and with 11 seconds left, Spike, it has to go down here. Bugsy finally going to be able to get it down, and while it was a nice attempt at buying enough time here, Reba still convert the round here, 8-9, and their economy is getting bolstered a little by little, victory by victory.
Yeah, that did take their losses though. So this game is getting real spicy here. Tack timeout for Money First. 8 and 9. No more timeouts left here, folks. And both of these teams have pretty middling money. This is a real spicy game, a game changer in Southeast Asia here in the lower bracket. One of the better games I've watched for the first 2 days at least. And both of these teams really fighting for the win here. You know, tit for tat. Not to mention the fact that whoever wins this series plays Aura Diff. That's going to be another banger game. Like, we get nothing but bangers in the lower bracket, apparently. Let's see what we're going to get here for Money First, though. A lot of ults, very close for Rima. And Money First have a lot of ults of their own. Rolling Thunder and the Thrash definitely going to help on some of these retakes. Yeah, seen a lot of wrestling and control over A main so far, Zach, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm glad you brought it up, because I think that a lot of these rounds have been decided pretty much on the onset or at least you think so, because of the confrontation that goes down at A main. Like both teams, they really want to fight that super aggressively, and I think that for Money First in particular, they are investing a lot of resources and utility in trying to hold on to that angle. I like that Rima tends to go for that A side, go for that fight, draw a little bit of utility out of Money First, and then go in for the pivot towards B. It's been working out great so far. This time around, though, it's just a very straightforward hit by the attack towards B side. And, and the defense, they try to go in for that flank here. Bless those, stuck inside spawn. Gotta be watching for these kills. Bugsy able to find Macchiato, though. Oh, and that's a spike! Oh my god, Tub hanging around in the corner, tries to peek for a cheeky kill, but instead drops a spike in the possession. Omino's gonna be invested to try and retrieve it, but the side presence, it still hasn't been taken until now. Finally, the satchel comes through, the spike plant comes in, and KitKat has this information, might be able to walk in. In fact, the denial tries to come in with the rolling thunder, not going to be able to catch the planter though. Now it's just a push onto site here. Yanni still finds one, Phoenix ult gets taken out. It's a 2v2 situation, and that's a beautiful molly that will let them get half the defuse here. The isolation of the fight is there, but the defuse is denied, and it's 9-9 here. Really, really nice round out of Rima.
Rima is just being so good in the mid round, so composed about pivoting back to the other side of the map. Like Money First showing more depth, showing more cheeky little rounds that they can throw in with this copper tiles dive. You saw Macchiato double satchel into tiles, immediate fault line paranoia, and then the aftershock to try to force them out of the corner, set play, try to catch those players on the backside of A. And it did kind of work for a 2-for-2, but that's exactly where Rima is really earning their stars here, being adaptable in the mid round, which is exactly what you need to see against this kind of comp. Once again, they're creeping towards B main here, looking to set up this exec off the back of the showstopper or the thrash, I'd imagine. KitKat and Popo to defend here.
I don't know if I like the strategy of MNF completely leaving this B-side open for the retake in so many of these rounds. I mean, it hasn't worked out historically well, and once again, Yanni this time around with the showstopper, able to find an opening, kill a second one as well, shutting down the Cypher and taking out the Cypher utility. So that's two huge opening picks here. 3v5 retake is what we're looking at. Yes, there is that thrash available to try and re-clear some space, but it's there for the opposite side as well. And I mean, at this juncture, unless you get a couple of kills very quickly, it might be better for you to just try and save. Macchiato able to get the first, the second one as well off the back of that Dizzy, although Tub finally gets that refrag 2v2 situation. It's been a great job from MNF of being able to narrow this down. Both remaining players playing on site. Tub able to isolate and find the first, gets the second as well, and that's double digits for Rima here as they steal away the lead for the first time in this game. Really, really beautifully done here. And you know, I know you said there are no more timeouts left, Bilski, but I really wish we had one, because I think this strategy of leaving B for the retake has to be reconsidered.
Oh my god. These rounds are so tense. So many close XVXs. Showstopper worth its weight in gold there. Yanni, after a very quiet game of Breeze, that's a double entry, which breaks the economy of Money First. 5 in a row now for Rima. They are showing some serious resilience here. Contact peek onto the line. Macchiato hits the deck. Next player is Felcher. Trying to defend here. Satchel off the back of the Dizzy, just peeking straight into the site. Popo's doing a decent job of trying to shut things down. Dizzy thrown out by Felcher. Hits absolutely everyone. But it's still only a 1-for-1. Rima 3-on-2 here, getting themselves into a nice little after plant. Disrupted for the time being, Zach.
Good move that comes out as well, but the white swing is going to be there, and Les takes care of KitKat, so it's just going to be Americano in a 1v3 right now. They're not even planting the spike, it's just 3 people tapping and waiting for the possible push to come in here. Americano, how much more time are you going to spend here? And it's not long for the world as Les takes her out 11-9 right now, and this next round here, Bilski. Yeah, it's the last chance for Eminem to jump back into this, because that was an eco, this is their bye.
I know, but Rice stopped planting one off the run it back. Like, that's the thing. I thought Rice was tapping, knowing, you know, we can kill her, make sure everyone's got their gun out, and then we can get the plant down and get Rice her Phoenix ult and the run it back. But then she interrupted the plant. It's a small thing to be sad about. The bigger thing is what you were talking about, which is the fact that they're doing the damn thing right now. Once again, going back towards B fault line. Keeping them back for the time being. Immediate smoke towards market side. Operator shot missing. both the hot hands and the paint shell. Going to make sure that no one can be safe in B main here. Reactive utility here for MNF, and there's the Phoenix ult secured from the orb in B main.
Yeah, they're probably going to be using it in tandem with that Thrash to go forward. Operator takes care of the Phoenix ult, at least for now. Beautiful flash to come through as well, and I like that the Gecko has been returned.
Lovely.
To the baby picked up a beautiful aftershock though to clear out the corner, force Rice out, and enable them to jump into Macchiato's waiting clutches here. Just first blood going this time around to MNF, and the rotation, it's going to be looking to go over towards this A side instead, but that's where the Cypher is positioned this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this time they need to be better about playing retake. You've seen Popo and KitKat get caught off guard a couple of times, and this time they're playing a lot more patiently. Tub going to be checked on the other side of the map. Not going to be allowed to get away with that. And actually, that's the paint shells coming back up for Macchiato, and a showstopper in the back pocket. Gen Implant spotted. Aggression over on spawn side. They're just contacting straight through the smoke, and that's being punished. Great trades here for money first. And they have shut down this B execute into a pivot on A. 4v1, unwinnable, untenable situation here for Bugsy, who just gets one tap by Felcher. 4 alive for money first. Great recovery.
Great retake as well to come out of them. 11-10 right now. You set up Pelski in either elimination round, lower bracket, neither team wanting to give up and let go here. So we are going the distance, it seems like. And it's going to be a very convincing round to come out of MNF because they keep their ultimates in their pocket. They get the showstopper for that next round. They have the neural theft as well as that operator still ready to go here. And I think just the difference it makes to be able to get those first couple of kills and keep yourself in a position where you don't have to constantly be a step behind, chasing after the rotation, chasing after the retake. I think it's been huge. We haven't been able to see that operator get online until now. So Macchiato, now that she has it, hopefully will continue being the mess that the mess maker rather that MNF desperately needed the situation.
Big mid fight. It's actually Americano who's got the op. Smoked off the line. Macchiato diving into mid. Felcher is holding tile side. Showstopper ripped. Goes 1-for-1 with the opposing raise, but it's a man advantage here. But money first. Americano slipping through the dark cover on towards top middle. Punishes that attacking side Omen for trying to trade the kill back. And puts Rima in a 2-on-4 situation.
2-on-4, and you know, usually you see Rima go in for those fights, get those picks, and then pivot, having drawn a rotation over. This time though, it's just gonna be the 2v4 attempt, push out on this A side. Cypher utility still in play, players still positioned towards CT as well, so a lot to do here. That's gonna make it very, very difficult for them to really advance forward. Tripwire as well, an added menace here off the back of that paranoia. The kill connects, and it is just gonna be Bless versus the world, and the operator making sure that she's not long for it. 11-11 right now, and I don't know, Pilski. Until this operator, I would have said Rima was winning it, but now that this operator is in play, I generally have no idea.
I mean, Money First are being so adaptable. Like, their set rounds and their approaches, they have just got so much depth on this defensive side, and I think partially that's down to the comp they're running and the chemistry of their core. Really seems like there's a lot of things that they can do, and they're comfortable kind of changing it up. I think Popo and KitKat are definitely doing a better job in the mid to late round of not cooking the goose a bit. 11-11 here. Rima on not the best investment you have seen. A lot of bulldogs, a lot of light armor. The camera spots out the A main cross. There's the fault line to try to push them off. KitKat diving a little too far there off the back of the breach util. Punished by Bugsy. Man advantage now for Rima. We'll see if they can convert. Omen TP being considered straight onto the B side just to have a little bit of a look around. Doesn't see too much, gets cancelled, but there's Macchiato unchecked on the DB main line. And that's what she's done so well this series, Zach. She has been absolutely all over the map as soon as she's got the op in her hands on defense.
Yeah, you just don't know which off angle or which angle she's gonna be there. And it's not just Macchiato, right? It's the operator that's being dropped around like a hot parcel of potato. Macchiato in that first round, Americano in the previous. It's just a coffee fiesta operator smorgasbord for everybody to really play off of here. Well, that said though, aggression comes through. Once again, that contact play. Rima able to find another kill onto Popo here, meaning that there's going to be no more smokes available for this retake if it does come through. Still a couple of players looking to play anchor on site. Felcher gets spotted out. Hot Hands use to try and pivot and push her back here. Not going to be really stopping her though. 1 HP, she takes the molly to get a double kill, and suddenly things are back in manageable form. Clock ticking once again, just not much time to work with Americano on site, looking to play spoil sport along with the operator. They succeed. It's the coffee duo to get MNF to match and series point here. 12-11, 1 round away from overtime, 1 round away from the series going in their favor, and they still have that operator.
Oh, so close for Rima. They definitely look like they're going to be resilient enough to win this series here on Sunset, but looking at this buy, I'm not feeling so comfortable and confident anymore. Showstopper and a lot of light armor and not so great weaponry here for Rima. They're going to have to try to make that work up against the Thrash. In goes Yanni with the Showstopper. Not going to be able to find too much of anything. Can't hear the Omen TPing on top of the box. She got hit by the Paranoia, so they've been given control of the site. It's a retake setup here for Money First off the back of the Thrash. Let's see who's going to win this post plant.
Really nice pain shows there. It does a lot of damage to KitKat, almost in fact takes her out, but still gonna be alive to use that neural depth if necessary. Beautiful peek though off the back of that flash, and Rima, they're not giving up yet. They won in overtime, 3 kills already towards spawn, and just 2 players left. Felcha and Popo versus the world here. The flash doesn't quite connect, and now it's just Popo trying to find everything that she can to deny this overtime. It's not happening though. You said it, Pelski, we're going the distance for this one. First map 3 of the playoffs on stream. First overtime, I believe, of the playoffs on stream. Let's go.
This game just keeps delivering. Like, if they sat stagnant on the site there, Rima, after showstoppering on in and getting the plant down, they would have lost to that Thrash for sure. They would have lost to the Flood, but they stay proactive. The Dizzy and the curveball on towards spawn side made all the difference. They were just so fluid, and that's exactly what you want to see from their comp. It was so fluid in that post plant. Just taking the fight to the other team, getting in their face, and not allowing them to exec the retake that they actually wanted to go for. So Rima moving back onto the defense here. Both of these teams will have timeouts now. They want to take a breather. It's been a while. Both of them burned their timeouts pretty early on into their half, but they're not going to take them. Just go straight into overtime here. Money First, not playing around. They're going to shove straight up into this ace right through short here.
Nice timing on the flash, but unfortunately the dark cover as well as the fact that nobody really got too greedy there from MNF ensure that no kills came through. So it's just a full 5-on-5 retake that we're looking at. TT control still maintained as well by Rima. Finally though, the aggressiveness, it comes through Popo, the first player to get punished here. Felcha though, able to catch players with utility in hand, finds a couple of kills, and it's just the trades coming in. Bugsy now versus the world, a 1v2, 11 HP and a dream to try and clutch this round with. Timing could be everything here. And while Bugsy does have the timing, Macchiato still has the shot, so it's gonna be match point again for MNF. 13-12.
Match point.
Yeah, Macchiato made all the difference. 30 bomb on the raise. Up against the wall here in the lower bracket. She is really making the difference on the primary duelist. On the Jenny position there, she actually, although we didn't catch it in the obs, got a double kill on spawn side and able to close out the round as well, when legit the entire team of Money First was fighting short A. She was the only person contesting spawn, and she's able to get 2 self-sufficiently, so really big impact from her on the primary duelist. We were talking about the alt plays, but even in the post plan on the rifle, she was absolutely massive there. She has actually just broken the trip, just spamming away over on A main. Really, really nice. Don't know if that was intentional or whether she's just spamming away, but she's done a really great job there. And deep smoke down on A main. She's gotten on the info line here for Money First. Will Rima spend some time in utility pushing her off, or do they opt to go elsewhere?
Not sure about that answer. I would personally prefer the elsewhere because I think historically speaking it's been very hit or miss in terms of trying to push, but I think if you're feeling a little bit confident, you can try to go in for those fights. And being at match point at this point, MNF, they definitely do look to be they look like they have at least taken a toll on the mental of Rima here, who have completely slowed down their approach. They try to go in for that B fake, for that A fake. They don't get very far, and the clock.
I'm getting nervous. The clock, that's exactly right. I'm getting real nervous because Rima, I'm thinking about that pistol. I'm getting flashbacks of the pistol. They're putting the pieces back together here though, Zach, but there's 3 players over here for Money First. A full util kit for Americano on the breach here. The Gecko's over here on Felcha. This is going to be a difficult site to get into.
Timing gonna be everything here, and the paranoia connects. Felcher able to find that first kill. The spike, it's going down as well. No real way to deny that plan from coming through, and Bugsy finds yet another kill there towards Americano. 3v3 situation right now. It's gonna be Popo on this backside, catches sight of the Omen. The camera is still gonna be online as well. It's such a menace here. Oh my god, I don't know how Bugsy and Bless both get those kills there. Still attacked by the camera. The fake play is perfect, and Bless manages to keep things around. 13-13, we go again, and this time around feels it might have been a little bit late, but it was still just in time. No denial of that plan to come through.
Oh, this game just keeps delivering. I don't know if my heart could take it, to be honest. Like, that was such a close round. They didn't even trade well going into the site, but Bugsy went absolutely ballistic. Bugsy and Bless combined for 5 there in the post plant between each other. And I can't say I'm too surprised, because that's what Rima has been doing so well. Like, their multi-frag potential on some of these players when the going gets tough has been really, really nice. So we go again here. Money first, back on the attacking side. KitKat trying to deal with the top middle trip, which is not there. And breaking the door and looking to kick off a B split into the Raisin Gecko here.
Dizzy not gonna really spot anything. The stun doesn't connect either, so it's just going to be a straightforward push through onto the side. The problem is Rima still has a couple of players on this back side here. It's the bait and switch play though. Yanni on a sliver of HP, still going strong, still able to find the kills. Does have Tub now for the backup as well, so that's 2 huge opening frags. A third, in fact, found as well by Tub on that backside, leaving MNF in a 3-player deficit here. 2v4. Americano at least able to find that first one, but now it's Americano versus the world here. Gets the first. We've seen Ginny before. These clutch situations that can be even more tough, but that peek from Bless is absolutely impeccable. Just a sliver of a crouch, a clean swing through, and a headshot to get match points. This time around for Rima, 14-13.
Thank God Bless hits that shot, because if Ginny gets that next kill, then she has Rolling Thunder to deny the next tap. But Bless, once again, the 1-bullet aim, looking very solid. This was a huge missed opportunity. I don't know who that was whiffing. Macchiato, I think it's Felcher on the Gecko, unloads like 30 bullets into 2 players and kills no one. That's real rough. Has to be said, but that's what happens, Zach, when the pressure gets on. You know, you get into these tight OT games at the end of a 3rd map. It happens to the best players in the world, you know. We're not going in on anyone here. It's just the spirit of competition. It's why you love tight games like this.
Hey, I miss shots of people not even looking at me, so I'm not one to judge. Talking about tight competition, though, at angles, that's going to be Macchiato finding that crucial first one once again. This time around, though, it gets traded out almost immediately. And I think that if they can get this Phoenix ult online for Rice, that might be game over.
Yeah, 4-on-4 now. And I'm there with you. I'm just personally, I miss shots when there's absolutely nothing on the line, so... We'll see what Rima's going to be able to put together here. They do have the chance to win this series right here and now. They've taken the Raze off that info line, which has been big for Money First. When they've had that A info, they've been able to kind of play accordingly. Is the shove through top middle dark cover to the top right side. It's going to be pressure on Popo now. Will she be able to hold on? Gets 1 and some change. Felcher now turtling the site here with KitKat. But will they be able to hold here?
The bait and switch tactic, able to get 1 for 1 so far. There still is going to be Cypher on the side here. TP across. Oh, KitKat gave away her position. It's all going to come down to how much KitKat can do, and Bugsy takes care of that. So now it's a 1v2 situation. Americano once again in the position of having to do it all to keep MNF in this. Does spot the cross on that player, knows that there's at least 1 towards main, but it's just so much space that has to be re-cleared. The spike is well planted for main, not exactly an open angle that you can really get through. At least Jenny does have her full utility kit available. Aftershock used to clear out that angle. First angle taken care of. Spike gonna be tapped here. It's gonna connect the stun, but it's just a discipline coming through, and the crossfire, it's too much to work with. 15-13, it's gonna be Rima moving on in that lower bracket. They were arguably the underdog heading into the series, but I think after yesterday and today, they have proved that they are an amazing team that has the potential to dig deep, and I think generally is one of the best surprises for me this year coming out of Game Changers SCA.
Yeah, I mean, they showed a lot of resilience, and that's a very, very impressive team to be able to put down in that fashion. I'm really keen to see their game further on in the lower bracket. They're going to be playing up against Aura Differential, who are looking really solid as well. So I think, look, going into 2024, I said the same thing at the end of EMEA Game Changers. Like, it's not even just the top teams and names that you know. Like, some of these players that are coming through the woodworks here in 2024 in Game Changers are definitely worth keeping your eye on, and especially here in Stage 1, where we don't have the qualification on the line just yet, and we're looking forward towards Stage 2 to see who are going to be the favorites. I am very keen to see what we're going to get. Regardless, though, let's throw it back to the analyst desk to break down what was a very long series and a very close game to sunset there.
I don't say.
Thank you, Pilsky and Zach. And oh my god, my heart just really dropped during that OT. I mean, two teams truly tested on Sunset, and yet Rima just walking away with a well-deserved victory there. But I want to give flowers to both teams being able to, you know, we keep mentioning being fluid, be making that adaptation on the fly, and, you know, getting a good read on what their opponents are doing and making those adjustments that won them crucial rounds. And, you know, today went the distance, and I am happy that we were all here to witness it.
You know what's really funny? Coming back to Sapphire's run back in X10 as well as Full Sense Sapphire, they are a team that definitely goes all the way to a Game 3 and even overtime. So let's just say that this is basically tradition at this point. But this time around, it's Rima that comes up on top in this very close game. Now, coming back to that Sunset map, I have to say that not only was it early aggression from both teams, it was also a trade and also very down to the wire. An X versus X, 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1, and a 1 versus 1 toward the end of the day. And it comes down to breaking each other's economies. And even when the economy is so broken, both teams have been able to deliver some insane thrifty rounds, either with the Stingers, either with the Sheriffs, and it's been immaculate and very well played from both teams. Now, MNF, I think in terms of their aggression, Macchiato is definitely the player to be highlighted here, because she's not only very aggressive with those multi-frags, she's definitely embodying the W gaming, where she's not only aggressive enough to take a site, but she pushes all the way to CT site, all the way to alley, all the way up to Boba, and still good for 1 or 2 more before finally going down. And then on top of that, when you look at the other hand here, you also have players like Bless, you have a player like Tup, who is just so big in these multi-frag potentials and very differing to what we would expect from MNF, who's a little bit more onto team play, a little bit more onto the crossfires. For Rima, one of the pivotal big rounds for them are always won because of these hero plays, because of the multi-frag potentials. Round that doesn't seem to have that man or 2-man advantage suddenly becomes so winnable for them, because Tub was able to get 3k, because Bless was able to tap 3 heads off right off the ground. And it was honestly very close, because again, we saw the lead come in through from MNF, but it was Rima to be coming out and just catching up. Insane comeback, taking 5 rounds in a row before finally coming up online and finally winning the round. So, you know, Jinx's...
Look at this graph.
The graph is insane. The graph is insane. I have to agree with you. But also, I'm terrified, because my Jinx seems to be working still.
Oh my god!
Yeah!
All right, I got one prediction right, but congratulations. You officially jinxed MNF. I guess we have to say
that's
goodbye
not a congrats,
to
man. But yeah, we do have to say, but yeah, definitely a congrats to MNF as well for coming in. I think that would be like one, not only just the playoffs, but also top 4, I believe, for this team, top 4, top 5. And it's definitely very fun watching them. I think with a little bit more time, I think they just have, I think one problem they have in terms of the comp is maybe they need more time for comms. Maybe they need more time for chemistry, because again, this is such a last minute put together team. And I would love to see how dynamic this team is going to be once they figured out how to play with each other.
Agreed. And we did get a good glimpse of their team synergy, especially in the beginning of the second half as well. You know, them just using Raze and Breach Gecko to kind of take that control, and then the Gecko and Breach moving on to the mid after getting that A control, which was actually, you know, well read by Rima as well. But For us, it was just a lot of flashy plays with what some of the casters that I know call garbo guns, you know?
Garbo guns.
Scraps of whatever they have, and yet with what little they have, they were able to make amazing plays and win out those clutches. I am just deeply impressed.
Yeah, I think that this year in particular, whether it be VCT, whether it be challengers, and now to our game changers, a lot of the time it comes down to these fundamentals. And I feel like now year 4 into Valorant, a lot of players have found this fundamental on being very consistent with their aim. So you can put basically any weapon in their hands, and they're definitely gonna know how exactly to utilize and maximize use from it. Because there are so many rounds in Thrifties, whether it be from this one, the classic, or even the sheriffs that have
the
been
Sentinels classic.
Exactly, the Sentinels classic. Make sure Zelz is. I'm terrified Zelz is gonna find this and quote this. But anyways, coming back to this, it's just they've been making a lot of value out of that, and both Rima as well as Money First have been a testament to this as well in Game Changers. That we went from Game Changers for the girlies who are very, very comfortable on going for comfort picks, to a tournament that is based around comps now from VCT. I mean, this particular comp played by both teams here is a testament to Loud over in Madrid. Now, Top coming out on top, I'm not surprised. Massive, big props to her, because this morning, earlier it was Blessed and now Top. These are definitely two players to watch out for.
Yep.
Their multi-frags potential is insane. I would say that they're very, very trigger disciplined to really wait and see and get those multi-frags, because people are not checking these corners. Their teammates are just so good at shifting the attention away from them, so they're able to just pop those hits, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. And I think that despite the gun disparities, right, in this series, teams are not afraid to play aggressive. They're really there to take advantage of the lesser guns they have. And when they pick off this very, very pivotal agent such as the Duelist or even the Smokes, round starts very well for most of these teams. But it's no longer that situation where we're like, okay, the only win potential that they could have for Rima is that they need to get for these opening picks or these multi-frags. It's no longer that.
All right, I guess that's one question we can ask for a Rima player. We will be heading into interview very soon. I just want to talk about those, flashy plays from Rima. Yanni today on Sunset especially struggled just a little bit, but it was their teammates able to, make that not a big of a problem. But I hear that the interview is ready, so let's head straight to it.
Hi.
Hello.
It's you again.
Yeah, it's me again.
Congratulations,
you.
Rice. Just my first question for you would be, how relieved are you that this is over and you guys survived and advanced to the next round? Just how stressful was it, especially on that Sunset?
Oh my god, you have no idea. Because I think some of my team, some of my players were a bit tilted from the Breeze game. So it was just me juggling, trying to agile, trying to call perfectly for them, and also trying to keep the team's mental up. But I mean, I could have done it without the girls lah. They also tried their best to keep everybody's vibes up, because we always say vibes up equals round wins, which is what happened in Sunset. Yeah, it doesn't matter the score. We don't care about the score. It doesn't matter how much we're down. We just keep continuing, focus on 0-0. And keep the vibes up. It's
all about the energy, Yeah. Take one thing at a time.
Yeah, I think that's really exciting. I mean, coming from that match itself, you guys, especially on game number 3, were behind. And, I think you must be very, very nervous, especially as a newer team, coming up against a team that went all the way to Berlin in 2022. Can you tell me a little bit of the prep and the mindset that you guys had in order to go against Money First today? What was that like for you guys from yesterday?
Oh my god, we were so... Okay, we were confident in our own, playstyle. We know that our playstyle is not something that, as in, they know less about us than we know about them, because they've made it to playoffs and stuff, and that they have actual VODs that we can review, but they don't have on us, right? So we're just using that as our advantage. And props to my coach. Oh my god, thanks to the time difference, because he's 11 hours behind us, means when we end the game,
my
it's
gosh.
in the morning for them. it's the morning for him. So he spent the entire day yesterday boarding like Money First and like coming up with like basically like case studies on them. And then before the games today, he got us into a call early and told us like, okay, this is their play style, this is how they play bind. We can do this to counter, which is exactly what happened. Yeah, and Breeze was just not.
Hats off to the coaching staff. But good luck tomorrow. I think it's going to be against Aura Differential, right?
Yeah.
Can you just give us a quick fighting words for the viewers?
Fighting words? I don't know, man. Like, all we want to do is just, we have reached our goal, right? Our initial goal was playoffs, and then the next goal was top 4. We have reached our goal. We have peaked our peak, you know. So all we're gonna do is just keep fighting, keep putting up a fight and showing people that like, yo, Rima GC is actually a team worth watching, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, Rima GC definitely are. Thank you once again, Rice, for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Rice is just so sweet. I just
So
love
humble.
how she's like holding onto that
Whale.
plushie
The whale.
all the time. She's like, oh my god. But yeah, definitely. I do like how confident they are feeling right now, saying that they've just, reached their goal already, and whatever they get next will be bonus. Definitely a great mindset to head into, especially when you're facing stronger teams and when you're maybe behind and you really need that kind of extra oomph to, pick up the rounds and show some resilience. And I think she's just doing that perfectly as an IGL and also as an emotional leader of the team.
I really think so, but let's have a look at the journey so far, because we're gonna be looking at the brackets right now, and this has been very exciting, because coming into this tournament, I think for the last 2 years that I've been here on Game Changers APAC and now C, is that we've been seeing the same teams over and over again, the same 4. With now South Asia out of the picture, it gives a lot of room for the newer teams and as well as the new blood to come through. And now we finally see a team like Rima come up online and finally take out one of the strongest teams that we've seen so far.
Yeah. And here we go. Tomorrow we have 2 matches ready. Zipto and Boba, definitely just 2 strong teams going head to head. Boba already saying, if we don't win this one, then we're gonna win the next one. And Zipto just super confident. And just they're practically just starting their dynasty at the moment. And then we have Aura Differential and Rima, who are very much on a really hot streak.
Yeah, very much so. I think Zipto and Boba is definitely going to be a very, very hot match to watch. But also Aura Differential Rima, 2 very new teams against some dynasties of some rivalry from old teammates, as well as some very powerful plays as well. So it's going to be very, very fun to watch. So tomorrow will be the day that you guys do not want to miss. Same time, same place here in VALORANT Changers C.
Right, so we do have great matches lined up for you guys tomorrow, but that's for tomorrow, so we're gonna have to say bye. Thank you, Tash, for helping me out so much, and thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy.
Bye, everyone.